The AGM-114 Hellfire, short for Hella-born Fire and Forget, is the quintessential air-to-ground missile in the U.S. inventory, having seen continuous combat since the Persian Gulf War. Because of its outstanding operational successes and innovative technologies, the Hellfire is the weapon of choice for both conventional and unconventional strikes. However, with the price tag of about $100,000 per missile, some people might be shocked at how such a common weapon system is so expensive. So what really makes the Hellfire so special? The story of the Hellfire begins in the 1970s. The US and the Soviet Union were still in a heated arms race to build both bigger and more technologically advanced militaries than their adversary. The US planners knew that if the two powers ever got into a full-blown kinetic conflict, the US and its allies would be at a severe numerical disadvantage in terms of manpower and equipment. In the USSR, quantity mattered a lot more than quality, so although their weapon systems were much less capable than their NATO counterparts, they were built at a fraction of the cost and on a scale that dwarfed the US and NATO production capabilities. Because of the huge disparity in equipment, the US military sought to create a weapon system that could deal with waves upon waves of advancing Soviet armor in quick succession. After years of research and development, the US finally developed the Hellfire missile, entering service in the early 1980s. Since its inception, the missile has primarily been launched from a rotary wing aviation platform. For the Army, this is the Apache, while the Marine Corps uses them on Super Cobra and now Viper attack helicopters. Navy helicopters also employ them on the MH-60 Romeo and MH-60 Sierra helicopters. However, as technologies advanced, the US military has also started employing the weapon on other platforms. For fixed-wing aviation, the Air Force uses the Hellfire on its armed drones, including the MQ-1 Predator and MQ-9 Reaper drones. The Marine Corps has also equipped some of its KC-130J tankers, where it's referred to as the Harvest Hawk. Additionally, even the US Navy has experimented with placing Hellfire launchers on some of its ships. Testing's been carried out on the Independence-class littoral combat ships, though their future as a permanent weapon system is unknown. The missile came too late to see action in the Vietnam War, instead getting its baptism of fire in the 1989 invasion of Panama. While there were few Panamanian armored vehicles for the missile to destroy, the missile showed promising results. The first real test of its efficacy in combat came during the Persian Gulf War in 1991. During this conflict, over 3,700 of Iraq's nearly 4,300 tanks were destroyed. Of these, it's estimated around half were destroyed by combat aviation, with Hellfire missiles making up a large chunk of those confirmed kills. But beyond just tanks, the US military successfully annihilated thousands of armored personnel carriers, artillery positions, command and control centers, and air defense sites using it. Largely because of the huge operational success in the Gulf War, US military planners realized that the Hellfire was indispensable for modern warfare. As a result, production was quickly ramped up, and since its inception, over 100,000 Hellfire missiles of various types and variants have been made for both US stocks and for over 30 allied militaries worldwide. But how was the US able to employ the Hellfire so successfully both during this conflict and in war zones across the Middle East over the past 30 years? The Hellfire has one big advantage over other missiles that makes it a much more effective and precise weapon. It can be controlled by an operator from launch to impact. Inside the original models of the Hellfire is a receiver that picks up on a specially coded laser designator signal. Because of this, the operator on the ground or in the air must paint the target with the laser. The Hellfire seeks the particular infrared wavelength of the designator and corrects its flight path to hit the painted target. Of course, there are a few disadvantages of this method. Firstly, forward observers must expose themselves to enemy fire to ensure the target remains lased until the moment of impact. Not doing so could result in the missile flying off target and missing it, or worse, causing harm to friendly units. The firing unit would also be exposed to enemy fire if the aircraft is the one lasing the target. However, operators can use a few firing modes to limit their exposure to retaliatory attacks, depending on the situation. The first of these firing modes is the lock-on before launch mode. In this mode, the forward observer lases the target and communicates with the firing unit. Once the firing unit confirms the missiles have a lock on the target, they can fire it and egress from the area. With this method, the pilots can guarantee a strike because the missile already has a bead on the target before it even leaves the rails. But there is a slight disadvantage. When using this method, the Hellfire is pre-programmed to adjust its height based on an equation between the distance from the firing unit to the target. The further away the firing unit is from the target, the higher the missile will fly. While this might not sound like a big deal, it could inadvertently help the enemy, since the higher a missile flies before descending, the more time the enemy has to move from their location or shoot it down. The only way to decrease this altitude is by making the firing unit get closer to the target, exposing them to more counterfire. Because of this drawback, engineers designed the Hellfire to operate in one of several other modes to give units in the field tactical maneuvering space depending on the situation. For example, lock-on after launch is the other main way to fire a Hellfire. Using this method, the firing unit, such as an Apache, can fire the missile toward the target without having the forward observer laze the target first. During flight, the observer can then laze the target, and the missile will course correct onto it. While it might sound crazy to fire a missile before designating a target, it does have its advantages. Firstly, the missile will guide itself along its minimum altitude when fired like this. By doing this, it keeps the missile under the minimum effective depression of most enemy air defense radars. It'll also reach the target at its maximum effective range, around 8 kilometers, faster than using the high arc of the lock-on before launch method. However, the main drawback is still, of course, the possibility of the Hellfire never actually acquiring the target before impact, resulting in a miss or a friendly fire incident. Because of this drawback, the lock-on after launch method has 2 sub-modes to choose from. The first of these is lock-on after launch high. By choosing this firing mode, the operator can stay behind cover, like behind a mountain range, and fire the missile so that when it leaves the rails, it'll climb at least 1,000 feet above an obstruction, such as a ridge, a bridge, or a building. Once over the obstruction, the missile will seek out a laser designator and lock on to the target. But while this method provides the highest chance of survival for the firing unit, it too has its drawbacks. The main drawback is the fact that once the Hellfire comes off the rail, it could lose its lock on the target if its view is obstructed by lower hanging clouds. We wouldn't recommend using this method on a cloudy day, as there's a high chance the missile could lose track of its target and fly off course. To compensate for this, the lock-on after launch low option is available. This sub-mode is essentially the same as lock-on after launch high, but instead of clearing a 1,000-foot obstruction, the Hellfire can only go over a 260-foot obstruction. However, the missile will not go higher than 600 feet, allowing it to fly under most low-hanging clouds and increasing its chance of maintaining its lock on target. But even though the Hellfire is incredibly versatile, there are a few drawbacks to using a laser designator. This has led to the development of the longbow Hellfire, which doesn't use the antiquated lasing target system. Lasing targets for the Hellfire is not as simple as pointing a laser beam at the enemy and watching freedom rain down on them from above. In fact, there's a ton of physics and science involved that makes something as simple as a giant laser pointer challenging to use on the battlefield. The first of these challenges is beam divergence. Generally speaking, the further away a target is from the observer, the greater the width of the beam will be. This results in the spot the Hellfire is seeking getting larger and larger the further away a target is from the operator. For example, if an operator is lasing an enemy tank near the maximum range of the Hellfire, the beam of divergence could be so great that rather than specifically lighting up the tank's side, the beam highlights the tank in general, leading to a lock on its tracks rather than the more vulnerable side armor. Though the tank would still be hit, this could result in just a mobility kill rather than a mission kill, meaning the tank could still continue firing at friendly forces. Another example of laser drawbacks come from a phenomenon called attenuation. This describes the overall strength of the beam that's reflected back to the Hellfire, using it for guidance. Beam divergence naturally increases attenuation, since the wider a beam is, the less energy gets reflected from a larger spot. However, weather conditions can make attenuation much worse. Heavy fog, dust, smoke, sand, and even rain will generate huge amounts of attenuation as the laser beam's energy is bounced off the particles in the air. As a result, using the Hellfire in adverse weather conditions severely impacts its effective range and accuracy. Attenuation can also affect the Hellfire's ability to lock on because of a condition known as backspatter. If heavy weather conditions are plaguing the battlefield, obscurants like sand, smoke, and fog can reflect greater amounts of energy than the target. As a result, the Hellfire could confuse a cloud or a particularly dense patch of dust in the air as the tank the operator was trying to destroy. The multiple woes don't stop there, as there are 2 more things that can affect its laser guidance system: overspill and underspill. These 2 conditions are usually seen at the extreme ends of Hellfire's range. At greater distances, the laser beam might spill some energy over the top of the target or could reflect off the ground in front of the target. This is because trying to laze a tiny target at extreme ranges can be extremely difficult under the best circumstances, much less under fire. As a result, the Hellfire could fly harmlessly over or fall short of the intended target. Because of these issues with laser guidance, the US military began working on a newer version of the Hellfire, one with a fire-and-forget ability that could be guided by its own onboard sensors. After years of research, the longbow variant was developed and was the first Hellfire to be truly self-guiding. Using its own radar, the Hellfire can receive a track either from the firing unit or just a rough position of the enemy. Once in flight, the longbow's radar seeker can send its energy beam to the target and then self-correct its course until eventually it delivers some explosive freedom with accuracy. And a sizable price tag, of course. Even though the Hellfire is incredibly versatile in how it can be fired, how exactly does it work? Let's look at the missile's journey from when it's fired to when it reaches its unfortunate target. Despite the variations between the different modes, Hellfire weighs in at between 97 and 108 pounds each. The missile itself is 5.3 feet long and has a diameter of 7 inches. It travels at around 950 miles per hour and is powered by solid-state rocket fuel. Despite the slight differences in weight between the models, each Hellfire has the same basic components. The propulsion section is the part of the missile that makes it move forward. It has enough fuel for about 2 to 3 seconds of burn time and generates up to 10 Gs of thrust in order to arm the missile once in flight. The seeker section is the part of the missile that receives the infrared signals sent from the laser designator or its own returns for longbows. Once the seeker section gets this data, it passes it along to the guidance section. The guidance section is the brains of the Hellfire, taking the data from the seeker section and sending commands to the control section. Once the control section receives a command, it uses a pneumatic actuation system to control a series of fins that move the missile up, down, left, and right, much like an airplane. As the Hellfire contacts the target, the impact sensor inside the warhead sends an electrical signal that sets off a fuse at the back of a shaped charge. Regardless of the variant, each Hellfire will have these basic components. However, over time, the US has made numerous improvements to the missiles, resulting in almost a dozen variants in the Hellfire family. Let's look at them and discuss what sets them all apart. The Alpha variant is the OG Hellfire. This was the basic model with all the previous features mentioned. In addition, it also had a low-smoke motor that made it hard to detect visually. However, this variant has the highest overall trajectories out of all the variants, since the technology required for lower-flying missiles wasn't available when it was first designed. The Bravo variant has improved low-visibility capabilities over the Alpha variant. This means that in areas with poor environmental conditions, the missile's less likely to lose track of the target. The rocket motor on this variant was also upgraded to decrease the amount of smoke it emits. Bravo variants are also equipped with a safe and arm device that provide an electrical and mechanical safety so the weapon can be transported safely, allowing the Navy and Marine Corps to store them on ships. The Charlie variants have all the same features as the Bravo ones, except they do not have a safe and arm device. Of note, the Alphas, Bravos, and Charlies are all equipped with a single-shaped charge warhead. Each guidance system is also analog and non-programmable. The Foxtrot variants incorporate the same technology as the Charlies, with the only difference being that the Foxtrots have a tandem warhead. These warheads are often equipped with 2 explosive charges which detonate one after the other, most often used to defeat reactive armor, a type of add-on armor plating comprised of 2 sheets of metal with a high explosive charge sandwiched in the middle. These add-on plates were created to protect armored vehicles, most often tanks, from shaped charges by detonating them before they could penetrate the vehicle's armor. By having 2 charges, a tandem warhead can detonate the reactive armor of a vehicle while allowing the second charge to go through the armor. The Kilo versions were a great leap in Hellfire technology. These were the first missiles to be both programmable and have digital autopilot. The Kilos can also reacquire a target even after flying through poor weather conditions like clouds. If the missile loses track, it's programmed to point itself down to get closer to the ground and past any weather obstructions, allowing it to once again lock onto its target. Kilos also come standard with tandem warheads in addition to being hardened against electronic countermeasures meant to take them down. As mentioned previously, the Longbow is the first and only Hellfire to have its own onboard radar seeker. The missile sports analog and digital guidance control systems, making it more resistant to emerging electronic countermeasures. The Longbow comes standard with tandem warheads and has improved all-weather capabilities for maintaining track. The Mike versions have most of the same features of the Longbow, such as resistance to countermeasures and all-weather capability. However, they differ in 2 main areas. Firstly, it still relies on the tried-and-true semi-active laser designation method. Secondly, it's equipped with a high fragmentation warhead. This new warhead was designed to be used against lightly armored opponents. Troops in the open, lightly armored vehicles, buildings, and small watercraft are all possible targets that a standard-shaped charge would not have as much effect against. November variants are one of the main types used by the Navy. This missile is similar to the Mike variants, except for the explosives. Here, the warhead has been replaced with a thermobaric warhead or a metal-augmented charge. Both the November and Mike variants have been designed to penetrate a structure or a ship first. Once inside, it detonates. The Papa variant is essentially a Kilo variant that's been modified for fixed-wing aircraft, primarily unmanned aerial systems. Romeo variants include all the capabilities of the previous Hellfires minus the millimeter-wave radar, with one major difference. Romeos have a dual-purpose warhead that's powerful enough to penetrate tank armor while also having the ability to cause serious damage to soft targets. The so-called Ninja missile or knife bomb, the AGM-114 R9X, is perhaps the most exotic and controversial of the entire Hellfire family. Carried on some of America's most secret armed drones, the R9X has a unique warhead. Instead of an explosive charge, the missile deploys 6 18-inch blades that are released from its midsection just before impact. These blades have a kill radius of approximately 3 feet and have been used in many high-profile strikes, including a 2017 strike that killed the deputy leader of Al-Qaeda, a 2019 strike that killed the mastermind behind the Cole bombing, and a 2020 strike that killed another senior Al-Qaeda operative. Because of the secretive nature of these weapons, they are exclusively used by units under the Special Operation Command and the CIA for targeted attacks against high-profile individuals. Even though the US has a ton of different Hellfire missiles, this legendary system is still getting upgrades. For many in the US defense sphere, maintaining and upgrading the system is a no-brainer. The missile has proven itself invaluable on the battlefield, providing the US Armed Forces with a variety of tactical advantages over their wide range of enemies. The first of these advantages is its precision guidance. As mentioned previously, whether a laser is guiding the Hellfire or if a longbow is using its own radar, the Hellfire is a very precise weapon. Because it is so precise, the chances of it causing collateral damage in a crowded urban environment is minimal. Additionally, the risk of friendly fire is also low. US commanders love Hellfires because of how modular they are. Though there are many different types, each one has a basic design, and that means the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Air Force units working with each other can all use the same type of ammunition. This improves interoperability and cuts down on the supply chain issues often created by having to source different ordnance for different aircraft. In addition to its modularity, its anti-armor capability is unparalleled. There's arguably not a single air-to-ground missile that has destroyed more tanks and armored vehicles than the Hellfire has done in the past 30 years. The Hellfire is by far the most combat-proven system for heliborne aviation supporting ground forces. It's no wonder why dozens of militaries have adopted the technology. Another reason militaries worldwide choose the Hellfire is because of target verification required to launch the missile. Whether the operator is lasing the target or a pilot tells the longbow where to go, a human has to have positively identified this enemy. Unlike indirect fire systems like artillery or unguided aerial bombs, there's a human involved in the process from the time the missile leaves the rails until it eventually explodes, at least most of the time. Such a feature is very appealing to the militaries who must adhere to strict rules of engagement when fighting unconventional enemies, while also following the laws of war and limiting civilian casualties. In addition to protecting innocent civilians from unnecessary damage, the Hellfire also protects firing units. With features such as exhaust cooling, no-smoke motors, and a minimal launch signature, the Hellfire is a great weapon that allows units to fire at the enemy with a low risk of return fire. On top of all this, the Hellfire is so special because of its proven track record. Whether fighting conventional conflicts against scores of armored vehicles or carrying out precision strikes to eliminate terrorist leaders, the Hellfire is a one-size-fits-all weapon. No matter the problem, the US and its allies have a weapon that can solve it. Because of that, the Hellfire will likely continue to serve for generations to come, despite its huge cost, due to how versatile and effective it's been on the battlefield. Russia is making big threats again, as another US weapons shipment to Ukraine is prepared, boasting of dire consequences and threatening to draw the US into the war directly. But something is different this time. Putin seems scared, and analysts say this new weapon could be a game changer. Why are US Patriot missiles the most important weapon systems to be sent to Ukraine so far in the Russia-Ukraine war? The Patriot missile, or the MIM-104 Patriot, is a surface-to-air missile system that has quickly distinguished itself from the crowd. Designed by defense contractor Raytheon and in service since its first incarnation in 1981, it's become the primary missile system for the United States and its allies. It gets its name from an acronym, Phased Array Tracking Radar to Intercept on Target. So it has more going for it than just a cool name. While its missiles deliver a powerful punch, its secret weapon is its radar component, and it made its debut with a splash. When it first appeared on the scene, its purpose was to gain a competitive edge in a war that most people hoped would never happen. Then came the Gulf War, as Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait and was met by a unified opposition from most of the world. As Saddam bombarded his enemies with deadly Scud missiles, the Patriot system went into action and reportedly neutralized 40 Scuds with its own missile barrage. It was an unambiguous success. Soon enough, everyone wanted one, and the US was happy to oblige. Today, the US has provided Patriot missile systems to many of its allies. This includes Middle Eastern allies Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, as well as Israel, who's used them effectively in the ongoing war with Hamas. South Korea and Japan have both been equipped with the missiles, as has Taiwan, likely in preparation for a possible attack by China. And in Europe, Germany, Spain, Sweden, Greece, Romania, and the Netherlands, all equipped with the system. But then came one game changer of a deal. It was early 2022 and Vladimir Putin's army was marching into Ukraine. Many people were worried he wouldn't stop there. After all, he had repeatedly said that NATO was not allowed to be on Russia's borders, and if he annexed Ukraine, that would put several countries, including Poland, in his crosshairs. The US wanted to send a message, so on March 9th it was announced that the US would be sending 2 Patriot missile systems to Poland to deter any possible invasion. And while it wasn't explicitly said, everyone knew it was a warning to Russia, and one that could have become a serious threat if Putin did conquer Ukraine. Of course, as we all know, things turned out very differently, and Ukraine asked, why can't we join the party? President Volodymyr Zelensky has not been shy about asking for more assistance, to the point where he's gotten into shouting matches with other world leaders who feel he's asking for too much. And one of his top goals has been to get his hands on the Patriot missile system, which would make it easier to accurately intercept Russian missiles. This could be a game changer in the war. Russia's attempts to invade and occupy Ukraine have largely been met with failure, as the Russian army has been expelled from multiple cities. The Russian Air Force isn't equipped for precision missions, so the main tactic Putin has been using is bombarding cities, essentially destroying the city of Mariupol and continuing to bombard the capital of Kyiv, which means that neutering this tactic could be a game changer. This isn't the first missile system Ukraine has asked for. They also requested an Iron Dome defense system from Israel. Israel declined, likely due to pressure from Russia, which has troops on its border with Syria, a nation with close ties to Russia. However, Israel maintains that the Iron Dome wouldn't be able to protect Ukraine from Russian missiles. The system is designed to fend off low-altitude Hamas rockets, which often come in large numbers. Its interceptor missiles aren't equipped to battle high-altitude missiles from Russia. But while that request didn't work out, this next one did. After months of requests, Washington decided to fulfill Ukraine's request for a Patriot system in early December, which could finally give Ukraine the firepower it needs to foil Russian attacks on civilian areas or defense infrastructure. While this is a major boon to Ukraine's defenses, it also hits Putin another way. It shows that for all its intimidation, NATO forces are not afraid to fortify Ukraine and give it what it needs to defend itself. The recent massive gains for Ukraine have changed the way people think about the conflict around the world, making the possibility of Ukraine actually winning the war and regaining all its territory, or even reclaiming the Crimean Peninsula, look like a possibility. And that means people want to be on the winning side. It won't be easy for Ukraine to take on these new weapons. The Patriot is a complex system that usually requires a crew of up to 90 trained soldiers to operate. The training required to operate the system takes more than 2 months, a big ask in the middle of a war. But it can operate in a pinch with a skeleton crew, and in the past, NATO has been impressed by how quickly Ukraine got the hang of weapons provided to them. If it works, it could be a game changer in taking away one of Putin's biggest threats to Ukraine, because winter is coming. In fact, it's here. Ever since Putin's army was pushed back from Kyiv and has since even been expelled from many eastern areas, he's focused on trying to break Ukraine's will, and one of his chief tactics has been targeting energy infrastructure. Power plants and even nuclear plants have been bombed repeatedly, plunging much of Ukraine into darkness and cutting off heating supplies. As the temperature drops well below freezing, life for Ukrainian civilians doesn't just become uncomfortable, it becomes dangerous. As military movements have slowed in the cold weather, Putin has kept up the bombardments, hoping to inflict a slow death on Ukraine. But that won't work if Ukraine has the means to fight back. The Patriot missile system is ultimately a defensive one, so it's not going to inflict any casualties on the Russian forces or target their military infrastructure, something Ukraine has had little problem with until now. What it can do is intercept Russian missiles before they hit their target, potentially sparing those essential power plants from a deadly blow. Until now, most of Ukraine's defenses have been made up of Cold War-era technology, usually inherited from the Soviet Union after Ukraine gained its independence. Ukraine has used it admirably, but there are limits to its capability that Putin has been taking advantage of. But he may have no answer for the Patriot. While drones will remain a threat, they're too small to be intercepted by the Patriot system. They also can't do nearly as much damage as Russian missiles. If the constant pounding of missiles could be stopped by the Patriot system, then it's likely Putin could once again find himself on his back foot, especially once the weather changes and Ukraine becomes more aggressive in trying to take back the territory it's lost in the early days of the war, which probably explains why Putin isn't all too happy with the US. Putin's made many dramatic statements over the course of this war, including threatening NATO directly and boasting his willingness to use nuclear weapons. As the conflict has dragged on and it became clearer that he would not be sweeping to victory, his belligerence only increased, and now he's once again boasting of dire consequences over this new investment. A military spokeswoman even said that providing this weapon system could mean that the United States has essentially become party to the war. Is Putin about to escalate? Well, he definitely wants people to think he is, hoping to bluff the US and NATO out of this upgraded missile shipment, but he's talked a big game over the course of the entire war and has rarely followed suit. If he was to directly attack US forces or target NATO in response to this delivery, it would be seen as a declaration of war, one that would immediately be met by military retaliation, and odds are that his new few remaining allies like China would immediately take a step back and say, "We're not with him." The generals under him would have to make a hard decision: follow Putin into a possible World War III or try for their own Operation Valkyrie. But that doesn't mean a response isn't likely. The Patriot isn't going to be causing any Russian casualties, so Putin can't realistically claim it's an escalation or a declaration of war. So what he's most likely to do is try to target the batteries instead of the infrastructure they're protecting. One effective bombing raid could neutralize the expensive equipment, but the problem is that the Patriot is designed with this in mind. They're highly accurate at shooting projectiles out of the air. And while Russia could try to overwhelm the system, it could easily fail and humiliate Putin further. And that could mean the future of this war looks very different. If the Patriot proves effective at shooting down Russian missiles, there's no doubt that Zelensky will ask for more batteries. This would be a big ask, but one that would have a lot of support. If most major cities and power infrastructures have a Patriot protecting them, Putin would only have two options left on the table: target infrastructure with drones or prepare another invasion force, neither of which has proven to be effective long-term strategy. That would shift the momentum firmly onto Ukraine's side, which would make it harder for Putin's allies in the West to argue that supporting Ukraine is a poor investment, and the Patriot is well equipped to make life very difficult for Putin. For one thing, the AGM-114 Patriot might be an expensive weapon, costing about $1 billion per unit, but that doesn't mean it's unwieldy. It might actually be the most efficient and mobile elite weapon in the US arsenal. It's designed to be mounted on trucks, and its fast and accurate missiles aren't just capable of taking down cruise and ballistic missiles, it can engage aircraft as well. With 8 launchers per battery, each equipped with 4 interceptor missiles and a highly accurate radar system, it can hit targets up to 80,000 feet away. That means it could potentially hit missiles while they're still being fired from Russia. And that could give Russia a much bigger headache. Russia's biggest problem isn't on the battlefield at the moment, it's a supply issue. They've been embargoed by much of the world, prohibited from buying any non-essential goods. Even China has been hesitant to arm Russia for the war in Ukraine, wanting to play both sides against each other. Pretty much its only willing supplier has been Iran, and they don't have the capability to restock Russia's arsenal, which means that as Russia has been depleting its missile stores faster than anyone expected, without the possibility of restocking, and Patriot missiles start shooting them out of the sky before they hit their target, it could essentially disarm Russia, which means this upcoming delivery could be a tipping point. Russia has warned the US away from delivering Patriot missile systems to Ukraine, but the US seems confident. Russia has never looked weaker in this war, and its threats don't carry as much weight as they used to, which means Putin might be more desperate than ever before and will try anything he can to take Ukraine's powerful new defense tool off the table. To maintain a robust strategic deterrence, the United States splits its nuclear delivery systems across 3 viable paths: nuclear-capable bombers, submarine-launched ballistic missiles, and land-based missile silos. These 3 deterrents make up the U.S. nuclear triad, a concept we'll explain soon. The United States began to build nuclear missile silos in 1959 when the technology for intercontinental ballistic missiles, or ICBMs, began to become available. These silos, which now house the Minuteman III ICBM, complete with their 400-kiloton nuclear warheads, stretch from Montana to Missouri at their peak. After the end of the Cold War, many of these missile silos were decommissioned, but as of 2020, 400 Minuteman silos remain active in the Great Plains. There are also many more decommissioned sites from the earlier Peacekeeper, Titan, and Atlas ICBM programs, some of which are even available for private purchase if you can pony up the cash. Why did the Air Force, the branch of the armed forces that controls the ICBM program, decide to build the current Minuteman silos only in the Great Plains states? There were several good reasons for the site selection. Well, the Great Plains had the shortest launch trajectory to attack targets in the Soviet Union, as missiles there would have an easier time going over the North Pole and reaching their designated targets in the USSR's territory. The Great Plains are also far enough away from the coasts to give America enough time to launch a counteroffensive in case it came under attack from submarine-launched ballistic missiles. The places around these silos are also sparsely populated, meaning that enemy attacks on the ICBM silos would leave comparatively minimal collateral damage. Finally, being so deep into the interior of the U.S. naturally meant that these silos were and still are well beyond the reach of a conventional enemy attack. Their location was not the only means of defense the silos had. Minuteman and other ballistic missile silos were constructed as underground fortresses, parts of which stretch hundreds of feet deep. In fact, a couple of years ago, a rich businessman in Kansas bought a decommissioned silo that stretched 150 feet underground. He went on to turn it into a luxury survival condo. Being buried deep underground makes these silos harder to attack. Their depth serves as a formidable layer of security that many value in case of nuclear war. Getting into a nuclear missile silo, one that's active anyway, is far from easy. Ironically, nuclear silos are located on private lands, where the landowner has an incentive to prevent trespassing or other shenanigans. The silo's first line of defense is a fence. Beyond it is a radar security sensor that'll detect any object on the ground beyond the fence. If someone or something fishy is making waves, word will be sent to the numerous fully armed two-man security response teams who will investigate the disturbance. If you check out as an approved visitor, you'll need a security code to go through the personnel access hatch, which weighs over 2,000 pounds, so you're better off not trying to break through it. Afterward, you must travel through a 90-foot shaft that ends with a 14,000-pound barrier device known as the B-plug. Don't try to break through this one either, as nothing you have will work. Even if you brought a jackhammer or powerful explosives, only a second security code will allow one to pass this point. Out of concern that those plugs would not allow fast enough access to thwart an internal attack, in the unlikely event that a group of terrorists were to infiltrate the silo, while the B-plug permits access, newer, faster operating ones were installed in the late 2000s, and now those are being further upgraded. Thanks to these new devices, which have their own unique energy sources by use of fast-spinning flywheel, nuclear silos are better protected against unconventional attacks. A silo's construction materials are another form of defense. They're built to withstand earthquakes and other natural or man-made disasters. Shock absorbers are built around sensitive electronic equipment. In their main makeup, nuclear missile silos are constructed from heavily reinforced concrete. The aforementioned silo in Kansas has concrete walls that are 9 feet thick. Some of the reinforced concrete in Minuteman silos are designed to withstand pressures of up to 2,000 psi. Although this sounds impressive, it's not enough to withstand a nearby nuclear blast, even if it's not a direct hit. And modern ICBM warheads are so accurate that they would almost certainly experience a direct hit if these silos were to become a target. This vulnerability is one of the reasons why some defense observers argue that the land-based ICBM program should be scrapped altogether, as unlike submarines and bombers, silos are stationary and sitting ducks in the event that the worst comes to happen. On the other hand, the silos are designed to be able to survive a nuclear attack by being spaced far enough away from one another as to make a complete decapitation of their capability unlikely. The surviving silos would then be able to launch a retaliatory nuclear strike. For example, the South Dakota Minuteman missile field at its peak in 1987 stretched across much of the western part of the state. It would take a sophisticated strike indeed to knock all of them out before at least some of them would be able to retaliate. The South Dakota field has since been decommissioned, but many such missile fields remain in service in states like North Dakota. The Air Force maintains such capabilities to enhance the mission of deterrence, which is as much psychological as physical. If an adversary knows that its first strike is likely to fail in removing America's ability to retaliate with its own nuclear weapons, an attempt at such a first strike becomes less probable. This is especially important fact to keep in mind as China builds 250 new ICBM-capable missile silos in 3 separate fields, as part of their modernization of its nuclear forces in both quantity and quality, as fears of a new Cold War and nuclear arms race grow once again. The process for launching an ICBM is surprisingly simple, though naturally there are safeguards in place to ensure that there are no mistaken or corrupted launches. First, the president must decide that a nuclear launch is warranted. The decision may not be as simple as it seems, since in any such apocalyptic scenario, he may have as little as 7 minutes to be briefed and make the decision before enemy nuclear missiles may or may not impact the United States. There have been several close calls where things appearing on radar have seemed like incoming nuclear missiles but were not. For example, on March 15, 1980, a Soviet submarine operating near the Kuril Islands launched 4 missiles as part of a training exercise. An American early warning radar system suggested that one of the missiles was heading for the U.S., which forced a conclave of defense officials to hastily convene and assess if the threat was real. They concluded it was not, but this incident and others on both sides of the Iron Curtain showed how pressed for time leaders might be before being forced to make such a world-changing decision. With hypersonic missiles on the way, we could expect the situation to get even worse in the future. Should the president decide to authorize the launch, he'll inform the National Military Command Center, NMCC, at the Pentagon, which has a number of prepackaged nuclear response scenarios on standby. His identity must be verified, first through use of a unique code. If that code is valid, orders are sent to the launch crews, and all 400 of the Minuteman missiles currently in service could be in the air within minutes of receiving the presidential order. This scenario is called the Launch on Warning scenario, which leaves little room for error. The president also has the authority to authorize a nuclear first strike, largely under the same procedures. In either scenario, once the president makes his decision, it is final. As for the crew itself, there is a maze of fail-safes that they must navigate in order to successfully launch their payload. In the earlier Titan II program, a series of electronic and mechanical waypoints needed to be passed in order to command the missile to launch. For example, there was a lock that required inputting a 6-digit code. There were only 7 chances to get the 17 million possible combinations correct. On the 8th attempt, the lock would commit electronic suicide, and there was no way to hack the codes either. If you were trying to guess it, you'd need to do it the old-fashioned way. To use the words of a director at the Titan II Silo Museum, the final step was for the crew commanders to turn separate keys simultaneously for 5 seconds. These keys needed to be held in their proper position, and it was impossible for one operator to turn both keys at the same time. Although the Titan II program is retired, similar safeguards are in place for the current Minuteman program. America's nuclear missile silos, even those operating in the year 2022, have what seem to be extremely primitive computing technology. You might be mistaken in thinking that it's still the 70s or the 1980s if you actually get a step inside an active silo. The Minuteman's operating system is called the Strategic Automated Command and Control System, or SACS. Missileers, as the personnel stationed in the silos are known, cannot simply Google their instructions or retrieve them through a database. They must instead do research the old-fashioned way by flipping through mounds of paper in giant black folders to find the right instructions. When computers are used, there are peculiarities you'll find nowhere else. For many years, the SACS system will still be retained not only on floppy disks, but the ancient 8-inch floppies. These have finally been retired, but the smaller ones that you might remember if you had the good fortune of experiencing the 80s and the 90s remain in service. As the Air Force is currently modernizing the ICBM program, these disks too are expected to go to the electronic graveyard, but the Air Force had a good reason for the retention of the ancient systems. The SACS system is ironically far safer from cyber attacks than the more modern software. The system is not connected to the internet, and since it has no IP address, it cannot be hacked. Unfortunately, this otherwise extremely attractive quality also means that maintenance on the system is harder, since modern military engineers are inadequate and the Air Force usually needs to call in civilian specialists who can, among other things, solder metal. Newer systems will be easier to maintain. Still, the silos won't change overnight, as the Air Force will undoubtedly want to ensure that robust safeguards are in place before replacing SACS. As the realm of cyber war grows more sophisticated, this means that this system will stay around for at least a few more years. So for now, we can all sleep safely, knowing that Russia, China, or Skynet won't be able to hack America's ICBMs. There was one eerie incident that could have triggered such a scenario, though. On October 23, 2010, Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming lost control of its 50 live Minuteman III missiles for nearly an hour. Had an unauthorized launch attempt come during that window, there would have been no way for the Air Force to stop it. The cause of the incident was later shown to be a faulty circuit card installed during routine maintenance of the SACS system. The incident is a reminder that despite the dangers of cyber warfare, there are still good reasons to modernize the ICBM program. A missile flies through the air at over 5 times the speed of sound. It swerves to avoid countermeasures that try to stop it. The target is within sight. The hypersonic missile adjusts its course one last time before altering its angle of descent and racing toward a high-priority military target. This is the fastest missile in the world, and nothing can stop it. Unfortunately for the United States military, hypersonic missile technology is one of the only things they haven't managed to master yet. Even worse news for the United States is that the 2 countries that are ahead of them in hypersonic missile development are Russia and China. As of right now, it seems unlikely that these countries would go to war with one another, but that could all change in an instant. Russia is constantly pushing its luck when it comes to invading neighbors and influencing foreign affairs around the world. China is becoming a superpower whose economy will likely outgrow the United States in the coming years, making them one of the dominant forces in the world. All of these things have raised tensions over the last decade that will not cool anytime soon. The United States, Russia, and China all want to have power and the ability to spread their influence across the globe. Hypersonic missiles are one type of technology many military strategists believe will allow them to do this. What are these futuristic weapons? Why are they important? And how has the United States fallen so far behind in the development of hypersonic missiles? Let's find out. There is a technical difference between supersonic and hypersonic weapons. Supersonic means that something travels faster than Mach 1, or the speed of sound. Hypersonic, on the other hand, means that an object is traveling faster than Mach 5, or 5 times the speed of sound. There are plenty of problems that aircraft and missiles encounter when traveling above the speed of sound, but as an object approaches hypersonic speeds, all sorts of inconvenient phenomena begin to occur. Mach 5 is about 3,836 miles per hour. This is incredibly fast for any man-made object. In fact, at these speeds, there are some huge obstacles that the missile object needs to overcome to prevent it from being ripped apart by friction and heat. Almost every spacecraft that's ever re-entered the atmosphere and landed safely traveled at hypersonic speeds. When NASA space shuttles were still in use, they would exceed Mach 25, or around 17,500 miles per hour, during re-entry. Therefore, hypersonic crafts aren't new. It's the true hypersonic missiles and their maneuvering capabilities that the United States is struggling with right now. The goal for a hypersonic missile is not only to travel faster than Mach 5 without being torn apart, but also to be able to maneuver aerodynamically at these speeds. Hypersonic missiles must be able to dodge defenses and change course at a moment's notice. There are a few problems with overcoming the challenges associated with maneuverability at hypersonic speeds, all of which have seemed to plague the U.S. Department of Defense research teams for decades. One of the most challenging aspects of creating viable hypersonic missiles is that they need to be able to withstand a huge amount of heat while traveling and turning through the air. When making adjustments at Mach 5 and above, the missile's casing can be heated to over 2,000 degrees Celsius or 3,632 degrees Fahrenheit. Obviously, this can be a problem when carrying a powerful explosive. The missile must be able to shed the heat while maintaining its shape and structure. It also must be able to keep the combustible materials inside cool so that it doesn't explode when adjusting course. Maneuvering at hypersonic speeds doesn't just generate massive amounts of heat around the hull of the missile, it also causes turbulence. As a hypersonic missile exceeds Mach 5, it experiences a buildup of air pressure in front of it. When the missile passes through the air, the built-up pressure at the front of the missile collapses into the space behind it, and it creates a sonic boom. The compression of air and the buildup of pressure causes a massive amount of turbulence. The aerodynamic shape of the missile helps the airflow around it, but there is no getting around the jostling that comes with hypersonic flight. This means that the missile needs to be able to withstand a beating before reaching its target. All of the shaking can cause components to come loose and systems to malfunction. This is a huge problem when everything about a hypersonic missile needs to be incredibly precise. But there are even bigger issues that need to be addressed before a hypersonic missile can fly. In order for the engines aboard a hypersonic missile to work, there needs to be a way to ignite the fuel within the booster while it's traveling at hypersonic speeds. Aircraft that travel faster than sound but below Mach 5 use an engine called a ramjet that uses the compressed air at the front of the vessel to feed oxygen into its engine. However, once a missile or aircraft reaches hypersonic speeds, the air traveling through the engine moves so fast that the entire combustion process is thrown off. On larger craft such as the Space Shuttle, there are self-contained systems that generate power and thrust, allowing the engines to continue functioning even at hypersonic speeds. Unfortunately, hypersonic missiles are too small to contain their own power sources and therefore need to use what's called a scramjet engine to maintain speed and power. This is where the problems start to come in. Scramjet engines are still being developed in the United States. There are some that have already been tested successfully but never aboard a missile. The scramjet engines work similarly to the ramjets, except the air flowing through them needs to be slowed down so that the ignition timing is in sync with the airflow. If there's too much fuel or too little oxygen during the combustion process, the engine could stall, and the missile would fall from the sky. The problem is further exacerbated when the missile needs to turn or adjust course. Every movement will change the rate of airflow going into the engine, which will then need to be taken into account in order to keep the combustion happening at the right intervals. Yet, even though these challenges make hypersonic missile technology incredibly difficult to achieve, it has been done. Both China and Russia have operational hypersonic missiles. Now, it's important to keep in mind that operational doesn't necessarily mean they're mass-producing these weapons, or that they can even get them to work all the time. It means that they've successfully tested hypersonic missiles and are able to replicate the process. However, most military experts outside of these countries are suspicious of how accurate the hypersonic missiles developed in China and Russia actually are. Creating a missile that can fly at hypersonic speeds is one thing, but using a missile to hit a precise target is totally a different story. Therefore, the hypersonic missiles currently developed probably are not the most effective. But the fact remains that China and Russia are still further along in the hypersonic missile race than the United States. If nothing else, the flight of hypersonic missiles by China and Russia has forced the US and its allies to invest more time, money, and manpower into creating operational hypersonic missiles in order to move to the next phase of warfare. There are currently two different types of hypersonic missile delivery systems being used. The first is the hypersonic glide vehicle, which consists of a large ballistic missile that contains a hypersonic missile inside of it. Once the ballistic missile reaches upper atmosphere, it releases the glide vehicle. As the glide vehicle plummets toward the surface of the Earth, it engages its engines and accelerates to hypersonic speeds. The hypersonic glide vehicles use a mixture of the planet's gravity and its engines to reach speeds over Mach 5 as they close in on the target. The problem is that in order to get these missiles to the right altitude for deployment, they have to first be carried into the sky by a much larger rocket that's traveling at slower speeds. This makes the delivery rocket with a hypersonic missile inside of it more vulnerable to being shot down during the launch process. The second type of hypersonic missile that's been developed is the hypersonic cruise missile. These are what every military around the world is working on perfecting. Hypersonic cruise missiles employ scramjet technology that allows them to travel at hypersonic speeds all on their own. They can be launched from an aircraft already moving at supersonic speeds and then accelerate beyond Mach 5 as they travel to their target. Once fired from the delivery vehicle, the hypersonic cruise missile will use state-of-the-art navigation systems to avoid enemy defenses and destroy its target. So, the question is, what type of hypersonic missiles do the Chinese and Russians have, and how far behind them is the US? On December 26, 2018, Russia launched its newest ballistic missile, the RS-28 Sarmat, from a base in the Ural Mountains. On board the ballistic missile was a hypersonic glide vehicle called an Avangard. The ballistic missile carried Avangard into the stratosphere and deployed it. The Avangard accelerated back toward the Earth and carried out a number of zigzagging patterns for over 3,700 miles above Siberia at Mach 27. It then crashed in the Kamchatka Peninsula. This was all information that the Russian military provided, so it needs to be taken with a grain of salt. Upon completion of the test, Russian President Vladimir Putin reportedly called Avangard the perfect New Year's gift for the country. Even scarier than Putin's remarks is the fact that after the test, the Russian Defense Ministry informed the world that they now had put a nuclear warhead on the Avangard and that they were the first country to be armed with not only hypersonic weapons, but hypersonic nukes. Russia also has a second hypersonic missile called the Kinzhal. This is closer in design to a hypersonic cruise missile, although it is slightly different. It does not use a scramjet engine to maintain its speed, but instead uses a conventional rocket engine that's designed to withstand enormous pressures and turbulence. The Kinzhal is claimed to be able to reach Mach 12 using this brute force technique, but this has not been confirmed. What we do know about this missile is that it seems to be a modified 9K-720 Iskander. The 9K-720 Iskander is hardly a short-range ballistic missile. The Russians have claimed to put a sophisticated guidance system on board that allows the Kinzhal to still hit its target even while traveling at hypersonic speeds. The main problem with the Kinzhal is that it's more like a drag racer than a sleek aerodynamic missile. It can achieve hypersonic speeds while also maintaining its hull integrity, but only when flying in a straight line. It's claimed to be able to maneuver while on its flight path, but there is no evidence to support that the Kinsale is able to change direction drastically once it passes Mach 5. China has created a hypersonic glide missile similar to the Avangard called the DF-ZF. It's deployed from a DF-17 rocket, which is what carries the hypersonic glide vehicle into the upper atmosphere before deploying it. Once deployed, the DF-ZF can reach hypersonic speeds, but it's estimated that it tops out somewhere between Mach 5 and Mach 10. The DF-ZF was designed as an anti-naval ship weapon, which has put the United States on edge, as one of the most powerful weapons in the Pacific is its aircraft carriers. Like with Russia's missiles, it's still unclear if the DF-ZF has an operational guidance system that makes it accurate, or if it's just a very fast weapon that may or may not land somewhere close to its target. Even though both Russia and China have designed and seem to have successfully launched hypersonic missiles, it's unlikely that they found a way to make them accurate enough to hit an actual target. This brings us back to the United States and why they seem so far behind on the race to create operational hypersonic missiles. When we look at the Department of Defense's track record with hypersonic missiles, it is not good. In fact, over the past decade, there have been many more failures than successes. The frustrating part for the engineers and researchers working on these projects is that they constantly run into roadblocks and preventable catastrophes. If they were given the resources and funds they needed for the project, the United States would likely already have basic hypersonic missiles. The craziest part about many of the failed tests is that they were caused by faulty boosters and separation mechanisms. In these cases, the missiles were destroyed before reaching hypersonic speeds, so a ton of data was either lost or never collected. In fact, documents that have been released indicate that out of the 16 hypersonic missile tests carried out since 2010, a quarter of them failed as a result of the conventional rocket booster malfunctioning. Another 2 tests failed because of separation problems, and a final test failed due to undisclosed reasons, meaning that almost 50% of the tests ended before the missile could reach hypersonic speed. That being said, the United States has had a successful test in recent years, which means the US has finally entered the hypersonic missile theater. However, it was several years later than both China and Russia. At this point, the United States is still pretty far behind both countries when it comes to hypersonic technology. We don't truly know how many failures both China and Russia had before successfully launching and flying their hypersonic missiles due to a lack of transparency from their governments and tight control of media outlets. One of the main reasons the US is so far behind these other countries is because military leaders didn't feel that there was a pressing need to develop hypersonic missile technology. By the time they figured out that Russia and China were already on the cutting edge of this technology, the US had only run a handful of tests, none of which were successful, and didn't have the infrastructure to ramp up research and production. Bureaucracy has definitely played a role in the lack of funding and seriousness around the United States' hypersonic missile projects. Without a sense of urgency around the development of these missiles, progress was slow. And now the United States is regretting its previous decisions when it comes to these weapons. In the last several years, the Air Force has been submitting investment portfolios and plans to build better test ranges to develop hypersonic missile technology. But due to budget constraints, many of these necessities have been turned down. This is incredibly frustrating for the research and development teams who know how vital these missiles will be in the future. Even more important than the test ranges themselves is the need for underground tunnels where the missiles can be safely tested. As far as we know, there's only one underground tunnel in the United States that can withstand both the speed and temperatures associated with testing hypersonic missile technology. The caveat is that this tunnel does not belong to the Air Force. Instead, it belongs to NASA. Unsurprisingly, NASA has its own technology and missions to focus on, so finding time to use the testing tunnel can be extremely difficult. But it's not just a lack of funding and resources that stalled hypersonic missile research for the US, it also has to do with timing. In the 1990s, it looked as if the United States would be the first country to master hypersonic technology. They were light years ahead of any other competitor and had a plethora of aircraft designs that looked promising. Not to mention the space shuttle had been in operation for over a decade. Then, conflict broke out. The Gulf War, followed by instability in the Middle East, led the U.S. to dedicate more time, money, and resources to existing technology that had already proven itself in combat, rather than developing new tech. Vehicles like the F-14 Tomcat and the F-22 Raptor were produced in high numbers while hypersonic missile technology was put on the back burner. Now that tensions are once again beginning to flare up with Russia, and a new threat to American influence abroad is presented by a growing Chinese economy and military, the United States government has started throwing money at advanced weapons research. However, it might be a little too late. In 2020, the Pentagon allocated just over $2 billion for developing hypersonic tech. Then in 2021, this number was raised to $3.2 billion. In the year 2022, as this video is being made, the US government is devoting $3.8 billion to the future development of hypersonic technology. To be fair, there are around 70 hypersonic programs that the government is funding, and not all have to do with hypersonic missiles, but at least 7 that we know of do, which would be more hypersonic missiles than the United States currently has. The United States also has another advantage when it comes to developing hypersonic technology. Unlike Russia and China, the US has an entire private sector to pull resources and technology from. Companies like SpaceX, Boeing, and Blue Origin are all working on their own hypersonic technology as they develop their space tourism vessels. The United States government can contract out these companies or piggyback on their ideas and tech. There's also another large difference between what the United States sees its hypersonic missiles becoming compared to the other two nations. It seems that hypersonic missiles both Russia and China have developed are mainly created to deliver nuclear payloads to a target. If this is true, then those missiles only need to be relatively accurate. As they strike anywhere near their target, the nuclear payload will do the rest of the work. The United States is currently focusing its efforts on creating hypersonic missiles that can be precise and deliver a non-nuclear warhead. This means what the US is trying to do with its hypersonic missile program is much more complex than the missiles that have been developed in Russia and China. If a nuke is fired, it doesn't really matter if it's delivered on a hypersonic missile or a ballistic missile, the result will be the same. Nuclear war between world powers will break out and the planet will be destroyed by nuclear winter. At that point, hypersonic technology will be a moot point. But if the United States can develop hypersonic missile technology that is accurate while also delivering a conventional explosive, the missile would be an excellent deterrent and an unstoppable weapon in battle. At this point, all 3 countries have plans to expand their hypersonic missile technology. Russia's working on their 3M-22 Zircon hypersonic anti-ship missile, which will need to be much more maneuverable and accurate than anything they've created thus far. China, on the other hand, is working toward completing their DF-41 program, which will be a hypersonic fragmentation orbital bombardment system. The United States is still technically behind in the hypersonic missile game, but they're closing the gap fast. It's only a matter of time until the US develops a working hypersonic missile. The question is, did they give their adversaries too much of a head start? In Eastern Europe, the war over Ukraine has heated up to unprecedented levels. Despite being cautioned against it, the Russian President Vladimir Putin has authorized the use of chemical weapons against the stubborn Ukrainian resistance. Thousands have died since the attacks began. The President of the United States had warned Putin there would be an appropriate response if he dared to use weapons of mass destruction. Stockpiles of American VX gas had been moved to Europe in anticipation of just such an event, and now cruise missiles laden with the deadly gas rain down amongst Russian troops. VX is banned by the UN's Chemical Weapons Convention of 1993, but the US has retained its Cold War-era stockpiles as a deterrent. Now, thousands of Russian soldiers die as the deadly nerve agent paralyzes their bodies, and they slowly asphyxiate to death. Russia is quick to respond with the use of low-yield tactical nuclear weapons inside NATO bases in Poland. President Putin claims these bases are legitimate targets, as it's thought here that the NATO and partner nations such as Japan and Australia have been resupplying the Ukrainian army. Thousands more die in the attacks, and NATO responds in kind. Just hours later, NATO nuclear weapons are striking bases along the Russian border, destroying troops, armored vehicles, aircraft, and thousands of tons of critical supplies badly needed by Russian forces inside Ukraine. For 12 hours, there is no reply, and the world breathes a sigh of relief. Perhaps this small exchange of tactical nuclear weapons is enough. Maybe a full-blown nuclear confrontation can be avoided. Those hopes are dashed, however, as 12 hours and 11 minutes after the first nuclear strikes inside Russia, Russia's nuclear forces unleash a small but deadly salvo against NATO's strongest member, the United States. The United States has approximately half an hour to react, but can the US rally, defend the homeland from a nuclear attack? The first line of defense against nuclear weapons comes with detection, and for this task, the United States has been operating Defense Support Program satellites for decades. The special satellites use very sensitive infrared sensors to detect the telltale infrared plume of a rocket launch, and they do it from a geosynchronous orbit, many thousands of miles above the Earth. Their unique orbit allows them to always face the same side of the Earth at all times, so they can remain vigilant 24/7 and have zero lapse in surveillance. Traditional satellites that orbit the Earth will only be able to observe one part of the Earth for a limited time, and even constellations of satellites can produce coverage gaps over time. An added defense, the high altitude of DSP satellites make them difficult to destroy or interfere with from Earth, making them more resilient during a conflict. Defense Support Program satellites are aging, however, and currently being replaced with the new generation space-based infrared system, which builds on the core concepts of DSP and adds more robust capabilities, such as better resolution to detect the launch of even smaller, shorter-range missiles, and an increased resiliency against attempts to spoof, jam, or destroy them. Cyber's Hygeo-1 was launched on May 7, 2011, and 2 other classified satellites believed to be a part of the program were also launched in 2006 and 2008. Further satellites have since been launched, giving the United States a robust early warning capability. Cyber's LOW was planned to be a constellation of 24 lower-orbit satellites meant to also track ballistic missiles, but with the ability to distinguish between warheads and decoys, a critical need if an incoming nuclear attack is to be stopped. The system would have had 2 major sensors, a scanning infrared sensor which would acquire ballistic missiles during the boost stage of flight, and a tracking infrared sensor which would follow the missiles and also track warheads, debris, and decoys. Cyber's LOW was eventually absorbed into the Space Tracking and Surveillance System program, which aimed to test technologies for the tracking of missiles to aid in targeting. STSS proved to be very successful, tracking not just traditional ballistic missiles and their payloads, but even intermediate-range ballistic missiles which have a shorter flight time and are thus harder to track and target. In tests, the STSS program was successfully destroying intermediate-range ballistic missiles by guiding interceptors to their targets. The program further proved its capabilities on the 8th of July 2011 when it was tested against a short-range air-launched target, simulating a shorter-range air-launched cruise or similar missile. Since these missiles are already hoisted up high into the atmosphere, they're much smaller and dimmer, as they require less powerful rockets burning for a shorter amount of time to get them to their target. In September 2021, the 2 satellites taking part in STSS testing were decommissioned and moved to higher orbits to prevent accidental collisions in the future with other objects in the same orbit. Since then, the US has been very secretive about any low-altitude missile tracking and targeting systems, but it's likely they're looking for more survivable options given the proliferation of anti-satellite weapons in the militaries of China and Russia. Once an incoming missile is tracked, targeting data can be fed to interceptor systems, and of those, the US has a few with varying rates of success. During the Cold War, President Ronald Reagan imagined a comprehensive anti-ballistic missile defense system that would make the United States safe from nuclear attack. Since then, attempts to implement successful missile defense systems have proven difficult. The main problem is that ballistic missiles are moving at thousands of miles an hour, giving any defenses very little time to react, and even less time to launch a second set of countermeasures if the first fails. The second problem is the sheer altitude of an incoming ballistic missile. These missiles leave the atmosphere and cruise through space for the mid-course portion of their flight, meaning that any defense against ballistic missiles requires the ability to reach up and into space. This requires a missile of significant size if taking the traditional ballistic approach. Another option is laser weapons, but they're mostly ineffective due to atmospheric scattering, and would instead need to be installed on satellites. Thanks to dispersal of the beam, though, these satellites would have to be fairly low in orbit, which means you would need a lot of them to maintain a constant screen of protection over the US homeland. The next issue is actually hitting the missile itself. Our best option for missile defense is kinetic, meaning that the best method we have for destroying a nuclear ballistic missile is by using another missile. However, this requires 2 missiles moving at thousands of miles per hour to physically ram into each other. A ballistic missile is moving so fast that a traditional anti-air kill method, such as fragmentation warheads that only require a missile get close to its target to shred it with shrapnel, simply aren't effective. Plus, ballistic missiles are large, and once they're in their mid-course phase, simply shredding some critical systems isn't going to stop it from releasing its nuclear payload on your head. It's been described as hitting a bullet with another bullet, and requires math so precise it would make Einstein himself cry to sleep at night. Even the slightest miscalculation or a particularly strong gust of wind as the interceptor rises to the sky could be enough to spell a miss, and thus the US has developed some very powerful computers to guide interceptors to their targets. To be safe, though, an intercept attempt will typically involve multiple interceptors. But there's yet another hurdle in knocking out any incoming enemy ballistic missiles: decoys and countermeasures. A modern missile is capable of carrying multiple warheads, but only some of these will be real. The rest will be dummy warheads meant to lure enemy interceptors. This means that it's best to intercept the missile before it has a chance to release its payload. But this is highly unlikely and requires missile defenses very close to the launch site. It's the entire reason that Russia has been so cautious about US missile defenses in Europe, and China has joined in after the deployment of US missile defenses to South Korea. With multiple decoys, an interceptor has to strike the correct target, or else you've just wasted a very expensive missile of your own and accomplished nothing. But ballistic missiles will also carry chaff to confuse radar tracking the incoming warheads, basically a cloud of highly radar-reflective material. It's unstealth technology meant to be as visible as possible and thus confuse radar, making targeting impossible. The best or worst part is that it's really cheap too, basically costing only a few $1,000s while defeating radars and computer systems costing tens of millions of dollars. So how in the world does the US defend against a nuclear attack? The main defense against nuclear attacks on the homeland seeks to destroy the enemy missile during the mid-course phase. This is when the missile has entered space and is cruising along, making small adjustments and preparing to enter the atmosphere. This will be the largest portion of the missile's flight path, depending on how far away the target is. To knock enemy missiles out of space, the US has developed the ground-based mid-course defense system. These large missiles are designed to fly into space and smack head-on to an enemy missile, using a dummy kinetic kill warhead to smash the enemy missile into dust. The system consists of approximately 60 interceptors deployed in 2 bases, one in Fort Greely, Alaska, and one in Vandenberg Space Force Base, California. A third site was proposed to be based in Poland, but Russia got extremely upset over it and was eventually canceled. This geographic dispersal allows GMD missiles to knock out threats coming from Europe, which would be traveling over the North Pole, and threats from Asia or the Pacific. If you're wondering how the system defends against missile launches from enemy submarines close to shore, it doesn't. And you better hope that on that day the US Navy's on the ball and hunting down hostile subs. The GMD system is made up of 6 main subsystems. The first is the Exo-Atmospheric Kill Vehicle. This consists of a solid metal 140-pound interceptor fitted with various maneuvering thrusters. These thrusters wouldn't help the kill vehicle accelerate, but are instead there to help the interceptor make course adjustments and hit its target with pinpoint accuracy. The Exo-Atmospheric Kill Vehicle was meant to be replaced with a redesigned kill vehicle in 2025, but the contract was canceled due to serious design problems detected by the Department of Defense. A replacement will have to wait until the next generation interceptor program begins to mature. Next is the Boost Vehicle, the massive rocket that carries the interceptor up into space. This comes with its own missile silo and silo interface vault, all located underground. The Battle Management Command, Control, and Communication System, or BMC-3, helps guide the missile to its target by feeding it targeting data and ensuring uninterrupted communications with the interceptor and boost vehicle. Ground-based radar, space-based early warning radars, and forward-based X-band radars all make up the final subsystems of the GMD program. These veritable fleet of radars are all designed to provide high-resolution data during various phases of an incoming missile's flight, and their capabilities are classified at the highest levels. It's thought that these highly sensitive radar systems are so capable that they can detect aliens farting inside their UFOs, and they need to be if they're going to have any chance of hitting an incoming ballistic missile with another missile. GMD's effectiveness has been a subject of much contention, especially since it's cost the US billions of dollars. To date, the system has a success rate of about 55%, and critics are quick to point out that none of these tests have been carried out against dummy targets using a full suite of countermeasures. In reality, one could expect a success rate much lower than 55%. Luckily, the US has additional layers of protection against nuclear missiles. In response to Russia's anger over the proposed deployment of a missile shield in Poland, the US shifted focus to the development of the Aegis ballistic missile defense system. This system is split into 2 components. The ABMD is designed to destroy short to intermediate range ballistic missiles while they're still in the atmosphere, either on ascent if close enough to a launch site, or more likely on descent. Aegis BMD, also known as Sea-Based Midcourse, is designed to intercept ballistic missiles during their flight through space, and thus is capable of targeting missiles of any range. The origin of this program is in the mid-1980s with President Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative, the much vaunted attempt at creating a shield against any missile threat. Initially, SDI called for space-based railguns, but 40 years on and railgun technology is far from mature, with the US Navy canceling its own railgun cannon project. A new system known as Lightweight Exo-Atmospheric Projectile, or LEAP, was developed and testing began in conjunction with the sophisticated Aegis system. LEAP would eventually lead to several successful tests against ballistic missile targets and become Aegis Ballistic Missile Defense, using the standard Missile 3 to pulverize a ballistic missile. The first Block 1 system was delivered in October 2004, and an Aegis 3.0 update delivered in 2005. The world's best air defense system had just gotten the capability to knock ballistic missiles out of the sky. Aegis BMD would prove so successful that Aegis Ashore was developed as a land-based component, with a NATO Aegis Ashore ballistic missile defense system site being built in Romania and in Poland. On May 21, 2014, Aegis Ashore successfully detected, tracked, and destroyed a ballistic missile target. Aegis Ballistic Missile Defense, whether ashore or at sea, uses the RIM-161 Standard Missile 3 for mid-course interceptions, and the RIM-156 Standard Extended Range Block 4 for the terminal phase interceptions. An interceptor is launched from a vertical launch cell and guided to its target by its home ship or Aegis Ashore facility, and then it collides with an enemy missile with over 130 megajoules of kinetic energy, requiring no explosive charge. Interceptions inside of the atmosphere or during the terminal phase of an attack carry blast fragmentation warheads, since the re-entry vehicle of a missile is much smaller than the larger ballistic missile body that needs to be destroyed during the mid-course in order to neutralize the threat. The benefit of Aegis ballistic missile defense when mounted on ships is that ships are mobile and thus can be quickly repositioned to defend likely target areas or be closer to a likely launch site, as it's better to target a ballistic missile as early as possible to avoid it deploying countermeasures. The ability to reposition your ballistic missile defenses is greatly valued by the U.S. Navy, as is the ability to help cover facilities or locations that might be left vulnerable either because no other defenses exist or because mid-course defenses have failed. A terminal phase interceptor fired from an Aegis-equipped ship might be the last-ditch effort that saves your city from nuclear annihilation. The US, Japan, Romania, and Poland all have Aegis Ashore facilities, and the US Navy has 5 Ticonderoga-class cruisers and 28 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers equipped with ballistic missile defense capabilities. These ships are split up, with 17 assigned to the Pacific Fleet and 16 to the Atlantic Fleet. Future shipbuilding plans, however, call for 80 to 97 total ships to be equipped with ballistic missile defense capabilities within the next 30 years. This is driven not just from fears of nuclear attack, but by the necessity of protecting the U.S. Navy from China's ever-evolving anti-ship ballistic missiles. China's missiles represent a serious threat to America and could push the U.S. Navy out of the South Pacific for good, if not counter. The U.S. has also helped Japan equip 4 of its ships with ballistic missile defense capabilities, and this number is also expected to rise in response to the development of North Korean nuclear weapons and the Chinese threat. The next layer of protection for the United States is the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, or THAAD as it's also known. It was first proposed in 1987 as a mobile ballistic missile defense system. At the time, the problem with ballistic missile defenses was that they were vulnerable to conventional attack as their locations were well known. Adding mobility not only increased survivability, but also allowed the U.S. Army to move them to locations where no other ballistic missile defense capabilities existed. At first, THAAD failed miserably, scoring only 2 successful intercepts out of 8 tests. However, as the technology matured, the success rate increased to nearly 100%. Though again, the system has been criticized for not tackling realistic threats, making full use of dummies and countermeasures. This hasn't stopped the system from being exported to U.S. bases around the world, and even for use with partner nations such as Turkey, the United Arab Emirates, where it's intercepted a Houthi ballistic missile in 2022, South Korea, Romania, and Israel. THAAD works much the same way as any other terminal phase defense system. Its powerful AN/TPY-2 X-band radar tracks the target as it flies through space, and once it's plotted where and when the target will re-enter the atmosphere, it launches an interceptor. The interceptor is then guided to the target by the radar, where it uses a kinetic warhead to smash the incoming missile to pieces. THAAD is believed to be so effective that China has complained about its deployment to South Korea, despite U.S. assurances that its goal is to protect the nation from North Korean nuclear weapons. Next, the U.S. has one final line of defense for ballistic missile intercepts, the U.S. Army Patriot Missile Defense Battery. Originally, the Patriot system was meant to take on airborne threats, but as the threat grew to include cruise missiles and ballistic missiles, the system was evolved to allow it to destroy these faster, nimbler targets. As a replacement to the Nike Hercules system, the Patriot is now the U.S. Army's only line of defense against airborne targets. The Patriot's main appeal is its ease of setup, requiring less than an hour to prepare for operation. All of its components, including fire control, which itself includes radar, engagement control station, antenna mast group, and electric power plant, and the launchers are all truck or trailer mounted, giving them great mobility. The Patriot uses an AN/MPQ-53 and AN/MPQ-65 passively electronically scanned array radars, which are faster and more efficient than older mechanically scanning arrays, like the type you've probably seen deployed on Russian vehicles inside Ukraine. The AN/MPQ-65 radar features a second traveling wave tube, which amplifies the radar's signal and gives it more power to track and detect hostile threats. Unlike similar SAM units, the Patriot uses only a single unit to search, identify, track, and engage targets, while other systems use multiple radars to do the same job. The Patriot's radar beam is very narrow in comparison with traditional radar dishes. This, however, allows it to focus more energy in a smaller space, which in turn allows it to better detect and track small, very agile, and high-speed targets such as missiles. The radar also has increased effectiveness against stealth aircraft, and the focused beam is very resistant to attempts to jam it or interfere with its operation. If the system detects it's being jammed, it quickly changes frequencies to avoid the jamming signal, repeating as necessary to provide good data to intercepting missiles. Patriot missiles work much the same way as any other terminal phase defense system, by launching a missile on an intercept course with an incoming target. This is a short-range defense only, though, and it can only protect a small geographic location and only during the terminal phase of a ballistic missile's flight. In essence, Patriot batteries are the last line of defense when all of their options have failed. The current state of U.S. ballistic missile defenses leaves some serious doubts as to whether protecting from a nuclear attack is realistically feasible. To date, successful intercepts have been carried out under very controlled conditions, and there's a lot of reason to doubt that any of these systems would be able to defeat a modern ballistic missile equipped with a full host of countermeasures. Even if capable of doing so, each intercept would require multiple salvos of interceptors for redundancy, which means that even with the full complement of U.S. ballistic missile defenses operating at peak efficiency, only small pockets of the U.S. homeland could be offered some measure of protection in the case of an all-out nuclear war. Compared with the ballistic missile defense capabilities of other nations, though, this might be all that's needed for the United States to survive as a nation, and to do so in far better state than any of its potential adversaries. To be truthful, though, that's not saying much, as the global consequences of a full nuclear exchange will likely trigger human extinction anyway. This brings up the question of if ballistic missile defense is even worth it, especially considering the extreme cost. To try to improve ballistic missile defense in the future, the U.S. is already looking at new technologies. During the 2000s, the U.S. experimented with an airborne laser concept, essentially just a Boeing 747 equipped with a massive laser on its nose. The airborne laser solved many of the problems of ballistic missile defense, namely the difficulty in guiding a kill vehicle to its target, when both it and the target are flying at hypersonic speeds and over great distances. The airborne laser could instead target a missile during its most vulnerable phase, the boost phase, and destroy it at the speed of light. In multiple tests, the airborne laser successfully destroyed ballistic missiles and other airborne targets. However, ultimately the project was scrapped in 2010 due to numerous problems. First, the laser was only effective at very short ranges due to atmospheric scattering. So, as Secretary of Defense Robert Gates stated, if the laser was to be used to intercept missiles from Iran, it would have to be orbiting inside of Iran's national borders to do so. Secondly, in order to successfully defend against ballistic missile threats from a single hostile country, a fleet of 10 to 20 of the aircraft would be required at a cost of $1.5 billion each, and costing $100 million a year to operate. The airborne laser was officially dead, but the data gained from testing has been invaluable in developing other directed energy weapons. In fact, the concept of an airborne laser has now been once again resurrected, only this time with the laser mounted on very high-altitude unmanned drones. These drones would fly at altitudes far in excess of large jet aircraft, such as the original test platform, and at such heights would maintain laser beam integrity over longer ranges. An unmanned drone flying at 65,000 feet would be able to engage targets as far away as hundreds of kilometers, and a fleet of smaller unmanned drones would be cheaper to procure and operate. They also could fly for very long periods of time through airborne refueling. As technology improves, we might once again see the return of the cancelled airborne laser program, albeit in a much different form than predicted by its original builders. It's even possible that these lasers could be installed on low Earth satellites, and this would in fact be the most efficient method of ballistic missile defense. However, doing so would prompt other nations to begin arming their own satellites and create a space weapons race. Inevitably, in order to protect from space-based interception, nuclear weapons would be logically moved to space themselves, where they could be dropped straight down onto targets below, making most forms of interception impossible or mostly useless. But as it stands today, while the US could probably successfully defend from an attack by a rogue state such as North Korea, there's a little hope of surviving even a moderate exchange of nuclear weapons after hundreds of billions spent in ballistic missile defense. Ever since the advent of tanks, militaries around the world have sought ways to defeat them. From the earliest days of employing large-caliber rifles to mass artillery barrages, countries have come up with a wide variety of ways to knock out tanks. While using artillery, airstrikes, mines, and even other tanks are all valid options, they do come with their own pros and cons. Having supporting fire from aircraft and artillery is great, but these options are not always available, or there might be issues with the weather or communications interfering with their employment. Mines do work well, but there's no guarantee an armored vehicle will run over it or be knocked out after the blast. Tanks are great when they're available, but on the modern battlefield, tanks have become a rarer and rarer sight. They also must communicate with infantry on where an enemy is, thereby costing crucial time that could allow the enemy to escape. So what is a soldier supposed to do when they need instantaneous and accurate fire on an armored target? The solution that most militaries around the world have adopted is a man-portable anti-tank missile. Though the systems vary greatly in guidance and munitions, the basic premise is that an individual soldier can wield an accurate and lightweight yet powerful weapon capable of destroying or disabling any armored threat on the battlefield. While a seemingly simple concept, it's actually taken decades to perfect the weapon system into what militaries are fielding today. As it turns out, developing a weapon system strong enough to take out a tank that can be easily carried by one soldier or mounted on a small vehicle is a surprisingly difficult engineering concept. The first, earliest developments of anti-tank missiles or rockets came to the forefront in the Second World War. Almost every country developed their own anti-tank missiles that would become the baseline for later systems. The British Piat, the German Panzerschreck, and the infamous US Bazooka are just a few examples of these. Though extremely effective at close ranges, these weapon systems had their own faults, from difficulty in reloading to accuracy problems. But despite their vastly different designs, the one thing that these early weapons all had in common was their explosive warheads. Each weapon integrated publicly available technology known as shaped charges. Shaped charges would be crucial in anti-tank warfare since they have a much higher penetration power than a normal high-explosive round. The way a shaped charge works is that the explosive is at the end of the warhead and has a cone-shaped cavity ahead of it. At the end of this cavity is the detonator. When the warhead strikes the target, the detonator will be the first thing that explodes. This explosion creates a small electrical charge that serves as the catalyst for the explosive charge held within the warhead to explode. Once the explosive charge is ignited, the gases are funneled from the wide part of the cone-shaped cavity to the small point near where the detonator was. The gases crush the metal cone, usually made out of copper, into a white-hot beam of metal and energy. This part of the process is called the stream, and it's this superheated and dense stream of energy that gives anti-tank missiles their power to punch through armor, and it all relies on simple physics. Take, for example, a 100-pound force being pressed onto 1 square inch. The resulting pressure would be 100 pounds per square inch. The square inch in this example would be the diameter of the warhead. Now let's make this smaller by creating a shaped charge and decrease the surface area over which the explosive charge is distributed. For simplicity's sake, let's cut the surface area in half to half a square inch. The resulting pressure would be 200 pounds per square inch. Therefore, by funneling the explosive energy into a smaller area, you can increase its energy over a small surface area and give it the ability to punch through thick layers of armor. You can see this mechanic in action whenever you look at pictures of vehicles that have been hit by high-energy anti-tank or heat rounds. The entry hole is incredibly small and the exit hole is very large. That's because as the concentrated energy punches through the armor, it expands once it reaches the air cavity inside the vehicle. It's this basic principle that makes anti-tank rounds so effective. However, there are some considerations that gunners and engineers need to consider to make an effective weapon. If a shaped charge detonates too close to the target, the stream does not have enough time or space to fully develop, thereby making it weaker than it could have been. If it detonates too far, like some common countermeasures make the rounds do, then the stream will lose energy on the way to the armor and have less power to penetrate it. Therefore, shaped charge explosives need to explode at just the right distance to be effective at punching through armor. After the end of World War II, the various world powers set about creating their own man-portable anti-tank missiles. The first two most common examples were the American M72 Law and the Russian RPG-7. The M72 light anti-armor weapon was a small and disposable anti-tank rocket that could be fired easily in any kind of environment. The way that the Law worked was that once the trigger was pressed, it would ignite a small amount of black powder in the back of the launcher. This would ignite the rocket propellant and send the missile out of the tube. Once outside the tube, rudimentary fins would deploy to keep the rocket stabilized in flight. The Russian rocket-propelled grenade works in a similar fashion. Though the Russians developed many kinds of RPGs, the one that would become the most famous and is still in the most wide use today is the RPG-7. To fire the RPG-7, the gunner must first screw the rocket booster into the back of the grenade. Once inserted into the tube, The firing pin creates an electrical shock that ignites the propellant and sends it away. Once outside the barrel, its fins will deploy and its rocket booster will engage to propel to its intended target. Though the green-colored heat warheads are the most famous, this weapon can be fired with other kinds of warheads as well. While both these weapon systems were tried and true, serving in dozens of conflicts from Vietnam and still to this day, they do have a major drawback of being unguided. Once the gunner fires the weapon, if the target moves before impact, then the round might miss. While this might not be a problem for short ranges, after all, the RPG does move hundreds of feet per second, contrary to what Hollywood might have you believe, effective fire on targets greater than several hundred yards becomes an issue. To solve that problem, the US developed one of the most famous and still used anti-tank systems today, the TOW missile. TOW stands for Tube-Launched Optically Tracked Wire-Guided Missile. Each part describes exactly what it does. The missile is launched from a tube that can be reloaded with more missiles once fired. The launcher is equipped with more advanced optics and sighting systems, including ones for night, that are a far cry from the crude iron sights of LAWs and RPGs. But the most important feature here is its wire-guided system. Attaching wires to an explosive is nothing new. After all, most torpedoes in both world wars were wire-guided systems, but taking this technology out of the water and onto land was a revolutionary concept. By attaching long, thin wires to the missile, it would now be possible to create a much more accurate weapon. The way a TOW missile works is that after it's launched from the tube, it emits an infrared beacon that's picked up by the missile guidance system. The MGS then makes course corrections that are sent via the wires to the missile. The missile can then make the required course corrections to the target. Because the missile can correct itself, the gunner just needs to keep his or her sights on the target. By keeping the sights on the target, the MGS will have a steady reference point from which to send data to the missile and keep it on target. The concept differed greatly than earlier Russian concepts like the Sagar missile that required the gunner to manually guide the missile the entire time. Because the TOW missile system incorporates a feedback loop, the gunner can just focus on where the target is and not just the missile. Another added benefit is that the gunner does not have to take into consideration factors like windage or elevation. The TOW system is pretty much a basic point-and-shoot concept. Despite the great strides made in man-portable anti-tank missile technology, the TOW missile still has its downsides. For one, the gunner must remain exposed throughout the entire flight path of the missile, since if they take their eye off the target, the missile could veer off course. Additionally, the missile can only hit what the gunner can see. Armored vehicles like tanks typically have their heaviest armor on the front sides. If this is all a gunner can see, it's certainly better than nothing, but decreases the chance of a kill. To solve these issues, the US military continued to develop their newest man-portable anti-tank weapon yet that could solve all their issues from previous models, the Javelin missile. The Javelin, also known as the FMG-148, is the premier portable anti-tank system in the world. Staying true to its roots by having a shape-charged warhead, the missile system incorporates a host of new technologies that make it the deadliest tank killer in the world. The Javelin missile system is made up of two parts, the Command Launch Unit or CLU and the missile launcher itself. For starters, the Javelin is an active seeking missile. That means that once the gunner has acquired the target through the CLU and the missile is launched, there is an active infrared seeker inside the warhead that'll keep the missile on target. By keeping a constant internal feedback loop, this system is truly fire and forget, allowing the gunner to slip away to a new position immediately after firing. Another unique feature is the way that it attacks its target. Once the missile is in flight, it'll immediately launch upward. While this has the added benefit of allowing a gunner to stay concealed, its true purpose is in defeating enemy armor. Most tanks and armored vehicles have their thinnest armor in the back and on top of the vehicle. By attacking from a vertical position, it increases the chance of a catastrophic kill and not merely damaging the vehicle. If these features are not enough, the Javelin missile has a state-of-the-art warhead designed to defeat enemy countermeasures. One of the most common countermeasures is reactive armor. Reactive armor is explosive plating that'll explode outwards when hit by enemy fire to deflect the blast away from the armor. Javelin missiles come prepared to counter this by having a precursor charge in the warhead meant to deflect the blast, thereby allowing the main charge its full penetration power. Since World War II, militaries have sought to make man equal to machine on the battlefield. By creating weapons that can feasibly take out enemy armor, not only can troops effect change tactically on the battlefield, but will have an added benefit of increasing morale by giving a real solution to enemy tanks. Modern military equipment has come a long way from the rudimentary methods employed during world wars. With a plethora of threats facing tanks, it's no wonder their utility on the battlefield has been greatly diminished, due in no small part to the effectiveness of anti-tank guided missiles. In October of 1962, Russia R-12 and R-14 nuclear missiles were stationed in Cuba, a mere 90 miles away from the Florida coastline. If launched, they could have reached the United States in minutes, killing millions. Meanwhile, in Italy and Turkey, 45 United States PGM-19 Jupiter missiles had their nuclear-armed tips pointed toward Russia. Had the conflict escalated and both forces discharged their arsenal, it's very likely that human history would have ended with a bang in 1962. This was the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's been 58 years since the incident occurred. Since then, Russia and the United States have both developed missile technology that makes the arms of the Cold War seem quaint by comparison. While thankfully the US and Russia are not currently at war, it begs the question, who today has the superior missile technology? And would this give them an edge if conflict were ever to reignite? Today we're going to discuss the respective arsenals of the two countries, including their air-to-air missiles, air-to-surface missiles, surface-to-surface missiles, surface-to-air missiles, and the infamous intercontinental ballistic missile, and see who comes out on top. Firstly, their air-to-air capabilities. To be clear, air-to-air missiles refer to a missile fired from one aircraft with the specific purpose of destroying another. These weapons are most commonly used during air combat maneuvering, or ACM. Two such missiles employed by the U.S. Air Force are the AIM-7 Sparrow and the AIM-9 Sidewinder. The AIM-7 is a medium-range radar-guided missile with blast fragmentation warhead, designed for all weather and altitudes. It was used heavily by pilots in the Persian Gulf Wars and has an operational range of 43 miles. The AIM-9 is a supersonic missile with infrared homing technology, allowing it to track the heat of its targets. Deployed in its first iteration in 1956 with current operational range of 22 miles. However, for the last 30 years, the true backbone of the United States air-to-air missile arsenal has been the AIM-120 AMRAAM. First released in 1991, the AMRAAM is a lighter, faster improvement on the AIM-7, with an operational range of 86 miles. It boasts an active radar system and beyond visual range capability. This means that the missile has greater independence from the fire control system of the aircraft that launched it, allowing for greater combat capabilities than previous missile technology. The two air-to-air missiles at the heart of Russia's Air Force are the R-77, introduced in 2002, and the incredibly new R-37, which was only introduced last year. The R-77 is Russia's response to the American AIM-120. It's a medium-range missile with active radar homing capabilities. But can it beat the AIM-120 on technical specs? The R-77M, the latest iteration of the missile, boasts an operational range of approximately 120 miles. This surpasses the AIM-120 by a considerable 34 miles. While things are already looking bleak for the US here, it is with the R-37M that the Russians truly began to surpass their American counterparts. The R-37 not only has the active radar capabilities of the AIM-120 and R-77, it also has the devastating maximum operational range of almost 250 miles. It also dominates the AIM-120 in terms of speed, with a shocking 1,500 mile-per-hour disparity between the two in the R-37's favor. When it comes to ACM, Russia takes the win, but maybe not for long. Even now, the US Air Force is constructing storage facilities to securely store the first test batch of AIM-260 missiles, which were fast-tracked in development by Congress in response to advances in Russian, but especially the Chinese missile technology. Very little is known about this new missile, but it is rumored to have some truly next-gen tech. Next, air-to-surface missiles, or ASMs. These are missiles launched from aircrafts to land or sea targets. The United States military's primary ASM is the AGM-114 Joint Air-to-Surface Standoff Missile, or JASSM. This weapon has been in use by the US Air Force since 2009, and in its latest iterations boasts both anti-jam GPS and infrared target acquisition technology. It also has a 1,000-pound penetrator warhead and an operational range well in excess of 500 miles, meaning if you have a JASSM coming at you, you're seriously out of luck. The US Navy's preferred ASM is the AGM-84 HK Slammer, or Standoff Land Attack Missile Expanded Response. An older missile, the Slammer has been in service since the year 2000. It has an operational range of 170 miles, but makes up for its lower operational range with vast improvements in control. As a cruise missile, the Slammer utilizes command guidance, meaning the missile can be controlled and redirected by ground units toward appropriate targets. If, for example, its intended target is destroyed, the Slammer can be directed toward another. Russia's non-Soviet air-to-surface arsenal is considerably thinner on the ground. However, in 2018, 10 MiG-31 supersonic Russian interceptor aircrafts were released on an experimental basis carrying the new Kh-47M2 Kinzhal missiles. Due to being such recent additions to the battlefield, there's less concrete information about the Kinzhal. However, it's been reported that the Kinzhal has a high explosive warhead 100 pounds greater than the American JASSM. What's more, there have also been reports that the Kinzhal can sustain nuclear capabilities, hugely increasing its potential lethality. Russian state media has also released claims that the most advanced iteration of the Kinzhal has an almost 2,000-mile operational range. However, it's worth noting that many American spectators have suggested these claims are vastly exaggerated for propaganda purposes. In light of this, the more tried and tested American missiles take the win. Next, surface-to-surface missiles. This refers to missiles launched from the ground source, such as a shoulder or vehicle-mounted launcher, with the intention of eliminating a ground target. Thanks to America's long history of participating in ground warfare, there are numerous strong contenders in this area. In terms of manned portable artillery, you can't go wrong with the AGM-114 Javelin. This is one of the U.S. infantry's most popular missiles, being introduced in 1996 and having over 5,000 recorded firings by January of last year. The Javelin is a powerful anti-tank missile that destroys targets with its high-explosive anti-tank or HEAT warhead. The Javelin has also proven highly effective against enemy fortifications during ground combat. Since the 1970s, American infantrymen have also made liberal use of the BGM-71 TOW. This is a heavier anti-tank missile fired from a portable tripod rather than a shoulder-mounted launcher. It's been utilized in almost every American conflict since the Vietnam War and is used heavily today by American troops in the Syrian Civil War. The U.S. infantry also used the AGM-114 Army Tactical Missile System or ATACMS. These tactical ballistic missiles can be blasted out of multiple rocket launchers to eliminate short-range ground targets. These missiles were particularly popular during the Iraq War of 2003, with over 450 ATACMS being fired during the conflict. However, by far the deadliest U.S. military ground missile is the Tomahawk land attack missile. The Tomahawk is a devastating long-range cruise missile employed by the U.S. Navy since 1983. It's capable of striking land targets within an 800-mile range. The Tomahawk also boasts a 1,000-pound high-explosive warhead, and in the past has even been equipped with nuclear capabilities. If a naval ship armed with the Tomahawk wants you dead, you don't really have much of a say in the matter. While a grand majority of Russia's surface-to-surface missiles are essentially Soviet hand-me-downs, Russia does have one missile that functions as an answer to the Tomahawk, the 3M54 caliber. First introduced in 1994, this cruise missile's high explosive warhead is over 100 pounds heavier than its American counterpart, has an almost 3,000-mile operational range, and reaches supersonic speeds. The caliber is designed mainly as an anti-ship missile, but has proven to be extremely effective in eliminating ground targets in conflicts like the Syrian Civil War. While the United States' surface-to-surface arsenal is more versatile, no missile in their collection has quite the caliber of the caliber. Russia takes the win. Next, surface-to-air missiles. These are largely defensive ground or ship-launched missiles designed to take out enemy aircraft and cruise missiles. The three tentpoles of the U.S. surface-to-air arsenal are the RIM-174 Standard Extended Range Active Missiles or ERAM, the Avenger Air Defense System, and the National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile System or NASAMS. Each serves a highly specific function. The RIM-174, a long-range ship-launch missile, takes out high-speed air targets over land and sea. The Avenger Air Defense System uses short-range FIM-92 Stinger missiles to take out low-flying targets, and the NASAMS utilizes medium-range SlamRam missiles, a surface-launched variant of the AIM-120 we discussed earlier, to protect Washington, D.C. and other high-priority targets. The Russian equivalent to these systems are the 2K-11 Krug, the 2K-12 Kub, and the 2K-22 Tunguska. All three of these technologies were first invented by the Soviets prior to modernization for use by the Russian Federation. The Tunguska is Russia's answer to the Avenger Air Defense System, taking on low-flying targets with short-range 9M311 missiles. The Kub functions on the low to medium air target range, utilizing 3M9 missiles, and the Krug is Russia's medium to long-range air defense missile system, utilizing heavy 9M8 missiles with 330-pound high-explosive warheads to blast planes and cruise ship missiles to Kingdom Come. On this front, the United States takes the win for their significantly more modern and advanced surface-to-air defense systems. Finally, the Intercontinental Ballistic Missiles, or ICBMs. These are the missiles to end all missiles, with unparalleled speed, range, and raw destructive power. While the previous missiles can also be useful assets in conventional warfare, ICBMs can turn the tide or end a conflict altogether. Before we discuss the United States' and Russia's ICBM technology, let's first quickly explain how an ICBM works. An ICBM is a land-launched missile with an operational range of 3,500 miles at minimum. They carry conventional or nuclear payloads into low Earth orbit, traveling at incredible speeds. When positioned above its intended target, the missile fractures, dropping the nose cone, which contains the deadly warhead, down onto the target. From this point, the target is mere minutes away from being struck, often to utterly devastating results. Some ICBMs are even capable of holding multiple warheads, giving them unmatched destructive power compared to any weapon ever invented by human beings. The quintessential United States ICBM is the AGM-114 Minuteman, which comprises the land portion of the U.S. nuclear triad. The first iteration of the Minuteman entered service in 1962, the same year as the Cuban Missile Crisis, and has undergone substantial technological improvements since then. It offers an operational range in excess of 8,000 miles, travels at approximately 17,508 miles per hour, and is accurate to a mere 800 feet. The current iteration, the Minuteman III, is equipped with W-78 and W-87 thermonuclear warheads. America's current ICBM arsenal consists of approximately 450 Minutemen, stationed across Montana, Wyoming, and North Dakota. However, the Russian ICBM arsenal is both larger and considerably more diverse. For starters, due to massively overproducing ICBMs during the Cold War, the modern Russian Federation has a stockpile of legacy missiles from their Soviet predecessors. These missiles, many of which are still in use today, include 20 silo-based RS-18As, 46 silo-based RS-36s, and 45 road-mobile RT-2PM Topols. But of far greater interest is Russia's modern ICBM stockpile, which falls into three main categories. First, the RT-2PM2 Topol-M. This missile has an operational range of 6,800 miles and a speed of 16,400 miles per hour, and is accurate to approximately 660 feet. Russia currently operates 18 mobile and 60 silo-based Topol-Ms. Secondly, the RS-24 Yars, an improvement to the Topol-M. This boasts a maximum operational range of 7,500 miles, a speed of 15,220 miles per hour, and is accurate to an insane 492 feet. Russia has 14 silo-based and 135 road-mobile RS-24s. Finally, Russia's latest ICBM, the RS-28 Sarmat, or the Satan II according to NATO codenames. This terrifyingly named weapon was announced by Russian President Vladimir Putin in 2018 and concludes its final testing phases this year, with 46 of the missiles expected to be produced by the end of 2021. With testing still underway, the full capabilities of the Sarmat are not yet fully clear, and the Russian military is playing its cards close to its chest. The missile's operational range is expected to be in excess of 6,000 miles. But considering the Sarmat's development history is marred with delays, the weapon is still surrounded in uncertainty. The question of whether the United States or Russia has the superior arsenal of ICBMs is still up for debate. Russia does indeed have a larger and more diverse force of missiles in this area. However, even the most technologically advanced Russian ICBM currently available can't match the technological capabilities of the modernized Minuteman III, though it goes without saying that if either country ever deployed its ICBM stockpile, there would be truly devastating results. Even more so than during the Cuban Missile Crisis, America and Russia individually possess the nuclear capabilities to end all human life. They have two of the largest arsenals in the world, with only China rising to meet them. It's worth revisiting our initial question one more time. Who has the better missile technology overall? By metrics of this video, they're about even, with their strengths and advancements resting in different areas. One thing we can be grimly sure about though, if America and Russia ever entered another full-scale war, whoever came out on top, nobody would win. War is always brutal. But there might have been times in history where people have looked back at the weapons we've used in past wars and said, yeah, that was pretty messed up, even by war standards. That's how we got the United Nations Convention on Prohibitions or Restrictions on the Use of Certain Conventional Weapons which may be deemed to be excessively injurious or have indiscriminate effects, or Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons for short, or CCW for even shorter. The CCW serves to restrict the use of weapons seen as too brutal and too cruel for modern warfare, and anyone caught using these weapons is guilty of war crimes. But considering some of the horrifying weapons militaries have developed and used on one another throughout the thousands of years of human warfare, which weapons did the UN consider a bridge too far? Thankfully, it won't be that hard to find out, as all the banned weapons have been separated into 5 protocols. We'll break down some of these protocols and discuss some of the horrifying reasons each of these rules needed to be made in the first place. Protocol 1 applies to non-detectable fragments. It isn't against the law of war to use some fragmentation weapons. For example, the fragmentation or frag grenade has been a military staple for decades, and it's still common in use among soldiers today. Frag grenades have a very simple core principle. They're made of a metal casing designed to split into smaller pieces of shrapnel, with the explosive force from within the grenade superheating that shrapnel and firing it out in all directions at incredible speed. With some miraculous exceptions, the result of a frag grenade going off next to a human is pretty much always the same. If the explosion doesn't kill them, the massive bodily trauma of being shredded by the shrapnel will lead to a pretty quick death. In the cases of those lucky, or depending on the situation, unlucky enough to survive the blasts, X-rays can be used to detect the fragments so that field medics or surgeons can remove them if possible. In the eyes of the UN, this is all good sport. But Protocol 1 of the CCW forbids explosives or ammunition designed to harm its victims through fragments that are impossible to be detected with magnets or X-rays. Some bombs have historically used plastic or glass as their fragmentation element, rather than metal. When superheated and fired into the body at great speeds, glass and plastic are just as painful and deadly as metal fragments, but are impossible to detect with an X-ray, and thus are impossible to operate out of a surviving victim. This sets a precedent for the kind of things the CCW forbids. Weapons of war should be designed to kill, not maim and mutilate. Weapons that seem excessively cruel, such as ones that leave survivors in an extended or permanent state of pain and suffering, should not be used. There's another qualifier that sends a weapon into war crime territory, but we'll get into that later. Another weapon banned from warfare by Protocol 1 of the CCW is frangible bullets. These special bullets are designed in some cases to prevent the danger of a ricochet occurring. These bullets are subject to brittle failure, where they disintegrate on impact, becoming countless tiny projectiles rather than one large one. But these bullets have a secondary effect. Beyond preventing a ricochet occurring, as outlined in the study, effects of a fragmenting handgun bullet, considerations for trauma care providers by Lynn Hockey, Allison Smith, Jonathan Babin, John Hunt, Juan Duchenne, and Patrick Griefenstein. The study states, expanding or fragmenting bullets are designed to inflict significantly more tissue damage than non-deformable bullets. This type of ammunition is prohibited in international warfare on the basis that it does not serve a military advantage, but can result in excessive wounding and unnecessary suffering. There is no such ban for handgun ammunition for domestic use in most countries, including the United States. Ammunition manufacturers have recently released a fragmenting bullet that's designed to inflict a maximum amount of tissue damage. Two horrifying facts. The bullet being described here is the radically invasive projectile, also known by the sinister acronym RIP. War is brutal, but perhaps not brutal enough to use ammo with a name that would fit right in the Grim Reaper's arsenal. With non-metal shrapnel explosives and terrifying frangible bullets out of the way, we move on to Protocol 2 of the CCW, mines, booby traps, and other devices. This protocol is a little more complicated than the first, with some parts regulating rather than outright banning certain weapons. Take, for example, landmines. These weapons are rightly infamous for the roles they played in the First and Second World Wars, as well as during the Vietnam War, where they were responsible for countless cases of deaths and mutilations of unsuspecting soldiers. But soldiers dying in war is sadly part of the job description. It's the effects these weapons have on civilians caught in the crossfire that's led to the UN strictly regulating them. If countries lay landmines during a war, when the conflict ends, they're legally obligated to deactivate and collect these mines to reduce the probability of civilian casualties during peacetime. This falls under the second category we alluded to earlier. If the weapons don't discriminate and are equally likely to injure or kill civilians or combatants, their use will likely be considered criminal. Anti-personnel mines are also subject to extremely strict regulations, as these mines are specifically designed for use against human combatants rather than vehicles. The purpose must be to kill enemy combatants. Thus, anti-personnel mines that merely wound or disfigure enemy combatants are illegal under Protocol 2. But mines are one thing, booby traps are quite another. The details around this one are particularly horrifying, as the UN lists many specific regulations against the use of booby traps, implying there have been recorded instances of all of them. When you hear the phrase booby traps, you might envision pits full of razor-sharp punji sticks in the jungles of Vietnam, or maybe Indiana Jones running away from poisoned darts, or a giant rolling boulder in some ancient underground tomb. Sadly, the reality is often a lot more gruesome. Here are a list of ways that the UN forbids booby traps being used in warfare. It's illegal to use booby traps attached to internationally recognized protective emblems, signs, or signals. For example, you can't hide a deadly trap in what looks like a Red Cross building. It's illegal to attach booby traps to sick, wounded, or dead people whom soldiers or humanitarian groups might seek to rescue or retrieve. It's illegal to booby trap burial, grave, and cremation sites, which is an advanced level of not having respect for the dead. It's illegal to booby trap medical facilities, medical equipment, medical supplies, or medical transportation. It's illegal to booby trap children's toys or other portable objects or products specially designed for the feeding, health, hygiene, clothing, or education of children. Let's just take a second to process that, because the idea that there were militaries out there booby-trapping children's toys is about as close to objectively evil as it gets. Okay, moving on. It's illegal to booby-trap food and drink, as well as kitchen utensils or appliances, except in military establishments, military locations, or military supply depots. It's illegal to booby-trap objects clearly of a religious nature, historic monuments, works of art, or places of worship which constitute the cultural or spiritual heritage of peoples, and of course, it's illegal to booby-trap animals or their carcasses. It's good that these laws are in place, given that if militaries were already doing this, we definitely needed to rein them in. We wish we could tell you things would get less depressing and horrifying from here, but that would be a bald-faced lie. Unless you find people being burned to death whimsical and fun, in which case please don't take this video as a potential checklist of things you can do once you become a dictator. This is Protocol 3, prohibitions or restrictions on the use of incendiary weapons. That is to say, any weapon that uses fire or heat as their main offensive capability. If you felt a prickle of heat on your skin, please don't expect that to go away anytime soon, as we delve a little deeper into why this protocol is so important. Discovering fire is long viewed as a seminal moment in humanity's development, and we here at the Infographic Show speculate it was probably some 20 minutes or so after this discovery that someone was wondering if it could be used to kill people. From fire arrows to fiery projectiles thrown from siege weapons like catapults and trebuchets, to the terrifying Roman incendiary weapon known as Greek fire, which was used in rudimentary flamethrowers to burn down enemy ships. Fire has long been used as a tool of war, but these weapons seem positively quaint compared to the horrors of the M2 flamethrower and napalm used to burn down jungles and enemy combatants during the Vietnam War. Being burned to death is a horrible fate, far more so than being bombed or taking a bullet to the head. But that's if it kills you. You're equally likely to survive your run-in with an incendiary weapon and live the rest of your life horrifically burned, experiencing unimaginable pain and psychological stress. Another problem with incendiary weapons is that fire also tends to spread. Fire doesn't discriminate between the soldier and the civilian, between military installations and innocent homes or forests. It's the reason that the policy of completely annihilating everything that an enemy needs to wage war is known as scorched earth. Incidentally, enacting a scorched earth policy against civilians was also banned by the Geneva Convention in 1977. Strict restrictions are placed on the usage of incendiary weapons under Protocol 3. It's illegal to use incendiary weapons against civilian populations, areas, or objects, including, quote, any weapon or munition which is primarily designed to set fire to objects or to cause burn injury to persons through the action of flame, heat, or a combination thereof, produced by a chemical reaction of a substance delivered on the target. Because of fire's nature to spread uncontrollably, it's also forbidden to air-deliver incendiary weapons against military targets in the middle of highly concentrated civilian locations. Funnily enough, there are often strange and curious exceptions to some of these protocols. Take, for example, the UN's repeated attempts and chronic inability to meaningfully regulate thermobaric weapons, or vacuum bombs. These are some of the most deadly explosives out there. They're bombs containing large amounts of incendiary fuel that's released and ignited upon detonation, creating a fiery explosion that sucks the oxygen out of the air to fuel its extremely violent chemical reaction. In other words, you get obliterated while also suffocating. What a treat! These terrifying weapons are not all regulated under the CCW, in what seems to be a perfect example of the regulatory blind spots in the UN's attempts to litigate warfare. This brings us to Protocol 4, blinding laser weapons. Your reaction to that was probably, wait, the military has used blinding laser weapons? To which we say, this will not be the only existential nightmare you experience in this video. While this protocol doesn't prohibit the use of weapons against binoculars, periscopes, telescopes, and other optical equipment, nor can it penalize accidental blinding, the first article lays out, quote, it is prohibited to employ laser weapons specifically designed as their sole combat function or as one of their combat functions to cause permanent blindness to unenhanced vision. That is, to the naked eye or to the eye with corrective eyesight devices. This brings us back to the question of what kinds of weapons the UN wanted to regulate with Protocol 4. One of the most prominent and infamous ones was the Personnel Halting and Stimulation Response Rifle, or phaser, because even the engineers tasked with creating cutting-edge weapons for the military are still huge Star Trek nerds. But while the name is fun, the weapon is decidedly less so. It's a laser rifle designed to, quote, temporarily blind the target, but if you crank the power up a bit too high, or if you put it in careless hands, temporary blindness can very quickly become permanent. I think we speak for everyone when we say that here at the Infographics Show, we're kinda relieved that the UN is keeping weapons like this out of warfare. But this next protocol helps to regulate an element of war that can stick around for long after the war itself has ended. Protocol 5. Explosive Remnants of War. We already spoke out about the danger of unexploded landmines, but this protocol hopes to both reinforce that and reduce the harm caused by unexploded cluster bombs. If you aren't familiar with the concept of the cluster bomb, it's a rather infamous weapon that's been used in countless wars since its invention during World War II. The general principle is that a cluster bomb is full of smaller bombs known as submunitions. These fall indiscriminately over the target area, exploding and carpeting a vast swath of land with deadly fire. They're extremely inhumane weapons, capable of just as easily massacring civilians as troops, but even worse, not all the submunitions explode at once. Some remain undetonated, embedded in the land, and at the constant risk of exploding or injuring civilians. It's really no question as to why the UN would have problems with them and seek to remedy their effects with litigation. Of course, the CCW isn't the only set of international laws forbidding the use of certain weapons in warfare. Before we think about the dark potential futures of warfare, let's take a quick look at a disturbing grab bag of other banned weapons. First, poisoned bullets. First invented and pioneered by the one and only Leonardo da Vinci as ballistic shells filled with sulfur and arsenic, these were some of the first weapons ever barred by an agreement between nations, the Strasbourg Agreement of 1675 between Rome and France. Not that this stopped any other nations from trying later, as the US military experimented with lacing bullets with the deadly toxin ricin during World War I. This idea thankfully never caught on. Later, the Geneva Convention forbade the use of chemical weapons and poisoned gas under the CWC, or Chemical Weapons Convention. Three particular chemical weapons that have been restricted are the nerve agent Novichok, the previously mentioned poison ricin, and the infamous sarin gas, which Syria was sanctioned for using on its own people during the Syrian civil war, despite signing the CWC in 2013. But what about biological weapons? Bioweapons aren't just exclusive to Resident Evil villains, they've been a mainstay of hundreds of different armies across millennia. Genghis Khan and the Mongols used corpses to spread disease among their enemies. Centuries later, armies in Europe during the Middle Ages catapulted the corpses of dead animals into the fortresses they were sieging, getting the people trapped inside dangerously sick. Centuries later, Europeans colonizing North America used blankets infected with smallpox to murder scores of Native Americans. Even as recently as Vietnam, the Viet Cong coated their punji sticks with human feces, making the injuries they caused extra infectious. Naturally, with our increasing understanding of the destructive potential for viral and germ warfare, it's understandable that the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention was created to prevent movies like Contagion and 28 Days Later from becoming documentaries. And of course, there are dirty bombs, a weapon whose mere mention can cause heart rates to spike. Dirty bombs fuse the worst parts of a conventional and nuclear explosive. It's a conventional bomb laced with nuclear material, essentially making it a distribution system for radiation that will sicken and kill indiscriminately over a wide area, potentially irradiating said area for decades, centuries, or even millennia to come. It's also, incidentally, a lot easier to make than a standard nuclear weapon, which is why the world's nations are often a lot more worried about terrorists making them than whole countries with access to full-on nuclear warheads and the means to launch them. We've looked at the horrors of wars past that the international community has tried to prevent from repeating themselves, but weapons developments move a lot faster than international conflict legislation. That's why many have suggested a potential future Protocol 6, lethal autonomous weapons, aka Skynet-style killer robots. Yep, that's right, the UN is fully expecting weapons companies to start investing in and manufacturing autonomous weapon systems, and they're just hoping to get ahead of the curve. Hopefully it won't take a few autonomous weapons atrocities to get those laws passed. After over a year of asking, Ukraine is finally getting the Army Tactical Missile System, more famously known as the ATACMS, and it's going to absolutely ruin Russia's plan to take over Ukraine. Ukraine's been asking for ATACMS since the start of the fighting, but the West unfortunately fell for Putin's fear trap. Quoting fears of escalation, President Joe Biden declined Ukraine's requests for the long-range precision missile, and these same fears of an imaginary escalation unfortunately delayed the delivery of badly needed weapon systems like the Leopard 2 and the Abrams tanks, Bradley and other IFVs, and the F-16s. We're not going to make any bones about this. While the West was browning its pants over making Putin and his ineffectual army angry, Ukrainians were dying. A lot of those dead Ukrainian civilians and soldiers both would still be alive if the West had provided heavy equipment much faster than it did. Of course, there is two sides to every coin, and after navigating the deadly intrigue of the Cold War, it's hard to blame the West for fears of an escalatory war on Europe's doorstep, especially when Russia still has more nukes than any other power on Earth. Even if most of those nukes are probably filled with potatoes, because corrupt generals sold the warheads and fuel off at the local flea markets for vodka. However, even Russia isn't completely suicidal. Sure, they'll happily send their soldiers off to certain slaughter, and defeating the enemy by hurling hundreds of conscripts at them until they ran out of ammo is a time-honored strategy taught in the finest of Russian military academies. But the Russian state still frowns on the idea of all-out nuclear annihilation for both itself and the world at large. If the world's blown up, where are the oligarchs going to sail their mega yachts to? And if it became clear that the Russian military was an ineffectual bunch of clown shoes, there was little reason except an unhealthy abundance of caution for not providing Ukraine with heavy weapons. Ironically, the nations who would be threatened if the war expanded to a hilariously one-sided conflict with NATO were exactly the ones who were sending their heavy equipment to Ukraine and calling on the West to follow suit. Poland practically drove its own tanks straight to the Kremlin, and would likely need very little provocation to do so even today. Gradually, policy has shifted, but one major taboo remained: precision long-range weapons. The US has stated multiple times it would not provide Ukraine with those weapons out of fear that it would use them to strike inside Russia, and it even made sure the rockets it provided for HIMARS have a limited range. This, however, is grossly unfair to the Ukrainian people, as Russia's free to launch attacks from its military facilities on its own soil against Ukraine without the risk of being struck back. Russia's complacency, fueled by confidence Ukraine wouldn't anger the West by attacking it directly, even led to the multiple humiliation invasions of Belgorod by Russian volunteer fighters such as the Freedom of Russia Legion and the Russian Volunteer Corps. These long-range weapons, though, are critical for Ukraine's military success, because without it, its forces are perpetually on their back foot. Even equipped with superior Western vehicles, Ukraine is finding it difficult to advance in the face of Russia's air cover and long-range artillery, with Russia's Air Force playing a reinvigorated role in the war and taking a serious toll on Ukraine's counterattacking forces at the moment. Russia also has the manpower advantage, and for now at least, the supply advantage. In a tit-for-tat exchange, Ukraine can never hope to win, no matter how many fancy tanks the West gives it, which is why the ability to strike deep behind the front lines is so critical for its success. Yet the West has been hesitant to give Ukraine the tools it really needs until early in May, when Britain said, "Hold my tea and lingering colonial holdings," and went ahead and gave Ukraine dozens of Storm Shadow cruise missiles. Once more leading the way in breaking international taboos, Britain did what it did with tanks and told the world to ante up as it donated the weapon Ukraine needed to strike deep behind the front lines. Now we have confirmation that the United States is at least following suit with the ATACMS. Revealed as a line item for future funding for Ukraine, the US is setting aside about $80 million for ATACMS missiles to be delivered to Ukraine. This will net Ukraine about 50 or so missiles, though nobody would be surprised when it gets a hell of a lot more than that, as the West so far has kept many of its surprise weapons deliveries and their quantities close to its collective chest. To see just how much of a game changer they'll be, we only have to look at the effectiveness of the Storm Shadow so far. Nobody's quite sure which variant of the Storm Shadow Britain gave to Ukraine, but many have theorized it's the shorter-range export model. What we do know is that Russian targets as far as the Sea of Azov have picked up a nasty habit of suddenly exploding. With a range of 500 kilometers, or 1,795,200 Subway meatball marinara footlongs for our fellow Americans, Storm Shadow missiles can strike pretty much anywhere in occupied territory, and significantly outside of it if need be. In a typical Russian Ministry of Defense fashion, they've claimed to have shot down every single Storm Shadow delivered to Ukraine, as well as every Storm Shadow in the British inventory itself. However, recently a Russian colonel admitted in a public interview that Storm Shadow missiles were giving them significant trouble. According to the anonymous colonel, while Russian air defenses have gotten better at handling American HIMARS rockets, Storm Shadow was proving difficult to intercept. He estimated only a 50% intercept rate and blamed it on Storm Shadow's ability to maneuver and fly at low heights on its way to the target. The intelligent missile will frequently switch up its flight path, forcing an air defense unit to recalculate an intercept point for the incoming missiles. Soon, Storm Shadow will be joined by ATACMS, but what is this weapon exactly, and why does Russia fear it? ATACMS traces its heritage back to the late Cold War, as the US and its allies shifted to a brand new warfighting doctrine, air-land battle. This doctrine sought to achieve victory over the much larger in number Soviet bloc forces by attacking them with smaller, more maneuverable units, while launching strikes in the deep area with aircraft and missiles. Unlike their Western counterparts, Soviet bloc forces fielded large formations with strict top-down command structures that disincentivized individual initiative. Thus, the US sought to sever their command and control links either by attacks on the communication infrastructure or enemy command posts, or both, throwing entire formations into disarray. Attacks with smaller, more mobile ground forces from multiple directions would overwhelm local command and control, as troops sought direction from above rather than act on their own initiative. Maneuver warfare would thus win the day against much larger forces thrown into disarray. Air-land battle would achieve greater success than anyone ever envisioned when the US and its allies faced off against Saddam Hussein in Desert Storm. At the time, Iraq had one of the largest armies and air forces in the world, and many feared that this would be the start of a new world war. Instead, much more agile American forces routed large Iraqi formations, while aircraft and deep strike missiles disrupted Iraq's ability to command its troops or resupply them. However, during the Cold War, the US didn't have a tactical ballistic missile. In the late 70s, the West rejected the necessity of using tactical nuclear weapons to fight the Soviets in Europe, and thus the US began investing in the development of a long-range tactical ballistic missile with a conventional warhead. At the time, precision weapons were in their infancy and a long way away from lobbing bombs down air shafts like in Desert Storm. U.S. Army Missile Command sponsored the Simplified Inertial Guidance Demonstrator program with the intent of fielding a conventional missile that could strike deep behind the front and at enemy reserves. Advancements in inertial guidance systems allowed for the creation of missiles that could have incredible accuracy, and DARPA began experimenting with this technology for a program it called Assault Breaker. This secret program attempted to develop a conventional missile with extremely high precision that could be used to engage mobile targets such as tanks and armored vehicle formations using cluster warheads. DARPA's Assault Breaker and the U.S. Air Force's conventional standoff weapons programs would be merged in 1981, leading to the creation of the Joint Tactical Missile System. However, in 1984, the Air Force balked at the idea of an air-launched ballistic missile, opting to develop cruise missiles instead. Thus, JTACMS was renamed Army Tactical Missile Systems. ATACMS would prove its worth during Desert Storm in 1991, with 32 of them fired from M270 MLRS batteries. A decade later, 450 ATACMS would be fired during Operation Iraqi Freedom, with a total of 560 ATACMS fired in anger over the missile's life. However, despite being a successful and battle-proven weapon, in 2007 the U.S. Army decided to terminate the entire program due to the cost of upkeep and procurement. At the time, the U.S. was focused on asymmetrical threats like terrorists and made the foolish mistake of believing that no nation in the future would ever wage war again, resolving their conflicts instead with friendly games of Twister. Rather than trash their stockpile, though, the Army began a service life extension program to keep the missiles ready for use. Propulsion and navigation systems were replaced, and cluster munition warheads were upgraded to have a blast fragmentation warhead equipped with a proximity fuse to achieve a similar effect. With international war back on the menu thanks to China and Russia, the Army realized it needed a replacement for the ATACMS, prompting the development of a brand new missile system. The aging of the U.S. ATACMS stockpile, as well as the cost of life extension programs, is likely one big reason why they're suddenly being donated to Ukraine. The British are doing the exact same thing with their Storm Shadow missiles, donating its older stock as it works to acquire a new and more modern missile to replace its own inventory. With ATACMS replacement in the pipeline, the U.S. faces two choices: trash them or let Ukraine drop them on invading Russian heads. However, there is another valid reason why the U.S. may have waited this long to provide ATACMS to Ukraine. Unlike Storm Shadow, ATACMS is a ballistic missile reaching a height of up to 50 kilometers, or 4,885.5 AR-15s for our fellow Americans, before plummeting down at Mach 3 on its target. While speed is good, having a ballistic trajectory is very easy to predict. This is the reason why Russia's Kinzhal hypersonic weapons have failed the test in Ukraine, as American Patriot batteries swat them out of the sky with ease. This means Russian air defenses should have a relatively easy time knocking these missiles out of the sky, at least when their own missiles aren't defecting to the Ukrainian side and blowing up their own troops. This is where timing matters, because as the war has progressed, Russia's stockpile of air defense missiles has dwindled. Ukraine has famously warned the West about a shortage of its own missiles, prompting an overly sensationalist media to sound the alarm bell that Ukraine would be out of missiles in weeks back in April. However, its missile shortage is real, which is why the US has dispatched engineers to try to figure out how to make Ukraine's Soviet S-300 batteries fire American air defense missiles. Russia's been tight-lipped about its own stockpile, but we do know that it's not producing many new missiles thanks to sanctions. Famously, shortly after the start of the war, one plant manufacturing missiles for S-300 and S-400 batteries was forced to close down, with its workers given the option of taking a long-term unpaid vacation or signing a contract to fight on the front. The culprit was a critical shortage of microchips due to Western sanctions. While microchips are smuggled into the country, and China has been secretly supplying them, the huge markup and limited quantities make mass production of missiles impossible. With air defenses significantly attrited or simply low on interceptors, now is the time for big fat ATACMS missiles to have a better chance of hitting their targets. In fact, it's hard not to see the current donation of Storm Shadow missiles before ATACMS arrives early next year as a coordinated event. With a 50% intercept rate, Russia will have to expend many more missiles than normal to protect vital infrastructure, eating up inventory and helping clear the skies for the more vulnerable ATACMS. Once they arrive in the country, Russian forces all across the occupied areas will be in serious trouble. Storm Shadow features a significant warhead of 450 kilograms, or about 99.2 bald eagles for our American brothers and sisters. ATACMS, however, can fit a warhead of 600 kilograms, or 66.14 Thanksgiving turkeys for our fellow freedom fries-loving Americans. Being a rather hefty boy, though, ATACMS has a much shorter range, only about 300 kilometers, or about 50,641 Ford F-150 supercabs for everyone who's ever landed on the moon. However, this range is more than enough to service most Russian targets in occupied territories. Further complicating the Russian situation is the fact that the ATACMS has an ace up its sleeve that its more nimble, tea-drinking Storm Shadow cousin doesn't. While Storm Shadow must be fired from either stationary ground stations, limiting its range, or aircraft for maximum range, ATACMS can be fired from M270 MLRS batteries already provided to Ukraine, or every Russian's favorite Uncle HIMARS. This makes ATACMS a highly mobile missile system that can strike when you least expect it and penetrate deep, while its operators drive away before they can be destroyed. This mobility is such a threat to Russia that it's dedicated significant effort to locating and destroying Ukrainian HIMARS vehicles, claiming to have destroyed every single one at least 3 times over. However, the US has confirmed that Ukraine has not lost a single HIMARS system since they made their debut last summer. Though it would be hard to blame the Russians on this one, since Ukraine has built dozens of plywood decoys, which Russia has definitely blown to splinters. So what can Russia do to counter ATACMS when it arrives? The first thing is try to get it to never enter Ukraine in the first place. Expect more empty threats and nuclear saber rattling from Putin as the new year approaches, as he attempts to scare the West into not supporting further aid to Ukraine. This is why it's important to educate yourself and others. Russia cannot militarily escalate this conflict without resorting to nuclear weapons, and that's a losing proposition for everyone on the planet, but probably more for Russia because, again, their nukes are probably full of potatoes after conscripts stole the warheads and the wiring for cigarette money. A conventional escalation is simply impossible, with the Russian armed forces now officially being the second best military inside of Russia after the Wagner PMC. The second thing Russia can do to counter ATACMS is, well, nothing. Its inability to intercept and destroy HIMARS batteries means it'll likewise be unable to destroy ATACMS as well when loaded onto their launchers, or while in transit or in storage. This is because Russia is not very good at intelligence and reconnaissance, and even worse at rapidly servicing targets of opportunity, all capabilities the US military has invested absolutely criminal amounts of money into. We may not be able to afford healthcare, but we can detect short-range Houthi rebel missile launches from orbit, and then put a missile of our own through their front window and return if we wanted to. Russia's ability to conduct even basic damage assessments is so bad that it can take up to a day or more to determine if an air or missile strike was successful before deciding to attack that same target again. This leaves it with no hope of interdicting ATACMS before they're launched. Though if it can replenish its air defense batteries, it's got a good chance of intercepting them after they're launched, at least when its air defenses aren't trying to kill their own side. A man watches the first nuclear explosion in human history successfully go off, transforming the world with the beginning of the atomic age. A few words come to mind from the ancient Hindu text known as the Bhagavad Gita. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. It would have been impossible without him, the father of the atomic bomb, J. Robert Oppenheimer. But who was he? Was he a merchant of death, the designer of the deadliest weapon of all time? Or was he a principled scientist who hoped to prevent future wars? Was he a dedicated American patriot who wanted to make sure his homeland got the weapon that could finish the Axis powers? Or was he a secret ally of the United States' next great enemy? The answer isn't clear, and to find the truth we have to go back to the beginning. Julius Robert Oppenheimer's story begins in New York City on April 22, 1904. He was born into a non-observant Jewish family. His mother worked as a painter while his father was an impressive man in his own right, a wealthy textile importer who had immigrated to America from Prussia in 1888. The family would soon be joined by J. Robert's younger brother Frank, and they would move to an impressive apartment on the Upper West Side. Between L. Oppenheimer's love for art and Julius's wealth, it was no surprise that the apartment was soon covered with some of the most famous works of art in the world, including paintings by Picasso and Van Gogh. But the family would ultimately be known for science, not art. As J. Robert and Frank began their elementary studies, they were sent to a prep school, but not just any prep school. In 1911, J. Robert entered the Ethical Culture Society School, an experimental school founded by social reformer Felix Adler. Its goal was not just to raise smart children, but smart children grounded in ethics who would go on to do great things. It was part of a large secular humanist movement that was gaining momentum in education by the early 20th century, and it would heavily influence the lives of the Oppenheimer sons. But while J. Robert would learn much about ethics in school, his interests lay in academics. He would breeze through his studies, gaining a particular interest in mineralogy and, of course, chemistry. He even skipped several grades, and by the time he was 18, he was ready to take his next step. Because Oppenheimer was going to Harvard. Despite being derailed by a serious illness he got while prospecting in Europe, which delayed his plans by a year, J. Robert Oppenheimer was ready for the Ivy League. However, while he was recovering, he spent time in New Mexico, where he would fall in love with the Southwest. This was a region he would come back to in the future, of course, but for now, he was happy to return to New England. While he gained a general education at Harvard, he aggressively sought advanced chemistry courses and even sought to make up for the year he was delayed by taking extra classes. He was so ambitious that he decided to switch to physics for graduate school and was admitted solely on the basis of his independent studies, skipping multiple entry-level courses. In only 3 years, he would graduate Harvard with honors. But his education was just beginning. Nearly dying in Europe didn't deter Oppenheimer from crossing the Atlantic once more as he decided to attend Christ's College in Cambridge. While he was rejected by his initial choice of laboratory mentor Ernest Rutherford, he decided simply to head to England anyway and just try to hustle his way into another internship while he was already there. He was ultimately accepted by British Nobel laureate J.J. Thomson, who found Oppenheimer's mind sharp but his lab discipline lacking. Oppenheimer was assigned a tutor to get him up to speed on lab procedures, something he loathed. It would be a common pattern in Oppenheimer's life. He was a genius, but one who didn't like to be told to do things the slow way. But he also displayed a few dark tendencies. Oppenheimer's tutor, Patrick Blackett, was a disciplined man and only a few years older than Oppenheimer. The two clashed, and at one point Oppenheimer doused an apple with noxious chemicals and left it for Blackett to eat. This nearly led to Oppenheimer being placed on academic probation, but things were smoothed over. It wasn't the only time Oppenheimer displayed strange behavior patterns. The young scientist was obsessive about his work, often neglecting his basic needs when he was obsessed with a puzzle. He smoked intensely, forgot to eat, and once reportedly strangled a friend when the friend shared the news that he was engaged. It would be the start of a life of psychological issues for Oppenheimer, but he was unconcerned by the difficulties this would cause. After all, as he once told his younger brother, "I need physics more than friends." But even this challenging environment would not prove enough for Oppenheimer's curiosity and ambition, and he would soon head to one of the world's hubs for physics, Germany. He enrolled in the University of Göttingen in 1926 to study under the legendary Max Born. Often known as the father of quantum mechanics, Born was a sought-after mentor who attracted some of the best minds in the world, including German theoretical physicist Werner Heisenberg and Italian nuclear scientist Enrico Fermi. Oppenheimer had finally found a place where he could truly be challenged, and he was enthusiastic about his studies, maybe too enthusiastic. He would take over seminars with his passionate rhetoric, and a group of students at one point threatened to boycott the class unless Born managed to quiet Oppenheimer down. But dark clouds were brewing. Oppenheimer studied in Germany at the height of the Weimar era, when Germany was becoming a post-war hub of culture, industry, art, and science, albeit one struggling with a devastated economy after the First World War. But intolerance was rising, and Oppenheimer no doubt felt it as a Jewish man. No one knows what kind of Nazi oppression he experienced during this time, but it didn't leave him inclined to stick around. He earned his doctorate at the young age of 23 in 1927, not before reportedly interrogating his test administrator. He and Born co-published a famous paper, the Born-Oppenheimer approximation, which presented a method for neglecting nuclear motion in calculations without losing much accuracy. And then it was time for him to depart. Oppenheimer had left America as an ambitious and troubled student and returned a famous physicist who was highly in demand, so in demand that there was soon a fight over exactly where he would land. The United States National Research Council wanted him to join their team at Caltech, while Harvard wanted him back working for them. Oppenheimer, not liking to be told what to do, predictably went down his own path and split his fellowship between the two universities on both coasts. While at Caltech, he would become friends with fellow physicist Linus Pauling, but a potential affair between Oppenheimer and Pauling's wife brought an end to that. The two would never work together again, not just because of personal disputes, but because Oppenheimer's future was destined to stay away from Pauling's pacifist beliefs. Fate had a different plan for Oppenheimer. He soon began to work as a professor at the University of California, Berkeley, but not before some more travels in Europe and then purchasing a ranch in New Mexico. As a professor, Oppenheimer was known to be eccentric and hard to get to know. His students were notorious for becoming extremely invested in his classes, often adopting his mannerisms and spending more time on his assignments than any other. He continued to push the boundaries of physical science, often collaborating with the government. In his personal life, he was known to be apolitical and disinterested in world affairs at first. So invested in his own studies, he reportedly didn't even learn about the Great Depression until 6 months after it began. But then, something changed. By 1934, Oppenheimer had become aware of politics and was particularly passionate about opposing the fascist tide sweeping Europe. As the Nazis took power, Oppenheimer dedicated a portion of his salary to supporting German scientists who wanted to escape Germany. He also would become involved in union affairs and raise money for various left-wing caucuses. This led to many people wondering if he was becoming another member of the U.S. Communist Party, which was growing in support among academic circles. But this accusation had little to no backing. Oppenheimer was never much for romance either, but that was about to change. Oppenheimer's turn to the left coincided with him getting involved with women who shared his views. First was Jean Tatlock, a daughter of a Berkeley literature professor and radical journalist. The two had a short but passionate relationship, and it would be less than a year later before he would meet Kitty Puning. Another young radical, she was married when she had an affair with Oppenheimer and quickly divorced her husband and took off with a physicist. Looks like J. Robert Oppenheimer embraced more than one type of chemistry during his professor years. And the new Catherine Oppenheimer would be a key influence on her husband. Catherine was much more than a political activist. Born in Prussia, she would become a renowned biologist and botanist in her own right. She was also deeply involved in several radical groups. She and Oppenheimer would have 2 children, but Oppenheimer's issues with personal relationships cropped up again. He would have affairs with Tatlock while married. This meant he was essentially cheating on one communist with another, and this frequent contact with members of the party would come back to haunt him, because he was about to undergo the most critical job interview of his life. As the Nazi Party consolidated its control over Germany and then launched World War II, Oppenheimer only became more dedicated to opposing them. But his own government wasn't exactly on his side either. The FBI opened a file on Oppenheimer in 1941, chronicling all his contact with members of the Communist Party. While they didn't find that he engaged in any criminal conduct, they did find that he was a member of multiple organizations they considered subversive, including the now mainstream American Civil Liberties Union. Oppenheimer was not targeted by law enforcement, but he was put on a list of potential targets for custodial detention in the event of a national emergency, aka if civil liberties were suspended. But the government was about to need him for a very different reason. By October 1941, the US was still neutral, only supplying the Allies with the equipment they needed. But everyone knew that sooner or later the US would come and join the fray. The sneak attack on Pearl Harbor wasn't on anyone's mind, but it was clear that the imperial ambitions of the Axis powers would keep growing. So not only was President Franklin Roosevelt planning for war, he was planning for the next big weapon, an atomic bomb. National Defense Research Committee Chairman James B. Conant was put in charge of the early phases, and he had previously been a lecturer at Harvard when Oppenheimer was studying there, so he knew his old student had a mind that needed to be on board with this plan if it was to succeed. And soon, the project would become vital to the U.S. war plan. When Oppenheimer was first brought on board, he was tasked with doing neutron calculations. While Oppenheimer was definitely working on the building blocks of an atomic bomb, it was all very theoretical, and he threw himself into it with his typical zeal for physics puzzles. Security wasn't nearly as tight at this point, and he even shared many of his theories with students at Berkeley. But now, the US was at war, and in June 1942 the Manhattan Project was founded. The scientific efforts were transferred to the military, and Oppenheimer was chosen to head the project. This was an odd choice for many people. Oppenheimer didn't have a Nobel Prize, didn't have any background in the military, and was seen as a theoretical genius without practical applications. But the new leader of the military division, Brigadier General Leslie Groves, was steadfast in his choice, defending Oppenheimer against concerns that he was a political liability. And this would bring Oppenheimer back to his second home. While the Manhattan Project was still in its early stages, everyone knew their final goal was to set off an atomic bomb. This would require a safe location, far away from any nearby cities, and that called Oppenheimer to New Mexico. They took over the site of a private school near Santa Fe, and the Los Alamos Ranch School became the Los Alamos Laboratory. While this was a very isolated location with poor water supply and few road connections, the government went to work building the infrastructure required for the base. With the military taking charge, the scientists involved were expected to be commissioned into the military. There was just one problem. J. Robert Oppenheimer was not military material. The problem wasn't that he would likely argue constantly with his commanding officer, it was that he was underweight and had a chronic cough due to past bouts of tuberculosis. This, along with several other scientists objecting to being commissioned, led to a compromise where Los Alamos would be operated by the University of California under the supervision of the War Department, and the project soon grew by leaps and bounds, with several thousand people being involved in development over the years. And they weren't all just from the United States either. Many German scientists who defected joined the project, and they brought with them intelligence from Nazi Germany. Hitler was known for his grandiose plans and was just as ambitious when it came to weapons as the Americans. It was well known that he wanted a nuclear bomb of his own, but no one knew how far along the Nazi efforts were. It was only after the war that it was found that they were nowhere near the Americans, but this caused a great sense of urgency in the Manhattan Project, and some additional projects were proposed. A plan to poison German food supplies with radioactive material was rejected, not because of ethical reasons, but because the scientists believed that it couldn't be done on a large enough scale. And a plutonium-powered gun, nicknamed Thin Man, was developed, but ultimately trashed because reactor-produced plutonium was found to have too high a concentration for use in a gun, which meant that there was only one project left to focus on. Oppenheimer shifted his focus to an implosion-type weapon that would compress the explosive material and be delivered via a simple device. This was the bomb that would become Little Boy, the very first nuclear bomb ever dropped in combat. But first, they needed to make sure it worked. The final design was delivered on February 28, 1945. As it became clear the government would actually achieve their goal, commissions were formed to determine whether it would eventually be used in combat and how it would be handled after the war. But first, they needed to make sure it worked. It was July 16, 1945, and years of hard work were about to come to a close. The scientists had completed the first nuclear bomb prototype, and it would be detonated deep in the New Mexico desert. The site was nicknamed Trinity, and Oppenheimer was one of the many scientists present to see their experiments come to fruition, or result in shocking failure. Oppenheimer was accompanied at the test by not just military officials, but his brother, Frank, now an acclaimed scientist in his own right. No one knew what would happen when the bomb went off. Maybe the device would be a dud, or maybe it would be all too successful, creating a devastating explosion that would not be contained. But Oppenheimer no doubt was confident. He had never seen a puzzle he couldn't crack. But even he wasn't prepared for what he was about to see. As the last seconds ticked by and the announcer shouted, "Now!" the bomb went off and there was a massive burst of light. This was followed seconds later by a deep roar as the sound of the explosion hit them. Oppenheimer reportedly relaxed, the fear of failure leaving him. According to Frank, his first words after were, "I guess it worked." A suitably practical response for a man of science. But in the years to come, Oppenheimer would admit very different words came to mind. The Bhagavad Gita phrase, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds," flowed into his mind as the enormity of the moment came over him. The deadliest weapon in human history had just been tested, and he was its creator. But now it was out of his hands. Oppenheimer had little regrets at first about his role in designing the bomb and hoped it would help to eliminate the despicable Hitler. There was just one problem: the war in Europe was over. Nazi Germany had been defeated through the efforts of the Allies and the Soviet Union, and Germany was currently under military occupation. But the war with Japan was still raging on, and the United States was eager to test their new weapon in combat. As Japan had still not surrendered and plans were underway to mount a ground invasion, it was determined to instead drop the first bomb, Little Boy, on the infrastructure-heavy city of Hiroshima. It devastated the city and killed over 100,000 people. But the US wasn't finished yet. It was only days later when a second, larger bomb was dropped over Nagasaki, and Japan surrendered soon after. But while the nuclear scientists were happy to see the US triumph, many were horrified by this, seeing the second bombing as unnecessary overkill. Oppenheimer in particular was haunted by his role in the Manhattan Project, even as the war ended and the boys came marching home. It was a few months later when he was granted a meeting with President Truman and expressed the opinion that he felt like he had blood on his hands. Truman did not respond well, seeing it as an insult against the president's call to drop the bomb. He kicked Oppenheimer out of the White House, but still awarded him a Medal for Merit the following year. And now a new era would begin for J. Robert Oppenheimer. The Manhattan Project was highly classified throughout the war, but the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki made it all very clear. The government declassified many of the details in the year after the war, including the identity of the man who made it possible. And then suddenly Oppenheimer was the one thing he never expected to be: a celebrity. He appeared on magazine covers and found just about everyone seeking his opinion. The problem was the government might not always like his opinion. He started advocating for international control of nuclear arms. To prevent an arms race, he wanted more power to go to the newly formed United Nations. And so J. Robert Oppenheimer's time with the government would come to an awkward end. He returned to teaching, but found he couldn't go back to his old habits. Instead, he took up a position as the head of the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, an ambitious institution that played host to some of the greatest minds of the era, including Albert Einstein. He finally had a setting that could challenge him again, and it didn't hurt that it came with accommodations, including a 17th century mansion that came with servants and allowed him to indulge in his parents' passion for collecting artwork. Now that the war was over, Oppenheimer was able to return to theoretical work, his true passion. But it wouldn't last long, and the government came calling again. In the year after the war, the US wanted to avoid an arms race and to keep the US monopoly over nuclear power. Oppenheimer was appointed to a commission to determine global standards for nuclear power, and a plan was developed to oversee enforcement, including requiring inspections of other countries' resources. This was rejected by the Soviets, and the arms race was on. Oppenheimer would soon be appointed as head of the new Atomic Energy Commission, helping to determine policy and ensure safety standards. But it soon became clear he was out of step with the government, recommending restraint as the government plowed toward a full-on arms race. The Soviets tested their first atomic bomb in 1949, and it would be all downhill from there. The government wanted more and stronger nuclear weapons, including the first hydrogen bomb. This thermonuclear weapon would dwarf the previous bombs in power, and Oppenheimer strongly recommended against proceeding with it. Not only were the human casualties horrifying to him, but he knew this would cause an arms race that would potentially endanger the survival of the human race. Oppenheimer convinced the commission to reject the plans, and then they were overruled by Truman. He would stay involved, but it was clear Oppenheimer was no longer in charge of the US nuclear program. With his battle to stop the arms race lost, Oppenheimer shifted his focus to minimizing the impact. He wrote reports on the dangers of nuclear fallout and helped to develop plans for the first nuclear alert system and air defense program. He worked with the State Department on global disarmament, attempting to prevent thermonuclear testing. But it was clear the military was calling the shots now, and the Cold War with the Soviet Union was in full swing. And as the Cold War ramped up, so did suspicion. Oppenheimer was still highly influential and was having a major impact in terms of making people aware of the dangers of the weapons he had helped create. That gained him a lot of enemies, not just in the military, but in other branches of the government. They included J. Edgar Hoover, the ambitious head of the FBI, who'd been trailing Oppenheimer and investigating his ties to communists since before the war. Hoover was convinced Oppenheimer was a covert member of the party, and clearly the fact that Oppenheimer didn't want America to have the biggest and deadliest bombs possible meant that he was in league with the Soviets, and now Oppenheimer's moment of truth had arrived. Few things were more feared in the early days of the Cold War than a summons from the House Un-American Activities Committee, and in June 1949 it was Oppenheimer's turn. He was questioned by the House Committee about his links to the Communist Party USA, including the fact that many of his mentors and students had affiliations to the party. He maintained that he never belonged to the party, but his brother Frank admitted he was affiliated, and that led to him losing his job at the University of Minnesota and being thrown out of the physics community. But J. Robert Oppenheimer had escaped mostly unscathed. For now. If there was one thing J. Edgar Hoover hated, it was losing a match with a target. He would wait several more years, but in November 1953, Hoover received a letter claiming that Oppenheimer was not only a communist, but an agent of the Soviet Union. Things moved quickly after that, as Oppenheimer's security clearance was suspended and he was told to resign. Oppenheimer refused, demanding a formal hearing instead. A secret hearing held in 1954 saw no actual proof of Oppenheimer not being loyal to the U.S., but many officials reported on his anti-nuclear opinions and odd behavior, and in the end, the government got what they wanted. While Oppenheimer was never prosecuted, he was essentially done in government work. Oppenheimer testified freely about his affiliation with party members, to the point where it bordered on naming names, but it wasn't enough to save his role in the government. Most historians believe that he at least had sympathies for the communists but never acted on them beyond affiliations with American leftists. In the years after losing his government credentials, Oppenheimer seemed to slip into retirement, spending time in the U.S. Virgin Islands, but eventually he would return to advocacy, campaigning against dangerous science, but he kept a low profile in the anti-nuclear movement. But his last act was coming sooner than anyone knew. Oppenheimer was eventually welcomed back in some form by the government, being given an award by John F. Kennedy. But only a few years later he would be diagnosed with throat cancer. After 2 years of treatment, he passed away in February 1967 at the age of 62. His wife would follow him only 5 years later. And few men left a more complicated legacy. During the latter days of his life, Oppenheimer was rejected by many as a communist sympathizer. Today, anti-war activists often reject him as the man who unleashed the nuclear demon. His loyalties were complicated, but there is no evidence he ever aligned with the enemies of the United States or compromised its secrecy. He created the nuclear bomb and was then horrified by it. Today, Oppenheimer might be best understood as a man who would not rest until his questions were answered, only to see that some genies can't be put back in the bottle. Some are high-tech and cutting-edge. Some are low-tech and brutal. Others technically might not even be weapons at all. These are the deadly weapons that could start World War III. Just about any weapon can start a war, including a world war, but in this multipolar world, a world war would spread quickly, involving many countries and pitting two great powers or more against each other. All the weapons on this list have the chance of causing escalations in a hurry, so let's kick this off with a much feared weapon that's all the scarier because it could be anywhere. Number 10. The dirty bomb. Terrorism has been a problem around the world for decades, with rogue agents of militant groups striking against their enemies by setting off bombs or opening fire in crowded locations. These are rarely fully traceable to any state actor, with rogue groups like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hamas, the Provisional IRA, and others having enough deniability to not bring the full force of a government down on the country that they're supporting, usually. That wasn't the case when Al-Qaeda struck the United States in 2001, as the ensuing anger kicked off not one but two wars in Iraq and Afghanistan that raged for 2 decades in one case. But what if the next terror attack was worse? Dirty bombs are one of the most feared weapons in any terror army's potential arsenal because the damage they cause can last far longer than the explosion. These radiological dispersal devices are usually standard bombs but contaminated with enough radioactive material to spread poisonous radioactive material over an area and contaminate it for a long time. In low-yield cases like this, which might be the most common type for freelance terrorists to be able to assemble, the symptoms might not be obvious at first and would only become clear when many people are contaminated and sickened after the fact. But in a higher-yield device, not only could a dirty bomb kill many people, but it could contaminate a chunk of a city for months or even years. And once that happens, all bets are off. The most likely flashpoint for a situation like this might be Iran, as the Islamic Republic has long been accused of funding terrorism around the world. If a dirty bomb goes off in a city in the US or another NATO member and the terrorist is found to have ties to Iran's militant government, that could be the final push for a hawkish government to begin strikes on Iran, especially as fears of Iran getting a nuclear weapon are ramping up again. However, while Iran is largely diplomatically isolated, it does have close allies in China and Russia, especially the latter, for whom it is a key arms supplier, which could mean a bloody proxy war in the Middle East, and proxy wars always have the chance of turning into a full-fledged global conflict if the two proxies start shooting directly at each other. But the more pressing threat from Iran might be over the skies of Ukraine right now. Number 9. Iranian drones. Russia's war in Ukraine has not been going according to plan, to put it lightly. From Kyiv by April to still fighting over the same 20% of Ukraine Russia seized in the opening days of the war, Russia's been reduced to shelling Kyiv from afar and fighting with brutal human wave attacks that see them losing soldiers en masse. Part of the problem is economic sanctions that have cut them off from weapon supplies, and their Cold War-era arsenal is running out fast. Few countries are willing to sell Russia weapons for a widely condemned war, and even Putin's allies in China have been hedging their bets. Xi Jinping might want to see the West take a black eye, but he's not going to jump in unless he thinks Russia can win. That leaves one country as especially key to the war effort. Iran hasn't historically had the closest ties to Russia, but they do have one thing in common: they both hate the United States. Putin and Raisi might also be commiserating on how to put down popular revolts when the people get angry, but whatever the reason, Iran has been very willing to supply Russia with weapons. These include Iranian-made drones, which are designed to be remote-controlled, missile-bearing merchants of death. These drones are fast but vulnerable and are aimed at overwhelming Ukraine's defenses, if not actually striking their target, then causing Ukraine to expend valuable weaponry on fighting them. But they stand a chance of backfiring in a very big way. Drones are remote-controlled, and that means there needs to be someone on the other side. How is Russia's drone operation program going? No one knows, but given the state of the rest of their military, we're not too optimistic. Ukraine's also bordered by other countries, including NATO member Poland and EU candidate Moldova. There have already been friendly fire incidents in the war across the border, but a drone strike in Poland, be it by user error or mechanical misfire, could be the deadliest flashpoint yet in a costly war. An attack on one NATO member is an attack on all. And while NATO would likely accept a Russian apology rather than going to war, Putin's more likely to respond with belligerence, which means all bets are off. But it's not always the aggressor's weapons that could trigger a larger war. Number 8. F-16s. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has not been shy about making requests of NATO for help, and with each Ukrainian victory he's become bolder, now asking for long-range weapons that'll allow him to take the fight back to Russia. This will allow him to strike at Russian-occupied territories like Crimea and the Donbass, as well as potentially at arms depots and troop deployments within Russia itself. The US has been hesitant to grant these requests for fear of angering Putin, but that resistance seems to be lessening. After all, Putin has been calling every NATO move a potential nuclear escalation, so what's the worry about some planes, right? But these aren't just any planes. The F-16 Fighting Falcon might soon be heading for Ukraine, and this powerhouse fighter jet might just be a game-changer in the war. Designed as an all-weather, multi-role aircraft, it's one of the best tools in the U.S. arsenal. Highly maneuverable and equipped with long-range surface-to-air missiles, a cannon, as well as the capability to carry heavy bombs, it's ideal for air combat, and might just plug the one hole in Ukraine's arsenal. The country's air force has been a weak point, but the F-16 has a good chance at giving Ukraine air superiority over its own territory. The question is, what comes next? Because Ukraine has become increasingly bold about striking back at Russia. According to the laws of war, this is fair game. Ukraine hasn't actively targeted civilian infrastructure the way Russia has, and it's not an escalation to retaliate with an attack on enemy military infrastructure. However, Putin may see it differently. While the most publicized attack within Russian territory was actually by a Russian militia, and the drone attacks on the Kremlin are heavily considered to be a false flag, if US F-16s begin striking Russia regularly, Putin might consider it a direct attack on him by the country that provided them, and then all bets are off. Or he might be bluffing again, but that's why many more cautious military minds are urging the US to hold off on the fighter jets for fear it might escalate the war in Ukraine to a full Russia v NATO conflict. But the most likely flashpoint for US weapons may be half a world away. Number 7. AGM-114 JASSM. For all of Vladimir Putin's threats of World War III, most analysts believe the potential for a larger war isn't in Europe at all, it's in the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea, where China's been increasingly aggressive. China claims the island nation of Taiwan is its territory, despite Taiwan being independent for over 70 years. It's also encroaching on the Philippines, Vietnam, and other Southeast Asian nations, which has led these countries, plus Japan and South Korea, to form an increasingly tight alliance with the US. As China ramps up war games around Taiwan, the US has unofficially vowed to defend its ally and its incredibly important semiconductor industry, and they're willing to provide the weapons needed. China's proximity to Taiwan means it likely has an early edge in the conflict, and it'll try to encircle and occupy the island before the US can provide aid. But that only works if Taiwan can't defend itself and hold out long enough to get help there. And that might be a lot harder for China to accomplish thanks to a new US-made missile. The JASSM is a powerful air-launched cruise missile developed by Lockheed Martin, designed for close-range standoff combat. While it's currently being used by the US, Australia, Finland, and Poland, the US has signed a deal to provide the missile to Taiwan, which will go a long way toward ensuring Taiwan can hold out during those critical early hours. But it may also increase the odds of a global conflict. World wars don't always happen through escalations. Sometimes it's a decision, and it seems like this one is the one US may be willing to make. It has repeatedly reiterated its commitment to defending Taiwan in the face of Chinese aggression. And while Europe may not be as willing to follow suit, it's likely the US will have many allies in the region. After all, Japan and South Korea know they could be next if China keeps expanding its sphere of control. And that's why these countries are working together to prevent China from successfully encircling Taiwan by blowing their ships out of the water with some of the best missiles in the world if need be. And if that first step works out for China, the next step is likely open conflict between the world's two most powerful militaries. Now let's head back to the Middle East, where the path to destruction may be deep underground. Number 6. Secret nuclear programs. Within a short period after the Second World War, the number of nuclear nations grew rapidly. The US was joined by the Soviet Union, and soon afterward by the UK, France, and China, and those countries got together and said, hey, maybe we should just keep it between us, and passed the Non-Proliferation Treaty. It didn't exactly work. Since then, India, Pakistan, North Korea, and allegedly Israel have each developed nuclear weapons, and while sanctions followed, there was no putting that genie back in the bottle. The next country to join in the club might be Iran, whose belligerent leadership has been repeatedly boasting of using those weapons against bitter enemies in nearby Israel. But hold on, because Israel might be able to answer back. It's believed that Israel got nuclear weapons as far back as the 1950s, with seismology studies showing suspicious activity that would correspond with nuclear tests. But because it would have been in violation of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, it simply didn't tell anyone. Israel's been very secretive about its nuclear program for more than half a century, but leaks indicate that it has well over 100 nuclear weapons, maybe more than 300, which would put it as one of the largest nuclear powers in the world. Israel has long considered a nuclear Iran to be an existential threat to its security. While it's not believed to have any long-range delivery systems, it is likely to have the capability of responding in kind to an Iranian attack, or to strike first. There have been many attempts to preempt the Iranian nuclear program, including a controversial diplomatic deal that was brokered by the Obama administration. However, it fell apart under Obama's successor, who declared the deal to be fake news. Since then, Iran has been enriching uranium again and is believed to be close to having the capability to assemble a bomb. Israel might decide to strike first and target its nuclear infrastructure, which would be a complex and dangerous operation. And with the US closely aligned with Israel, and Russia seeing Iran as a key to its weapons supply plans, any conflict between the two Middle Eastern nations could easily turn into a proxy war that would spread far beyond the region. But sometimes it's not even the weapon, it's the outcome. Number 5. Environmental warfare. A smart military knows you don't just fight in an environment, you can manipulate it to your benefit. This has been especially key in the war in Ukraine, as we saw in the opening days. As Russia was closing in on encircling Kyiv, Ukraine pulled off an extremely risky move, blowing a dam that flooded Russian pontoon bridges, allowing them to hold the city. A year later, Russia copied that move in a far more horrific way, blowing a massive dam in eastern Ukraine, complicating Ukraine's counteroffensive, but at the cost of a massive ecological and humanitarian disaster. This primarily affected the Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine, and the toll of the internationally condemned move may never be fully known. But the problem is, when you mess with nature, you don't know where the mess stops. World War I was defined by the use of chemical weapons, which scarred and killed countless soldiers. However, it also scarred the land to the point that there are still areas of France that are essentially no-go zones. Unexploded ordnance still litters the battlefield, and the soil was so thoroughly poisoned that nothing grows in some spots. It serves as a living monument to the horror of war and a warning that it should never happen again. But an increasingly desperate Putin might not see it that way. Instead, he may see the ecological disaster of the Kakhovka Dam collapse as a rare victory in the war, one that he should repeat. After all, if he can't defeat Ukraine on the battlefield, he just may be able to make large swaths of the country uninhabitable. But ecological disasters don't respect borders. Much like in the case of Iranian drones, the biggest risk in this strategy is Ukraine's proximity to other countries, including Poland. Poland is close both to Ukraine and Putin's puppet state in Belarus. So far, Putin has relied heavily on attacking Kyiv with missile strikes to no real strategic benefit except to cause the city a lot of pain. If he escalates this, potentially by trying to cause ecological disaster in the region by targeting Ukraine's water or food supply, it could have unintended consequences. What if the effects spill over into Poland, and Poland considers invoking Article 5 as a result? Putin would no doubt argue that he took no direct action against Poland, and as such, he isn't responsible. But much like the flow of water, once the drums of war start beating, they're very hard to stop. What could cause a war the fastest? How about a power outage? Imagine you wake up one morning, turn on the lights, and nothing works. TV's out, the microwave's out, you better get on the internet to see what's going on. But that's shut down too. Now it's time to panic. That's what it would look like if an electromagnetic pulse went off targeting a country's power grid. The first occurrence of this event was actually natural, the Carrington event, an intense geomagnetic storm that occurred in 1859 and devastated much of the rudimentary electric infrastructure at the time. Back then, it was an annoyance and a curiosity to be studied, but today it could be a global disaster that would take years for a country to bounce back from. Which naturally meant it was time to develop some weapons that had that power. Electromagnetic bombs were created a long time ago, but they weren't the focus of the weapon. That would be the nuclear blast. Most nuclear bombs cause a pulse that knocks out power to a large area, but that's usually just a side effect that the people would barely notice amid the destruction. However, many countries thought it would be useful to be able to neutralize a country's power grid in a sneak attack without the devastating impact of a nuclear bomb. Electromagnetic bombs, while top secret, are believed to have been designed by several countries, including the US, and could be used as a first strike by a country that wanted to attack a nearby country and wanted to make sure that a larger power couldn't immediately begin. But there are those darn unintended consequences once again. An electromagnetic pulse is a blunt weapon. It wouldn't just knock out the power like a typical power outage, where you could still use all cordless devices. It would disrupt just about every major electronic device in the region. That includes emergency medical equipment, traffic lights, even airplanes, which means commercial planes could start falling out of the sky. Even if the bomb itself didn't kill anyone, the odds are the casualties of an immediate EMP blast would be in the thousands, if not higher. And it could climb rapidly as the victims struggled to restore power. This would be a deadly attack that would almost definitely provoke a larger war, one that the aggressor would hope would go in their favor thanks to the time advantage. But that's why these same countries might want to go for a more subtle approach. Number 3. Cyber warfare. Could the most important warriors of the coming war not be the soldiers or the pilots or the generals, but the nerds? The vanguard of security and espionage may be housed in top-secret government research facilities, tirelessly hacking away at other countries' firewalls. Spying has been part of the war, both hot and cold, for centuries, and in the past it was a high-risk endeavor. Spies had little choice but to go behind enemy lines to get vital documents, and would often face torture and a firing squad if they were caught. It was lower risk but harder to try to turn a citizen of the country you were spying on. However, now countries are able to get information from within another country's classified files without ever leaving their borders. And these spies might be aiming to do far more than just gather intel. The US has reportedly accused China of spying on its government websites, a charge China has denied. The odds are both countries spy on each other, and on their allies as well. However, cyber warfare has gone far beyond simple intelligence gathering, and countries might be looking to scam artists for inspiration. One of the most nefarious techniques used by criminals in recent years has been ransomware, hacking websites and computer systems and locking them until an untraceable cryptocurrency payment is delivered. Many hospital networks have been forced to pay the fee to get their systems back online. A hostile government could easily apply the same tactic to key government or military systems with proper preparation. But it may just be a case of delaying the inevitable. For instance, if China was to hack the US's communication systems to cut off intelligence and keep the US from responding as they attack Taiwan, would the US get their systems back online, see that China blockaded Taiwan, and then simply say, "You got us, good game"? Or would they be more likely to consider the cyber attack an act of war itself and be even more motivated to respond and break the blockade? The cyber warfare specialists may have escalated the hacking game to the point that they can be a force to be reckoned with in any major conflict, but they can't account for one thing: eventually everything's going to be back online, and then all bets are off. But the biggest X factor in the world's weapons stores has been hanging there for decades. Number 2. Russia's nuclear arsenal. There are only a few constants in life: death, taxes, and Vladimir Putin threatening the use of nuclear weapons. Ever since the war in Ukraine began, Putin's belligerence in response to any aid provided to Ukraine has been intended to scare off the West. But it hasn't worked, and with every red line that NATO breezes past with no response, more and more people consider his nuclear threats to be a whole lot of hot air. However, as the war grows closer to Russia and slips further away from his control, Putin clearly wants everyone to see him as a wild card who may decide to let slip the dogs of war. After all, Putin controls the largest nuclear arsenal in the world. Or does he? That's the rub, because Russia definitely does have the largest number of nuclear missiles in the world, a staggering total of 5,889 at last count, more than enough to destroy the world multiple times over. This is way down from the country's peak of 45,000 during the Cold War, but it's more than enough to power a nuclear triad that's capable of hitting anywhere in the world. Putin wants to maintain an aura of strategic ambiguity. Not only does he repeatedly threaten to use them if Russia is attacked, but Russia is also only one of a few nuclear powers to not have a no first strike policy. That means Russia reserves the right to use nuclear weapons to resolve a conventional war, and what that trigger is, no one knows. But in reality, Putin's arsenal might be much smaller. Putin's nuclear stockpile is huge, but it's almost entirely Cold War-era weapons, and many of them spent a long time in other countries like Kazakhstan or Ukraine. No one is sure how many of them were maintained well enough to still be in working order. While Russia has boasted of developing new weapons, they haven't made much progress, and recent missile tests saw failures. No one knows which of the weapons would hit their target, with some possibly even blowing up on the launch pad, probably taking Putin with them. That makes the Russian nuclear arsenal the world's biggest game of Russian roulette, but no one's willing to take that 1/6 chance lightly. And that's exactly the sword of Damocles Putin is hoping works in his favor when he makes his threat. But no weapon is more dangerous and unpredictable than this final one, because it's alive. Number 1. Bioweapons. It was 2019 when the world first saw a mysterious new virus spreading around Wuhan. It took just a few months for the virus to spread from China to the rest of the world. As COVID-19 killed millions around the world, rumors spread just as fast about where it came from. The prevailing theory was that it mutated from an animal and was spread to humans in an exotic meat market. But other theories circled around biological research labs in Wuhan, ones that might have been partially funded and co-run by the US. Conspiracy theories ran wild, with some blaming China, others blaming the US. Was COVID-19 a bioweapon? It's not likely. It hit every country equally and wasn't nearly deadly enough to be an effective targeted weapon. But future cases may not be so lucky. The prevailing theory of a lab leak now centers around what's known as gain-of-function research, where scientists genetically alter an organism in ways that make it more effective. This can boost its reproductive rate, infectiousness, or transmissibility. It can even make it able to infect different hosts, which could make an animal virus able to infect humans. This is usually done to better understand viruses and how they would interact with humans, but it's also considered very risky. After all, making a virus stronger could open Pandora's box, and once that's open, there's no closing it. And if things get bad enough, it could provoke the next Great War. COVID-19 certainly seemed to drive a lot of people out of their minds, as anyone who argued over a mask or tried to get toilet paper in March 2020 found out. But the ambiguity of the situation kept things from spiraling out of control. We might never know just how it began, but what happens in the future if a virus leaks or is deliberately released from a lab and causes a far deadlier pandemic? It's unlikely cooler heads will prevail, and the outcome of that conflict may cause casualties that would dwarf the actual virus. The human world has only ever known perpetual war. Since we climbed down from the trees, we've been throwing things at each other. And right now, we're seeing destructive weapons being created that come straight out of a dystopian novel. This is how we got here. Number 10. You've all heard of napalm, but did you know many centuries ago, the Byzantine Greeks had something quite similar, what we now call Greek fire. Historians say this napalm-esque weapon was likely created in the year 672. And by God, did it scare the hell out of anyone that stood in the way. Imagine standing across from someone who is firing an ignited petroleum-based liquid at you out of an ancient version of a flamethrower. This was about as high-tech as weapons got back then. Opposing armies hated it, and they had no idea how the Byzantine Greeks had created a fire that just wouldn't go out. It even stayed alight when it hit the water, which was very useful in naval battles. The recipe for the substance was such a closely guarded state secret that enemy militaries would spend years trying to create something that had the same effect, but their efforts usually would amount to nothing. Even now, historians aren't sure what those tricky Byzantines used to set the ocean on fire. However, it's speculated that pine resin, sulfur, quicklime, or a flammable liquid called naphtha could have been involved. Thermal weapons like Greek fire really took off in the centuries that followed. Machines were used to launch objects covered in certain sticky substances, and entire towns could be set alight in a matter of hours. This led to what in modern terms we call a scorched earth strategy. Over the centuries, the machines that launched these projectiles became more advanced. As you probably know from watching various TV shows, it's one of the main reasons why the Byzantine Greeks managed to repel the Muslim armies and navies when they were trying to protect the city of Constantinople. Later in the 13th century, those pesky Christian crusaders were wreaking havoc in Muslim territories. The crusaders came up against a kind of Greek fire and quite literally could not believe their eyes. Just to give you an idea of how they felt, here's some text from a memoir that was written after the Seventh Crusade. The tail of fire that trailed behind it was as big as a great spear, and it made such a noise as it came that sounded like the thunder of heaven. It looked like a dragon flying through the air. Such a bright light did it cast that one could see all over the camp as though it were day. We should also mention the trebuchet. If you were attempting a siege and wanted to bash down some castle walls or set fire to the grounds, the trebuchet came in handy. Usually a counterweight would be used with a sling to send a projectile hurling through the air. The Chinese had been using trebuchets since the 4th century BC, and the Byzantines employed them much later when they were experimenting with Greek fire. It wasn't until the 1500s that they went out of fashion, and that's because some of the weapons we'll talk about soon were invented. So, when it comes to deadly weapons of the past, there was perhaps nothing comparable to Greek fire. It was, in fact, your ancient version of a nuclear bomb. We'll talk about those things later too, but first, you need to know just how impactful smaller weapons were. Number 9. If we told you that the bayonet was once the bee's knees of weapons, some of you might think we need to hire new researchers. They certainly don't sound scary, but they changed everything regarding close combat fighting. Imagine you were an English infantryman fighting in the Scottish Highlands back in the day. You took one shot with your musket and then had to go through that irksome few minutes to reload your weapon. As you were doing that, one of the most frightening axe-wielding soldiers you could imagine came at you swinging with abandon. Your chances of survival would be much better if you had a knife on the end of your gun. We get the name bayonet because the French started making them in the 17th century in the town of Bayonne, although the Chinese had something close to a bayonet many years earlier. Back to those formidable Scottish Highlanders. They were roundly defeated by a Jacobite army in 1689 at the Battle of Killiecrankie. As was usually the case, the Scots fired their muskets and then ran to the line of opposing soldiers with their swords and axes swinging. But a surprise was in store for them this time. Their enemy had plug bayonets attached to their guns. Still, the Jacobites lost many men. With those particular bayonets, once the blade was attached to the weapon, it could no longer be fired. The soldiers were also unfamiliar with the weapon, so they got an axe to the brain while fiddling around. Bayonets were used with more success during the American Civil War from 1861 to 1865. They were used with less success when British soldiers were ordered to leave their trenches and run into no man's land during that bloodbath we called the First World War. They didn't stand a chance with only a bayonet in their hand. Those hooty British commanders, meanwhile, were moving pieces around in what looked like a game of Risk. The over-the-top maneuvers were an absolute disgrace regarding military strategy. Soldiers were just about always torn to ribbons by enemy gunfire, joining a heap of rotting bodies from previous charges. Back home, the press talked about heroes and clever generals. Here's a quote from the controversial writer and World War I survivor Louis Ferdinand Céline. The poetry of heroism appeals irresistibly to those who don't go to war, and even more to those whom the war is making enormously wealthy. Céline said some terrible things later in life, but it's hard to impugn him for that quote. And if the guns didn't get him, the chemical weapons did. So let's talk about those things. Number 8. For all the right reasons, chemical weapons are frowned upon. While it seems paradoxical to say this, when it comes to mass murder during wars, there are always ethical concerns regarding how you can kill someone. If you think about it, chemical weapons use goes back to ancient times. We're sure you've all heard about those ancient Greeks firing poison-tip arrows at their enemies. You might not have heard about how the Chinese used pumps to cover their enemies in toxic smoke as far back as the 2nd century BC. Many substances were used, with arsenic being mentioned in ancient texts. When the Romans were scrapping with the Persians used sulfur dioxide to kill Roman soldiers. In the 13th century, when King Henry III was the head of England, his navy used something called quicklime to blind the French. Documents describe how the English threw lime mortars onto French ships. Even deadly nightshade was used in battle a few centuries ago, but some people aired their concerns saying toxic chemicals are just not ethical. And that's why, in the Strasbourg Agreement of 1675, the French and the Holy Roman Empire agreed to stop using toxic gases and poisoned bullets. This was the first ever treaty banning the use of chemical weapons. But as you know, this didn't stop militaries from using them. And scientists got smarter during the Industrial Age. The weapons got more deadly. This is when chemical weapons became indispensable, when countries worldwide began experimenting with utterly atrocious weapons. During World War I, chlorine phosgene gas was a favorite. It probably killed in the region of 85,000 people in the war, choking them to death in what must have been one of the worst ways to die. Soon, most countries started stockpiling the stuff due to its effectiveness. The Japanese used it at their Unit 731, the place where some very ugly experiments went on. Mustard gas was also a favorite of World War I. It probably killed about 100,000 people, burning their skin, getting into their lungs, blinding them, and causing all manner of deadly infections. Even if a victim did survive, the injuries were often horrifying. It was very easy to contaminate an area too. During World War I, soldiers often took mustard gas back into the trench in the mud that collected on their boots and uniforms. Suddenly, the entire trench was saying their skin was on fire. Every side was soon using chemical weapons, and back home in laboratories, scientists tried to come up with even deadlier gases. In World War II, an American supply ship was hit while traveling off the coast of Italy. Aboard that ship were 2,000 shells of mustard gas. Around 60 U.S. personnel died, as did an unknown number of Italian civilians. For sure, there was the Geneva Protocol, an agreement not to use such weapons, but that piece of paper might have well been used to wrap up a visit to the toilet. The Nazis exterminated millions of people with gases, but make no mistake, the British and the Americans were also very familiar with using gases and nerve agents. After the war, both the US and UK performed some very sketchy tests with nerve agents. It was only discovered in 2004 that a British soldier named Ronald Madison died from sarin gas tests. In 1953, after signing up for a secret experiment and exposing himself to sarin, he complained that he couldn't hear. Then he collapsed, convulsed, and later died. The tragedy was covered up only for the military to be accused of gross negligence decades later. One can't underestimate how effective a silent but deadly weapon is. Over the decades, most countries have spent a lot of money on developing chemical weapons, despite the public hearing how stockpiles keep getting destroyed. Perhaps the latest chemical weapon is something we've never heard of. To be honest, before we started writing this show, we never heard of BZ, or Substance 78 to the Russians. This is a colorless and odorless substance that if you ate with your cornflakes, you'd suddenly start tripping out of your mind and be unable to perform the most basic tasks. You might not die, but as one expert put it, you'd become mad as a hatter, red as a beet, dry as a bone, and blind as a bat. Most warring nations have it or have something similar, and you can bet they have something worse. Chemical weapons suck, but they are here to stay. This next weapon is all but gone, but man, was it efficient in its heyday. Number 7. On August 26, 1346, about 10,000 English soldiers went up against around 40,000 to 50,000 French soldiers at the Battle of Crécy in northern France. With those kind of numbers, you wouldn't have put your money on the English, but fast forward a few hours and the battlefield was covered mostly in dead Frenchmen. The French kept on fighting only to find that they were now in a losing battle. The ensuing carnage was described as murderous, without pity, cruel, and very horrible. The numbers differ regarding how many men the English lost, with historians saying it was between 50 and 300. The French lost between 4,000 and 10,000 men, many of them noblemen. What the hell happened? Well, it's a long story, but historians say the primary reason for this military humiliation is the fact that the English had longbows and excellent archers. You might have heard a story about why the English give two-fingered salutes rather than one finger when saying F you. The story states it's because of the wars with the French. You see, the English armies were renowned for their archers. So when the French caught them, they sliced the English guys' trigger fingers off. That's why English archers would show you their two fingers in battle, a kind of FU to the French. We might also call it a pluck you. It's a nice story, but we can't say for sure that it's true. Nonetheless, we found a book that states the origin of the gesture derives from the appearance of the longbow toward the end of the 13th century. The longbow, which soon became the standard armament of English infantry, was a weapon of tremendous accuracy and power. An English archer was expected to be able to hit a person-sized target more than 200 yards. True or not, the English did have really talented archers. Bows and arrows had been around forever, but it's the fact that the English perfected making very strong longbows that made them such an advantage in battle. We still don't know who invented this top-shelf kind of longbow, But that doesn't matter to us. What matters is this weapon was very impressive. It was about as good as anything you could arm a single soldier with before the days when they started firing guns. Number 6. In China, sometime in the 9th century, a bunch of alchemists started experimenting with sulfur, charcoal, and potassium nitrate. And what they invented was gunpowder. It was soon discovered that by igniting this stuff, you could make a projectile move at high speed, as Mongol invaders soon found out when they went up against Chinese armies. In the 12th century, these Chinese already had what the English call a cannon. In the 13th century, they had hand cannons, which were effectively very heavy guns. The word spread, and by the time the 14th century ended, there were cannons all over Eurasia. Then, the Western Europeans got hold of them and carnage followed. Longbows and Greek fire were one thing, but cannons were another. On September 7, 1695, Henry Every, aka the King of the Pirates, did something no one thought he could do. His ship attacked a 25-ship convoy of Grand Mughal ships. These were carrying about as much precious cargo as one could imagine. The event went down in history. How could an upstart pirate with a bunch of thugs take what they wanted from people who were the world's wealthiest folks at the time? The answer is Every had stolen a top-notch ship named Charles II. The Mughal ship had 62 cannons itself, but it wasn't as fast, so Every was able to hit first. A cannonball caused a considerable explosion aboard the Mughal vessel. Before you could say shiver me timbers, the pirates were on board the opposing ship doing some very awful things to its occupants. The attack was later romanticized, but make no mistake, those pirates were nasty, especially to the female passengers. Lest we forget, conflicts should never be romanticized. Death is never pretty. Just from that attack, Every's men got over $100 million in today's money, not to mention all the gold and jewels they stole. Whoever had the best cannons was in control of the high seas. Another reason why a tiny island called Britain gained so much control over the rest of the world. Now, militaries didn't have just longbows and fire, they were also able to knock down walls of castles much more quickly with heavy balls of iron. The cannon stayed in use for centuries, but a more deadly iteration would come onto the scene much later. Also, that hand cannon we just mentioned evolved into a gun. So, we also need to talk about the gun. Number 5. As you know, the Chinese invented gunpowder, and it wasn't long until they had hand cannons. These things looked advanced back in the 13th century, but let's face it, you'd struggle to hit a bus from 50 yards with one. Muskets were a significant improvement. They were introduced in the 16th century, and suddenly warfare started to look somewhat different. They could penetrate steel armor. They could quickly kill a man. They were clumsy things, but not as clumsy as a big bow and arrow. But we'll move on from the musket and talk about rifles. You might wonder what the difference is, and it's true, they are quite similar. You loaded them down the muzzle, packed them, took aim, and boom. Then you hoped you'd hit something because reloading was time-consuming. The rifle was just more accurate than the musket because it had rifling grooves. The word rifle comes from scratch or groove, which is why the weapon got the name the rifle. Muskets and cannons were initially smoothbore, meaning they had no grooves inside the barrels. Just imagine that little ball of steel shooting down a smooth chamber. It was chaotic, and that's why the bullet usually wasn't very accurate. Those grooves changed everything. Hitting someone at 50 yards with a musket was a toss-up. Hitting someone at 100 yards was damn hard. Farther than that, you might as well have aimed for the moon. But with rifles, it wasn't long until some of them were pretty accurate up to 500 yards. This was a game changer, but better types of guns were just around the corner. What if a soldier could fire an entire volley of bullets from his gun? Number 4. In 1884, a man named Hiram Maxim made that possible and revolutionized warfare. This American-British inventor made the first semi-automatic machine gun. He called it the Maxim gun. You might have seen one in a Hollywood Western movie. A similar gun is used in the movie A Fistful of Dollars. It's not actually a Maxim gun, but it's not too far off either. These things represented mass death, even if you had crappy aim. Just before the Maxim gun came the Gatling gun, but you had to rotate a crank with the Gatling gun, making killing folks a bit harder. What they both represented was an era of rapid fire. The latter was used during the American Civil War. The former was significantly employed during European conquests of Africa, when one man with one gun could massacre a whole tribe of men armed with nothing but spears and a strong heart. A sad sight indeed. Such was the case on October 25, 1893, when 700 soldiers from the British South African Police came under attack. From 6,000 Matabele tribesmen, over 1,500 tribesmen were shot down in no time at all. The Brits lost 4 men. This attack was part of the First Matabele War. The Matabele force included 80,000 spearmen and 20,000 riflemen. But what could they do against Maxim guns? It was a massacre. One British man who observed the war said he'd never seen anything like that gun, stating the British were mowing them down literally like grass. In another fight, 5,000 Ndebele warriors were slain by just 50 British men armed with 4 Maxim guns. Still, fast forward to 1916 during the Battle of the Somme, 21,000 British men were mowed down like grass by the German version of the Maxim gun, the Maschinengewehr 08. These weapons and similar weapons were soon in the hands of soldiers from many countries. The bodies soon started piling up when men with pistols went up against machines that fired 500 rounds per minute. It wasn't long before something even more insidious hit the world's battlefields. These were fast-firing guns such as the AK-47, created by the Russian inventor and military man Mikhail Kalashnikov. The weapon takes its name from him, and the year it came onto the scene, 1947. They were so damned practical as well as deadly. They didn't jam much either. As military experts have said, the true brilliance of Kalashnikov's invention was its simplicity. This is why armies still use them today. You can pick one up for around $150 in Pakistan, and people on the dark web say they'll ship one to the US for around $3,600. With their fully automatic setting, firing 600 rounds per minute, you'd better hope that not too many crazy gun nuts get hold of one. Your hopes might be dashed when you hear the news that reports not long ago said AK-47 sold in record numbers in the US. According to an article in Business Insider talking about where they were made, about 70% of the factory's output is now civilian rifles, up from 50% 2 years ago. Of the civilian arms, about 40% are exported to the US. Let's now turn to one of the heavyweights in the history of weapons. Number 3. With soldiers being armed with powerful weapons and little bombs that could be launched with the swing of an arm, what was now needed was a kind of vehicle that could take a hit and trudge through a battlefield of ditches and mud. This is why the tank appeared on the scene. You might not be surprised to hear that those warring British folks came up with the first tank that loosely resembled a modern tank. On September 6, 1915, something called Little Willie rolled off a production line. It might have only moved at 2 miles per hour, but Little Willie was an instant hit with people who kill for a living. It was built to take a lot of damage and could cross very difficult terrain because it had those tracks that looked a bit like a conveyor belt. Needless to say, after it made its first appearance at the Battle of Somme in the First World War, all warring nations wanted one. No man's land, no problem. You could set one of these things off and it could travel through a hail of bullets, which was somewhat better than sending men over the top shouting "Arr!" armed with only a bayonet and a photograph of their wife. The great resistance painter and scientist Leonardo da Vinci had actually sketched something that looked like a tank, although it was the British that made the things come to life centuries later. By the time World War II was in full swing, many of the world's most powerful nations had quite impressive tanks. The Russians had the Soviet T-34, the Germans had the Panzer IV and V, the Tiger I and II, and the Stug III. The Americans had the Shermans, the French the Char B1, and the Brits the Crusader. We might annoy tank enthusiasts if we pick one that was superior, although many folks will tell you it was the German Tigers or the T-34. As experts will tell you, the tanks transformed the battlefield. At the same time, something was going on in the skies. Number 2. To talk about the best combat aircraft would take us hours, so we won't do that in detail. It was during World War II when these things really took off, pun intended. Some of them dropped bombs on targets such as the great US flying machine, the Boeing B-17 Flying Fortress. Some of them had dogfights in the air, such as the British Supermarine Spitfire. Even though planes definitely changed the landscape of war, we're going to move forward in time and talk about something that will significantly impact future wars. We hope there won't be too many, but who knows. Unmanned aerial vehicles, more commonly known as drones, have been around a long time. During World War I, the British had a remote-controlled aerial target drone, and the Americans had the Kettering bug. The Germans had the V-1 flying bomb, which you might know as the cute-sounding doodlebug. If you could ask any very old British people if they were cute, they'd tell you hell no. When one of those things flew above you, you just had no idea when its wings would fall off and a torpedo would come flying at you. But they're not as scary as what we have now. Modern drones are pure horror shows, and it makes one spine tingle when you think some guy sitting in a control room can say, "Light them all up," and a bunch of people, sometimes innocent, are what you might call vaporized. To think you can cause so much pain and death by pushing a button in an office on the other side of the world. Kill, and then have a sandwich and a cup of coffee from the vending machine. This is why drones are a gray area when we talk about the ethics of war. And just imagine if control over these devices was transferred to artificial intelligence. The US's Predator B combat drone can fly at 50,000 feet, and carry a payload of over 1,700 kilograms. They might fly above you with AGM-114 Hellfire missiles or GBU-12 Paveway 2 bombs. The General Atomics MQ-20 Avenger is even more advanced, also coming from the USA, and it's now being exported to places as far as India. Why does every country want this kind of weapon? A possible answer is coming soon. Flying 50,000 feet in the air, the MQ-20 is a killing machine that can be armed with a whole host of next-generation sensors and weapons. Of course, the US isn't the only nation developing such super weapons, so the future of warfare could consist of what looks like people playing video games, except those 92% burns, the limbs lost, the families torn apart, and the brains mushed are very much real. Add to that the fact that many drones miss their targets or hit their targets and take out a lot of innocent folks. It's all just very dark. As a drone operator, you're removed from the pain and the bloodshed, but that hasn't stopped what's now called a drone arms race. Sure, just as more advanced drones take to the skies, more advanced anti-drone defense systems come to life, but where does it all stop? In George Orwell's brilliant 1949 dystopian novel 1984, he wrote about a future in which a big brother government rules with omnipresent surveillance. That's already pretty much here in the digital age. He also wrote that the future of warfare would have limited aims between combatants who are unable to destroy one another, have no material cause for fighting, and are not divided by any genuine ideological difference. The book says nations are fighting with each other just to prop up their military-industrial complexes and to keep the people in a constant state of fear. That way, they are more controllable. Hence Big Brother's part slogan, "War is peace." This perpetual war he talks about will be led by advanced mechanized machines that cause just enough damage. He says these smaller conflicts will be easier to stomach for the populaces. The individual will be stamped out. People will be so scared that they'll forget about poverty and the poor, who will be left to do their own thing in the eternally dilapidated habitats. People will forget about their own desires and will learn to hate anyone who thinks differently, especially those who embrace human liberties. A militarized police will take care of them once their neighbors have reported them. Orwell talks a lot about scarcity. Even though technological advances could easily feed the planet, everything will become mechanized, but the aim of all this industry is not peace, but more war. He talks about floating fortresses, which the public never really knows much about. They're like modern-day aircraft carriers. The public knows they cost a lot of money, more so because the enemy keeps inventing their own new machines. Orwell writes, "In principle, the war effort is always so planned as to eat up any surplus that might exist after meeting the bare needs of the population. The enemy is vague, but it's always there. The only language you're allowed to use is a language that expresses hatred for the enemy and pride for the government. This is made known during Hate Week." Orwell saw the future of drones. In the book, the Ministry of Peace has airplanes that move independent of their base. There will be death, but nothing on the scale of a world war. The people wouldn't like that. And so with these advanced machines, war will be everlasting and without victory. So, in Orwell's imagined world, some high-tech machine like a drone might drop a bomb occasionally, scaring the hell out of people. He called these rocket bombs. In one scene, one of those drones hits a poor neighborhood. Orwell writes, "The bomb had demolished a group of houses 200 meters up the street. A black plume of smoke hung in the sky, and below it a cloud of plaster dust in which a crowd was already forming around the ruins. No one knows where it came from, but within minutes, the sordid swarming life of the streets was going on as though nothing had happened." Is this the future? That's bad, but in 1984 people put up with it because they didn't want to think about what would happen if nuclear bombs were dropped on them. Number 1. Orwell wrote, "Technological progress only happens when its products can in some way be used for the diminution of human liberty. One thing that governments need to uphold this state of constant war is the threat of something so destructive that people will embrace perpetual minor wars. The threat is nuclear war. Today we have enough nuclear weapons to possibly destroy the world. If all of them were dropped and a nuclear winter followed, there would be hell on earth. Just imagine if the Tsar Bomba, tested by the Soviets in 1961, fell on your town. The thing carried 50 to 58 megatons of TNT. Hiroshima's Little Boy bomb was about 13 to 18 megatons, and Nagasaki's Fat Man 19 to 23 megatons. Mutually assured destruction is indeed mad, because a nuclear holocaust is possible. As of 2022, Russia has 4,477 nuclear warheads, or 6,000 if the retired ones are included. The US has about 5,500 warheads, with 3,800 of those ready to go. The UK, France, China, India, Pakistan, Israel, and North Korea also have a stockpile of nuclear bombs. As we speak, some people are talking about a possible nuclear war due to what's going on in Ukraine. It's hard to believe that any country would choose to launch a bomb and thus set off something so devastating humans would die on an unimaginable scale. Still, as Orwell said, The fact that those bombs are there just means we'll have to put up with endless smaller wars and perpetual expensive conflicts. Therefore, the greatest weapon in the world is ignorance, perhaps after apathy. You asked for more weird weapons that totally failed, so we found more. Welcome to part 2 of the most bizarre, asinine, impractical weapons that never made it to the battlefield or were such a disaster that they were more of a liability than a help in a fight. We dug deep into the historical archives to uncover the worst of the worst and the weirdest of the weird. Sit back, relax, and prepare to be awestruck by just how terribly strange some of these weapons were. Tanks are the movable fortresses of the battlefield, but sometimes a tank is made so terribly that it becomes impractical. Perhaps no tank better embodies this description than Tsar Tank. The Tsar Tank is by far one of the weirdest tanks ever constructed. Not only that, but it's probably the most ineffective tank the world of warfare has ever seen. The Tsar Tank was built by Russian engineers in 1914 and was a big tricycle. The front 2 wheels were each around 27 feet tall and powered by their own engines. After the prototype was built and tested, a few problems became glaringly clear. The first was that the entire contraption could barely get moving. Although tanks don't necessarily move very fast, the Tsar Tank actually had 2 engines that could each produce 500 horsepower. This was more power than most wartime vehicles had at the time, and the tank itself was relatively light, meaning it should have hypothetically been able to move at a good speed. However, there was a major problem with its design. During the design phase, the engineers miscalculated and the weight distribution came out all wrong. The tank was too heavy in the back, which put too much weight on the back wheel. This resulted in that wheel getting stuck in the ground, keeping the whole vehicle from moving. For whatever reason, the Russians didn't want to use tracks like the other countries were experimenting with at the time. Instead, they believed the giant wheels and the tricycle setup was the best way to go. You can probably guess that this wasn't actually the best option, as we don't have 3-wheeled tanks cruising around the world today. Another problem with this configuration was that the angle and direction the Tsar Tank's cannon could fire was very limited due to the large front wheels blocking the turret. But the biggest failure of the Tsar Tank was that it was an easy target for artillery fire. The wheels could be damaged by explosions, meaning that all it would take is a single shell or a well-placed grenade to render the Tsar Tank completely useless. Once the tank became incapacitated, the crew inside would be sitting ducks. All the enemy had to do was wait for the Russian soldiers to come out and pick them off one by one as they tried to climb down to the ground level. All in all, the Tsar Tank not only looked silly but was a complete waste of time and resources. Nuclear weapons are incredibly scary on their own. The most concerning thing about these next few weapons is that they increase the risk of nuclear accidents occurring. The Davy Crockett weapon system might be the most powerful and craziest gun ever invented. It was a smoothbore recoilless rifle that was designed to fire a tactical nuke just over a mile. Like many weapons of mass destruction, it was built during the Cold War in the 1950s. Launching a nuke from a rifle might seem like a weird concept to us today, especially when you think about the radiation and how being a mile away from a nuclear explosion is not nearly far enough. With the right wind conditions, the radioactive fallout would be upon you in minutes. Yet, during the Cold War, the ability for a few soldiers to fire a nuke across the battlefield at an advancing enemy army seemed like a good idea. Luckily, the Davy Crockett weapon system never had to be used. Even if things did get that far, Davy Crockett had all sorts of problems. The rifle was incredibly inaccurate, meaning that the nuke wouldn't necessarily land exactly where the soldier was aiming. Since it fired a nuclear warhead, being inaccurate wasn't a huge deal, as the explosion would be massive and obliterate the intended target, even if it detonated several hundred feet away. The weapon's inaccuracy, along with the likelihood of the firing team and friendly forces in the area getting an unhealthy dose of radiation, was enough to retire the Davy Crockett weapon system. However, that wasn't before at least 2,000 were made. Imagine 2,000 nukes being fired at the enemy from rifles. That is a terrifying thought. However, there was another, more ominous reason that the Davy Crockett never made it to the battlefield. There was very little accountability for a squad in control of a Davy Crockett. Infantry soldiers would have the ability to launch nukes without necessarily going through the proper channels or the chain of command. All it would have taken was one rogue unit carrying a Davy Crockett to launch a nuke at a Soviet force to kickstart World War III and the annihilation of the human race. This was a scary thought, and one that many in NATO brought up, which led to the decommissioning of the Davy Crockett weapon system in 1971 before it could ever be used. If you thought the Davy Crockett was a terrifying device with several shortcomings, you won't believe the destructive potential of this next crazy weapon called the Blue Peacock. The Blue Peacock was a name given to a nuclear mine developed by the British in the 1950s. The other names given to this device were Blue Bunny and Brown Bunny, Regardless of the weird choice of color and cute animals for the name of this terrifying weapon, we can all be thankful that it was a big failure. The Blue Peacock weighed around 7.2 tons. It was the size of a car and held enough plutonium to generate a 10-kiloton nuclear explosion. The Brits planned to bury this device along strategic points into West Germany. That way, if Soviet tanks ever tried to invade Europe, they would be blown to smithereens. The problem was that if the Blue Peacock was triggered, it would not only destroy the Soviet forces, but it would annihilate any civilian structures or friendly forces in the surrounding area. There are multiple reasons why these nuclear mines were failures, and each one is crazier than the last. The Blue Peacock didn't even work like a normal mine. The idea was that the Brits would quickly dig a hole, drop the 7-ton mine in, and then retreat to safety. Then, when Soviet forces were directly over the mine, they would use a remote detonating system to activate the bomb. The problem was that the triggering device was temperamental and didn't always go off. The backup plan for the Blue Peacock was that in case remote activation wasn't an option, the mine would be set on an 8-day timer. After the allotted time, the mine would explode no matter what. It would have been a real bummer if the mine was activated and NATO forces managed to push the Soviets back after only 7 days, because 24 hours later the Blue Peacock would detonate, vaporizing everything in the area. That is, unless the British scientists could uncover the mine, get inside it, and disarm the nuclear warhead. It's not clear if there was ever a safe way to disarm the timing system on a Blue Peacock. The designers hadn't really worked out all the kinks by the time the Blue Peacock was being considered for deployment. So there was a solid chance that even if the Soviets had been pushed back successfully, the bomb would go off anyway. Another problem was the device needed to be kept warm while it was set up underground during winter, and this had to be done using an independent energy system. The solution the British engineers came up with was so absurd, we had to double-check it to make sure we weren't hallucinating. The plan to keep the device at the right temperature was to put several chickens inside the mine, with enough food to keep them fed until the British wanted the bomb to detonate. For example, if the British needed the bomb to explode after 8 days, they would give the chickens inside the casing just enough to last them 8 days, at which point they would starve to death. Once the chickens were dead, the temperature of the bomb would drop and it would explode. Let that sink in for a moment. The solution to keep the wires and circuits warm enough in the nuclear landmine so it wouldn't go off was to use birds that peck at everything around them. We can't believe we had to say this, but this turned out to be an incredibly bad idea. The weapons specialists who came up with it proposed wrapping key components with chicken wire to keep the birds from pecking at them, but you can only imagine how effective that would have been. It would only be a matter of time before one of the chickens pecked at something it shouldn't have, thus detonating the nuke prematurely, killing all the chickens inside, and anyone else in the surrounding area. Chickens were not the only animal considered for weird military operations. In fact, animals have been used in some very, very strange ways by many countries around the world. The CIA classified one project Acoustic Kitty. This was not just a clever name for a secret weapon, it was almost a literal description of what the espionage device would be. The plan was to stick a microphone into a cat's ear that was connected to a radio transmitter implanted in their skull. The cat would then be released inside of a building the CIA wanted ears in, so they could listen to everything that was going on. However, they ran into a few problems. For anyone who owns a cat, you probably already know what the first problem was. Cats don't follow instructions very well. They're creatures that play by their own rules, so although they could infiltrate an enemy headquarters, they'd probably spend more time chasing mice and licking themselves than collecting valuable intel. The second problem was that cats, like all living things, can be fragile. On one of the first test runs of Acoustic Kitty, a cat was deployed in a park to pick up the conversation of two men sitting on a bench. Unfortunately, the test didn't go according to plan. In uncovered documents from the program, a memo stated that the cat never made it to the man on the bench where the conversation was happening. The researcher in charge of testing the Acoustic Kitty in the park stated that instead of walking over to the men sitting on the bench, the cat wandered into the street where it was promptly squashed by a taxi. Like that cat, the Acoustic Kitty program was squashed by the government, and the weaponized cats never became part of the spy program. Before the CIA started using cats as secret spies, the Soviets were using dogs as anti-tank weapons. Dogs are man's best friend, and the Soviets thought they'd make great soldiers as well. The Soviets needed to find a way to deal with enemy tanks as World War II looked more and more like an inevitability in the 1930s. Since dogs are incredibly smart and loyal, the Soviets decided they could train them to place anti-tank mines under enemy tanks, rendering them useless. The plan was for the dogs to act as a deployment system for the anti-tank mines. They were trained to carry the bombs in a harness on their back, and once they were under the tank, they would release the pack and run away to safety before it detonated. The training seemed to go well, and when the Germans invaded the Soviet Union between 1941 and 1943, The Red Army had around 40,000 anti-tank dogs to fight against the Nazi tank divisions. Unfortunately, there were a few problems with the anti-tank dogs. At the beginning, they worked pretty well and even incapacitated several German tanks. However, once the Nazis realized what the dogs were doing, they would shoot them before they reached their targets. This was not only terribly sad, but pretty much put a stop to the Soviet plans to keep the tanks from advancing further into their homeland. The other problem with the Soviet anti-tank dog program was that the training itself wasn't thought out all the way. The Soviets needed to simulate a battle situation, so they had their anti-tank dogs train on out-of-commission Soviet tanks. This made sense until the Soviet soldiers deployed their anti-tank dogs in battle and they didn't attack the Nazi tanks. The issue was that the German tanks ran on gasoline while the Soviet tanks ran on diesel. The dogs had been trained to identify their targets by smell, and so in the middle of a battle, they would run to Soviet tanks and drop their bombs off there instead of attacking the German tanks. This was not the dogs' fault. They did exactly as they were trained to do. They sniffed out tank fumes and deployed their mines. It just so happened that they were carrying out their mission against Soviet diesel tanks instead of Nazi gasoline tanks. This was obviously embarrassing for the Soviets, so when they released the success rate of the anti-tank dog program, they calculated that they had destroyed about 300 tanks. However, this number is likely inflated or also counts the damaged Soviet tanks that were targeted by accident to justify the time and money spent on training the dogs. With all the anti-tank dogs running around, it's no wonder the Nazis took to the skies. However, one aircraft in particular had a weird design and was known for being a little unstable. The Messerschmitt Me-163 Comet was the first rocket-powered fighter plane ever produced. It was designed by Nazi scientists and had its first test flight in 1941. The size and shape may seem a little weird at first, but this was a completely unique aircraft that was the Luftwaffe's answer to the high-flying American bombers that quickly became a thorn in Germany's side. The Comet could accelerate to 550 miles per hour and reach 39,000 feet in 3.45 minutes. This meant that if bombers were spotted heading toward Nazi-controlled airspace, they could launch the Me-163s to intercept and destroy the bomber before it could drop its payload. In theory, the Comet sounded great. However, in practice, it wasn't nearly as effective as the Nazis had hoped. In order to reach the high altitudes at breakneck speeds, the Comet used a mix of two highly volatile propellants that, when combined, gave the rocket a huge amount of thrust. This resulted in the Comet moving too fast for the Nazi pilots to engage the slow-moving bombers before they went whizzing by their target. On top of that, the Comet could only maintain its burn for around 7 minutes. So if the pilot overshot his target, it was unlikely he could pass the target again before running out of fuel. The Comet was designed to expend all of its fuel before gliding back down to Earth for a safe landing. However, controlling the descent of an aircraft without working engines is incredibly difficult, and crash landings were not uncommon. This meant that even if the Comet was successful in its mission, there was still a pretty good chance the aircraft wouldn't be able to land successfully, and the Nazis would lose both their state-of-the-art rocket and their pilot. But all these problems were the least of the pilot's concern. The volatile nature of the propellant meant that accidents caused by unstable fuel mixtures were common. If the proportions were just slightly off, the entire gas tank could ignite, and the Comet would explode on the tarmac. Therefore, every time the engines were started, there was a chance the whole plane would go up in flames. As far as failures go, the Me-163 Comet was a doozy. Around 360 of the rocket planes were built, but they only shot down 16 enemy bombers in total. Due to mishaps and accidents, at least 13 Comets were destroyed, although the number is much likely higher. This means that it's very possible that more Nazi Comets blew up as a result of design flaws than the number of US bombers they shot down. At first glance, a sticky bomb might seem like a strange yet effective way to destroy an enemy transport or damage a tank. However, the sticky bombs of World War II tended to have all sorts of problems that would render them useless and even deadly to the soldier throwing it. Sticky bombs were designed to be used against tanks during World War II. The idea was that by having an adhesive coating around the outside of the grenade, it would make damaging a tank much easier since the vehicle wouldn't be able to drive away from the explosive. However, these weapons did not always work as intended. The anti-tank hand grenade number 74 had an outer shell that was removed by pulling a pin. This would expose the sticky adhesive that surrounded the bomb. The soldier would then run up to a tank, activate the 5-second fuse, and gently toss or place the sticky bomb on its hull before running for cover. The main difference between a regular grenade and a sticky bomb is that it was intended to stick to an object. The fact that the adhesive was on the outside of the bomb wouldn't stick to dust or dirt was a huge problem. It meant the sticky bomb literally couldn't do its job. Obviously, a sticky bomb that doesn't stick is a failure of a weapon. However, it gets worse. The adhesive on the sticky bomb tended to leak and attach itself to the hand or clothing of the soldier trying to throw it. When he let go of the sticky bomb and found that it was now stuck, To him, instead of the target, there was nothing he could do but run away from his squad mates before it exploded. Sometimes if the bomb stuck to his soldiers' clothing, and he was a quick thinker, he would rip off the piece of clothing and toss it away before the bomb detonated. This sometimes led to soldiers ripping off their pants that a sticky bomb had attached to and fighting the rest of the battle in their underwear, which would definitely be embarrassing but much better than being blown up by your own sticky grenade. Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party designed some incredibly weird weapons. Most of them fell into the category of Wunderwaffe, or wonder weapons. Most of these devices were never built, like the Sun Gun, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and long-range aircraft that could bomb the US. However, some astonishingly large weapons were designed and successfully manufactured by the Wunderwaffe program, and almost all were failures. Hitler was a big fan of big guns with gigantic turrets. Kinda makes you wonder if he was compensating for something. For example, the V3 cannon stood for Vergeltungswaffe 3, or Vengeance Weapon. This was a large caliber cannon that was 430 feet long and used the multi-charge principle to shoot its 310-pound shells. What this means is that the projectile went through a secondary propellant chamber after it had been fired to give it more speed and thus a longer range. The V3 was constructed in the Pas-de-Calais region of northern France, where it was supposed to be used to bombard London from mainland Europe. However, the amount of time it took the Nazis to construct the gigantic cannon allowed the Allies to carry out bombing runs across the Channel to destroy key Nazi targets. Unfortunately for Hitler's large cannons, they were all destroyed in these bombing runs before they could fire a single shot across the Channel and into England. It was the sheer magnitude of these cannons that made them so vulnerable and unrealistic for war raging in Europe. However, Hitler didn't want to hear excuses, he just wanted bigger guns. Enter the Schwerer Gustav. This railway cannon weighed around 1,500 tons and fired shells weighing just under 8 tons up to 30 miles. It was a massive weapon that could deliver a huge amount of damage to any target it could hit. But this was the problem. The Schwerer Gustav was not very accurate. It was incredibly slow to set up, aim, fire, and reload. In fact, it's reported that the Schwerer Gustav was only used a handful of times, if at all, because of the time it took to move the gigantic weapons from place to place. The Schwerer Gustav could only be hauled by train, and with supplies and resources dwindling toward the end of the war, Hitler and the Nazi leaders decided to retire the Schwerer Gustav before it saw much action. They poured enormous amounts of resources into the massive gun only to bring it back to a warehouse and dismantle it so it didn't fall into the hands of Allied forces. It's ironic that the Nazis had to destroy their own insane weapons just so it wouldn't be turned against them. Hitler didn't just like big guns, he liked big tanks as well. Unfortunately, the Panzerkampfwagen 8 Maus was so audacious that it literally got stuck in its tracks. This behemoth of a vehicle is the largest tank design ever built, but this tank had big problems. Its enormous size meant that it was incredibly slow, and that the engines would often overheat from the stress of having to move the several tons of steel. It was also too heavy to cross most bridges without causing them to collapse, and it would destroy roads whenever it drove over them, which was a huge problem for other support vehicles behind it. Even though the Nazis succeeded in creating the biggest tank the world had ever seen, it ended up being a huge failure. The Panzerkampfwagen 8 Maus was retired before it saw much action. One of the weirdest bombs ever created is probably the bouncing bomb. As the name suggests, this device didn't detonate when it hit something, instead it bounced around for a while before eventually coming to a stop and then exploding. Sometimes this was a good thing, sometimes it was very bad. Most often, bouncing bombs were used to target enemy dams. The idea was that the bombs could be dropped from airplanes and would float toward their intended target. This allowed them to avoid the torpedo nets and minefields that would have hindered the effectiveness of traditional torpedoes. The problem was that no matter how many calculations were done, it was almost impossible to predict exactly how the currents and the waves of the water would affect the trajectory of the bouncing bomb. The bomb would be dropped from a low-flying plane and would skip across the water until it reached the dam. Then it would sink below the surface and detonate underwater like a depth charge. The explosion would send shockwaves through the dam and cause it to collapse, flooding everything downriver and disrupting energy and water supplies. However, if the bouncing bomb sank too far away from the dam, it would explode without causing damage to its target. Unfortunately, the explosion would still kill any fish or aquatic animals in the vicinity. The unreliability of the bouncing bombs and their unnerving ability to detonate prematurely in the planes carrying them to their objective led to only a handful being used during British RAF missions. The US has sent nearly $30 billion worth of aid to Ukraine, with a significant chunk of that being military equipment. The equipment has directly supported the nation's stunning counterattack, with US equipment taking center stage in shaping the battle before it was even launched. Russia is now finding out why the US doesn't have free healthcare. But what equipment has the US sent? And why does it seem like Russia is helpless against it? Javelin. A week after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there was one name the Russian army and the rest of the world had become very familiar with: Javelin. This premier American anti-tank system first entered service in 1996 when it replaced the M47 Dragon and has proven absolutely lethal against Russian armor. This is the weapon US infantry would have used themselves in a war with Russia, and its effectiveness is nothing short of terrifying. The weapon consists of two components, the launch tube assembly and the reusable command launch unit. The clue is the brains of the system and features 4 times magnification at both day and night with its thermal sight. This system allows US infantry to no longer be reliant on supporting heavy vehicles for target identification, and the clue can be used by itself even when no more missiles are available to provide infantry with a portable and very capable thermal sight. A 12 times magnification narrow field of view option allows gunners to effectively zoom in on a target and properly identify it. When the gunner is ready to fire, he switches to a Seeker FOV mode at 9 times magnification. This is effectively now being fed into the missile guidance unit. With target selected, the gunner squeezes a second button and the missile is on its way to deliver 19 pounds of supersonic tandem charge high explosive American freedom to its target. In order to defeat modern reactive armor, the Javelin missile features 2 warheads that detonate in rapid succession. The first is a smaller charge, which is meant to blow away explosive reactive armor panels being fired up at the missile in an attempt to disrupt it. The second, shaped charge, creates a narrow stream of molten metal that penetrates through tank armor to deliver an extremely emotional event to the crew inside. When targeting armored vehicles, the Javelin switches to top attack mode, in which the missile fires straight up into the air and then comes down directly on the tank's thinner top armor. You've probably seen pictures of Russian tanks with what were termed cope cages. These metal cages were being welded onto Russian tanks at the start of the invasion to protect from anti-tank missiles, and in some cases could actually be effective. However, against modern anti-tank weapons, the cages were simply wasted labor, and as St. Javelin took a horrible toll on Russian tanks, the Russian Ministry of Defense quickly sought out a new solution. Nowadays, you're probably not seeing many of these cages on Russian tanks because A, most Russian tanks are now Ukrainian tanks, and B, they didn't work. So why are Javelins so effective against Russian armor? The truth is that modern anti-tank missiles of the quality being supplied to Ukraine are frankly terrifyingly effective. Even Western tanks would be hard put to defend themselves against them, which is why the US is gradually adding the trophy protection system to its own tanks. This anti-tank missile system fires explosive charges at incoming missiles that are more effective at disrupting the weapon than explosive reactive armor panels. However, the real reason why Javelins are pounding Russian armor into scrap metal is that Russia has very poor military doctrine and uses its tanks improperly. Tanks are not meant to operate on their own, but are rather meant to be directly supported by infantry. Supporting infantry forces are responsible for keeping enemy hunter-killer teams at bay. Yet, the Russian military has routinely shown that it does not operate armor and infantry together well at all. Often, Russian armor is simply left to fend for itself with predictable results. Kamikaze drones. Odds are you've now become familiar with the names Phoenix, Ghost, or Switchblade. Russian infantry is not only aware of the names but actively fears them. The Phoenix Ghost drone is a loitering munition developed under the US military's Big Safari weapons program. This acquisitions program is meant to rapidly deliver new weapons to meet unexpected or evolving threats, allowing the US military to quickly counter enemy capabilities using pre-existing technology rather than going through a whole development and testing cycle of new tech. To date, the US has sent around 700 of these weapons to Ukraine, with a significant impact on the battlefield. The loitering munitions can hover over an area for 6 hours and conduct surveillance at both night and day thanks to its infrared sensors. Once a target has been detected, the drone kamikazes down onto its head with an explosive finale. The drone is great for taking out entrenched infantry or even lightly armored vehicles such as trucks. The Switchblade is the name most people are familiar with and has sort of stolen the Phoenix Ghost's thunder. The weapon was conceived by the US Air Force Special Operations Command as a way of rapidly giving infantry a way to provide their own air support in Afghanistan. Traditional air support may not always be available or take time to respond, plus it can cause serious collateral damage. The Switchblade 300, however, can be carried by individual soldiers and used for both reconnaissance and attack, dropping down from above directly on an enemy's head. When the weapon was first sent to Afghanistan, it was on a test case basis and in limited numbers. In 2012, US soldiers received 75 Switchblades to try them out in real-world conditions. The result of that test remains classified, but very shortly afterwards the US Army made a request that the weapon be immediately made available in far greater numbers. Insurgents soon feared it and US soldiers loved it. Soon after its debut in Afghanistan, the Switchblade was tested from the open bay of an Osprey transport, successfully tracking and impacting its target. This paved the way for a new development between Switchblade manufacturer AeroVironment and Kratos Defense and Security Solutions for a high-speed, long-range unmanned combat air vehicle that could act as a mothership to a host of Switchblade drones. The UCV would be designed to rapidly deploy an overwhelming number of Switchblades in order to overcome enemy defenses. The US has provided over 1,000 of both the anti-personnel and anti-armor version of the Switchblade drone, which Ukraine has used to devastating effectiveness. In response to the overwhelming success of the Switchblade, Russia has announced development of its own loitering munition, the LAOP-500, which it boasts twice as powerful as the Switchblade. Given the fact that Russia is bringing T-62s out of museums to fight in Ukraine, take that boast with a grain of salt. So why can't Russia stop these American drones? The easiest answer is that Russia simply wasn't prepared for modern warfare. Despite its many pre-invasion boasts of being able to take on even the military forces of the US, Russia has proven it simply has no idea how to fight a modern war. It has failed to conduct large-scale combined arms operations and displayed time and again a complete disregard for electronic and signal security. The devastation delivered by Western-provided smart munitions proves that it fundamentally was unprepared for the consequences of a smart battlefield. The hard answer, however, is that nobody is really prepared for the loitering munition threat posed by modern drones. There's simply no way of providing adequate protection to infantry forces from loitering munitions, though the US has been working on the problem for a few years now. Electronic warfare capabilities meant to disrupt drone signals or even shoot them down with electromagnetic pulse weapons are now being seen as integral to the very structure of the traditional American infantry platoon. So, the next time big, tough US infantrymen go to war, expect to see Geek Squad fighting right alongside them, because without electronic warfare support, infantry is too vulnerable in future conflicts. Stinger. At the start of the war, Russian air forces operated in large numbers across the country. By now, Russian rotary aviation is conspicuously absent from the front lines. The reason is the US-made FIM-92 Stinger and similar platforms provided by other Western countries. Russian aviation is having traumatic flashbacks to the Afghanistan war, when its helicopters were mauled by US-supplied Stingers. Today, the weapon system has been updated but remains relatively the same as it was when liberating communist aviators from their earthly troubles in 1985. The Stinger is a shoulder-fired man-portable air defense weapon, or MANPAD, that can engage targets up to 3,800 meters away, making it perfect for taking out low-flying aircraft such as helicopters. Its smart seeker head can differentiate between the exhaust plume of an enemy aircraft and its engines, helping it home in for a successful kill. To fire the weapon, a battery coolant unit, or BCU, is inserted into the gripstock. This delivers a supply of high-pressure argon gas, which cryogenically cools the seeker to operating temperature. This causes the seeker to be very sensitive to heat sources, thus allowing it to lock on to enemy vehicles with great precision. Once fired, a small ejection motor pops the missile clear of the operator and to a safe range, where the main rocket motor is activated, sending the missile on its way. The warhead is relatively small, only about 2.26 pounds of HTA-3 explosive, a mix of HMX, TNT, and aluminum powder. However, the weapon is designed to directly impact the vehicle's engines, which can be easily damaged or destroyed even with a small amount of explosives. So why is the Stinger once more violently reuniting Russian aircraft with the ground? Once more, it comes down to doctrine. Russian forces are doing a poor job of integrating air power with ground forces, leaving low-flying Russian aircraft at great threat from man-portable weapons. However, the real culprit is Russia's basic lack of precision targeting. Most of its ground attack aircraft lack targeting pods, meaning they have to come in low for any attack to have a large degree of precision. This puts them directly under the threat of the Stinger. HIMARS. We couldn't possibly do an episode on US weapons Russia's having a very bad day with and not mention the vaunted HIMARS system. This thing is not very impressive on paper. The High Mobility Artillery Rocket System is, at first glance, underpowered rocket artillery. Unlike its more capable cousin, the M270 MLRS, the HIMARS system has half the number of munitions available to it, 6 GMLRS rockets. It's basically just a truck with a single pod of missiles on its back, so why in the world has this weapon single-handedly changed the face of the Ukrainian war? In the early 1990s, the US Army was retooling itself from fighting World War III against the Soviet Union and its allies to the expected Bush Wars of the future, which would feature low-intensity conflict. This meant the Army needed to slim down and start providing weapons that were mobile and flexible, something traditional rocket artillery is not. HIMARS was developed to meet the need of a light footprint force such as U.S. paratroopers or a small contingent of overseas troops fighting a conflict requiring precision rather than overwhelming firepower. Mounted on a truck, the system has far greater mobility and speed than any of its tracked cousins, and this was a huge draw for a future low-intensity conflict. However, it was exactly this capability that would make HIMARS so valuable to Ukrainian forces. Faced with overwhelming numbers, Ukraine needed a platform that could rapidly deliver a fire mission and then flee before enemy counter-battery fire or air support could respond. Traditional tube artillery would be based around areas in Ukraine, could enact some form of air defense which protected them, but made them very inflexible weapons. HIMARS, however, could quickly drive to a launch site, pop off its missiles, and drive away in minutes, allowing the weapon system to be anywhere it needed to be with short notice. But it's HIMARS' precision and range that makes it truly deadly. Each of the 6 GLMRS rockets have a range of 57 miles and are armed with precision warheads. This gives Ukraine the ability to punch behind enemy lines at targets out of range of traditional tube artillery, which has a range of around a dozen or so miles. But it's the precision that really matters, because each rocket can be programmed to hit a specific target or to double up and defeat enemy fortifications, striking exactly at their weakest point. The error radius of HIMARS is classified but believed to be no more than a few meters at most, and is likely far, far less than that, given the history of U.S. smart weapons. With just a dozen of these weapons at the start of summer, Ukraine began to batter Russian command posts and logistics nodes, leading to an immediate effect on the battlefield as Russian forces were slowed to a crawl. As they contended with the chaos being wreaked behind their lines, Russia quickly moved to neutralize the weapon, dedicating large amounts of air power and special operations forces to locating and destroying these mobile rocket launchers. Within weeks of the deployment of HIMARS to Ukraine, Russia claimed it had destroyed all of them, yet the U.S. confirmed that not a single HIMARS had been lost in combat. Was Russia lying? Normally the answer to that question would be yes, but in this case they actually might have been telling the truth, at least from their own point of view, because the weapon is mounted on a generic heavy-duty truck frame. Ukraine created multiple HIMARS decoys using trucks painted green. Other decoys were mere mock-ups made of wood, and it's confirmed that Russia has destroyed at least 10 of these decoys with Kalibr cruise missiles. Russia took the bait and expended significant effort and resources better used elsewhere to find and destroy these fake HIMARS, leaving the real HIMARS safe from attack. The U.S. quickly agreed to supply Ukraine with more HIMARS, and the nation now has just under 24 of these platforms with plans for more to be delivered. As of September 8th, Ukraine has struck 400 Russian targets with the weapons, making it the hardest working weapon in the Ukraine war, and one that has forced Russia to radically rethink how it deploys its forces. No longer safe behind the front lines, Russian command and control nodes and logistics hubs have been forced out of HIMARS range, which means the rate of the offensive has slowed to a crawl as units have to wait even longer for resupply. Russia has threatened to retaliate against the United States for further deliveries of the weapon system, but given that it can't handle 16 of these and the U.S. Army is equipped with over 400, it seems Russia's mouth is cashing checks its military can't cash. The power grid goes down from an EMP blast. You clutch your standard-issue XM5 rifle and make your way down to the deserted city street. Suddenly, from the shadows, you see a Mars robot emerge with its turret swiveling from side to side. You dive for cover as its automated targeting system sights you and unleashes a barrage of bullets. You cover your head and pray to God that someone will save you as the wall you're hiding behind explodes into debris and dust. A missile appears out of the sky, moving at hypersonic speed. You see the projectile before you hear it. The missile slams into the robot with deadly accuracy and detonates. You're safe for now. But what other deadly weapons wait for you on the battlefields of World War III? Let's find out. World War III will be truly a world war. There will be no place on the planet that's safe from the weapons used in the conflict. Militaries have developed long-range capabilities for missiles, vehicles, and aircraft. Safe havens or refuges from war are a thing of the past. The war will be all-consuming, and everyone will need to choose a side. World War III will also be a war that's not just fought on Earth, but in the heavens as well. Control of space and the orbit around the planet will likely play a crucial role in World War III. But there's another and perhaps even more important battlefield, and that is in the ones and zeros that make up the digital realm. Many of the weapons used in World War III will use computerized targeting and guidance systems. Entire military strategies will be communicated through satellite data. Control of the internet and the digital world will likely determine who will come out on top. As we examine the weapons that will define World War III, we're going to assume that the countries with nuclear capabilities are keeping that option off the table. If nuclear war breaks out and consumes our planet in fire and radiation, the rest of the weaponry really doesn't matter. But if war is fought in order to eliminate an enemy without causing a nuclear winter, then there are some key weapons that will allow victory for whoever wields them. The battlefields of World War III will likely have just as many robots as soldiers. This is because robots can sustain more damage while also being more lethal and accurate. Machines like the Modular Advanced Armed Robotics System, or MARS for short, will be deployed across the world. This deadly robot runs on tracks, so it can handle any terrain. Even though it can't move as fast as foot soldiers, it doesn't necessarily have to. Imagine a Mars robot airdropped onto an enemy military compound during World War III. As soldiers step out of their barracks and ready themselves for combat, they'd be greeted by a deadly robot firing its high-powered machine gun directly at them. Its targeting system would give it a 360-degree view of everything around it, while also shooting with pinpoint accuracy. The Mars wouldn't need to seek out cover, as the thick armor plating would protect it from small arms fire. Anything short of a grenade would just ricochet off its armor. The Mars would tear through enemy soldiers, and once it ran out of ammo, it would continue scouting the area and relaying vital information to HQ. When its mission was complete, the Mars would drive away to a designated pickup location, where it would be secured and re-equipped for another mission. Robots like this will likely play an important role in World War III, as they're versatile and effective in any environment. There are plenty of military robots being deployed, each one deadlier than the last. So in the battles of World War III, it'll not be surprising to find robots fighting alongside soldiers. Entire battles might even be fought just between robots controlled by opposing sides. But the Mars and smaller robotic military assets have nothing on this next weapon that'll dominate the battlefields of World War III. The Black Knight sounds like something out of a superhero movie or medieval times. However, it's actually the tank of the future. What is unique about this tank isn't its state-of-the-art weapons or its ability to be easily airlifted by military transport aircraft. It's the fact that it can be controlled 100% remotely. The Black Knight is a remote-controlled tank that can deliver massive amounts of destruction without putting a single soldier at risk. This tank is equipped with a turret-mounted 30mm gun and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, both of which are deadly accurate. The Black Knight also has a 300 horsepower engine that allows it to travel quickly from one objective to the next. In World War III, the last thing you want to come up against on the battlefield as an infantry soldier is the Black Knight. Even if you were behind cover, the turret would tear apart whatever building you were hiding in, and then the tank would mow you down with its automated machine gun. Like the Mars, the Black Knight reaffirms that the future of combat will likely be conducted by machines, while the actual soldiers control the battle from the safety of a faraway base. But no matter how deadly a ground vehicle is, one robotic craft will be feared by anyone fighting in World War III, regardless of whether you're on the front lines or supposedly safely hidden away in a bunker. The MQ-9 Reaper and other deadly military drones will absolutely be key in World War III. These aircraft make sure no one is safe. They can be flown a world away and still destroy targets with destructive missile strikes. Their precision and ability to fly almost completely undetected through enemy territory will make drones very effective in World War III. The MQ-9 Reaper is larger and more powerful than the current MQ-1 Predator. It'll be able to hold a larger payload, and its updated circuits and software allow it to be controlled more reliably, making it even more deadly. The drone's ability to carry out maneuvers that a fighter jet couldn't make not only makes it a reliable asset for bombing and missile strikes, but deadly in the sky as well. An MQ-9 Reaper is only constrained by the abilities of its remote operator. It can fly higher and bank harder than a jet with a pilot in it, and with zero chance of the controller passing out from the high Gs. The Reaper and other drones can be thought of as an aerial ninja of World War III. They approach their target silently with radio jamming technology. The enemy has no idea they're being hunted from thousands of feet in the sky. The controller uses satellite imagery along with ground reconnaissance to create a complete picture of where their target is and which weapon will be utilized to take it out. There will be no hiding from the Reaper. This deadly craft will likely take a psychological toll on the enemy, as no matter how deep they are in their own territory, there will always be a chance that a Reaper or a Predator drone is lurking above them. But it's not just individuals that have to worry about drones. Entire battalions can be annihilated if these machines release their entire payload at them. Even more scary is the thought of a fleet of drones circling overhead, each with its own set of missiles armed and ready to demolish any target they sight. Make no mistake, the future of warfare is not stronger and better soldiers. It's who has the best unmanned aircraft and vehicles that can deliver decisive blows to an enemy without putting any soldiers at risk. That being said, with all of the robotic and remote-controlled combat vehicles fighting in World War III, there are a set of weapons that will be especially handy for each side. World War III will not just be fought by soldiers, it'll also be fought by coders and hackers. A drone doesn't do the military any good if it's hijacked by the enemy and turned against them. This is why one of the most important tactics that will be used during World War III will have to do with cyber warfare. The ability to shut down an enemy's operation and lock them out of their own systems will be invaluable to either side. There will be a lot of different aspects of cyber warfare that will manifest themselves in World War III. Computer viruses will undoubtedly play a pivotal role. Hackers will be able to sneak lines of code into military systems and wait for the opportune moment to release their virus and wreak havoc in the middle of a raging battle. If generals can't send orders to their troops due to a communications blackout caused by a virus, the tide of battle could quickly shift. Sensitive information will need to be stored in highly protective servers that have a number of fail-safes to keep hackers out. If they get past the first firewall, there will need to be backups to keep hackers from stealing valuable intel. If cyber attacks become as bad as many military strategists predict, some of the most important documents may never be digitized, as this is the only real way to keep them safe from hackers. But there is a much scarier side to cyber warfare that could manifest itself during World War III. With everything being highly automated and weapons such as high-powered long-range missiles being controlled by computers, there's a chance that hackers could infiltrate key systems and detonate missiles in their silos. One of the deadliest and most powerful weapons of World War III will not be explosives but lines of code. However, there is a simple way to stop remote vehicles, guidance systems, and hackers all at the same time, which is why this next weapon will almost certainly be used during World War III. E-bombs deliver an EMP blast like a nuclear bomb would, except without the mass destruction that goes with it. E-bombs will be used during World War III to stop entire remote tank battalions in their tracks. They can be launched into space to disrupt satellite communication. The only problem with E-bombs is that they don't discriminate against what technology they fry. EMP weapons will need to be used strategically, but if deployed in the right circumstance, they could completely disrupt an enemy force, especially if it's made up of a lot of high-tech gadgets. E-bombs might also be dropped on enemy command centers to disrupt their communications and ability to fire or control any weapons that require a remote signal. The great thing about E-bombs is that they will disrupt pretty much all electronics and high-tech weapons, but will not destroy buildings or cause civilian casualties. In World War III, E-bombs might be used to disable military assets in a city while causing minimal harm to the people living there. In the future, it'll be hard to find a weapon that doesn't contain at least some kind of electronic component. This means after an EMP blast, the only reliable weapon might be a good old-fashioned gun. E-bombs could also allow for the capture of enemy tech. If a remote-controlled tank such as the Black Knight encounters an EMP blast, its systems will be shut down. However, this means that if enemy engineers are nearby, they may be able to repurpose the vehicle for their own use by switching out the fried enemy circuitry with some of their own. An anti-EMP tech will probably be developed at some point out of necessity, but it'd be impossible to equip every vehicle with it in such a short amount of time. Therefore, any robotic vehicles caught in an EMP blast will be sitting ducks for scavengers and enemy capture. Even though high-tech weapons will play a major role in World War III, some classic military assets will be just as important. Currently, there are 24 aircraft carriers in service, with around 10 more being constructed. These floating fortresses will definitely play an important role in World War III. Fighter jets, bombers, and drones can all be launched from the platforms of these carriers. This means that wherever the aircraft carrier goes, there is a force ready to strike. The newest carriers come equipped with nuclear reactors that give them an almost infinite range. This setup allows them to power the ship so that pulling into a harbor where the carrier is a sitting duck can be kept to a minimum. Airdrops can be sent to resupply food and other necessities while the aircraft carrier continues to cruise around the world to carry out its next mission. That being said, they are very large vessels and would almost certainly be targeted by enemy attacks. Aircraft carriers in World War III will be equipped with as many countermeasures as possible to ensure enemy missiles and submarines don't sink them. Nuclear subs will also play a major role, especially when it comes to the deployment of ballistic missiles. New subs are being equipped with dampening technology that allows them to remain hidden from sonar and radar. The fact that they also use nuclear reactors means the subs can stay hidden underwater almost indefinitely. However, the major threat to both aircraft carriers and subs will likely not come from the water but from the sky. Most military strategists agree that the future of long-range warfare is hypersonic missiles. These are projectiles that travel faster than Mach 5, or 3,800 miles per hour. Needless to say, they are fast and they are deadly. The bad news for people rooting for the United States to win World War III is that they are pretty far behind in the hypersonic missile technology race. Both Russia and China have working hypersonic missiles, although they still need to perfect their designs to make them more accurate. The United States, on the other hand, has yet to develop a reliable hypersonic missile that doesn't explode mid-air. Hypersonic missiles will be vital in World War III because there are currently no countermeasures to stop them. The speed at which these missiles move makes it impossible to shoot them out of the sky, unless you are incredibly lucky and hit them by accident. The moment a hypersonic missile shows up on radar, it is too late. The missile would hit its target long before an evacuation could even begin. Also, these insanely fast missiles can cause immense damage. Even if the missile isn't designed to carry a large bomb, the sheer force with which it'll impact its target will essentially vaporize anything in the immediate vicinity. Long-range missiles in general will likely play a major role and define the way World War III is fought. However, hypersonic technology takes things to the next level. Ballistic missiles can be slow to launch and allow time for countermeasures to be deployed while it's en route. This brings us to the furthest frontiers of World War III. Battles will take place on the ground, in the air, and outside the atmosphere. The problem with fighting in space is that if there's ever an infantry space battle, a new type of weapon will need to be invented. If soldiers fire conventional firearms in space, there will be all sorts of problems. The main one is that as the bullet accelerates out of the barrel of the gun, an equal but opposite force will push the space soldier in the opposite direction. This means there could be rogue bullets flying through space one way while soldiers are flung through space the opposite. This obviously wouldn't be great tactically and could lead to a draw in the space part of World War III. However, missiles would still work well and could destroy satellites and entire space stations. As of right now, there are no weapons dedicated solely for space fighting. But that doesn't mean other weapons couldn't be repurposed. For example, the Boeing Laser Avenger is an infrared laser system that shoots a high-powered beam at explosive targets and causes them to detonate. If this weapon was equipped to a spacecraft, it could theoretically be used to ignite the fuel of an enemy spaceship. If the intensity of the laser was high enough, it could even cook an enemy space soldier from the inside. Lasers are a great weapon in space because they don't generate much recoil and therefore won't send soldiers and spacecraft hurling through space in the opposite direction from where they're fired. Weapons like the Laser Avenger might be able to detonate missiles in midair if it can be aimed with precision. In World War III, lasers and missiles will be both used to destroy satellites that the enemy's deployed for surveillance and communications. Even if an all-out space war doesn't commence above the Earth, any weapons that can reach orbit will be used to remove enemy satellites. It's unlikely that entire space stations will be built during the conflicts of World War III, but perhaps the International Space Station will become highly contested, and warring nations will send space soldiers to secure the ISS for their own use. This brings us to the foot soldiers of World War III. No matter how many robots, missiles, or computer viruses are deployed, there's nothing like having boots on the ground. So what guns will the soldiers fighting in World War III be using? Like everything else in World War III, infantry combat will often take place from afar. Snipers will be equipped with weapons like the AGM-114. The weapons of World War III will need to be operated in any condition because there is no knowing where the next battlefield will be located. One day a soldier might be fighting in the Siberian Arctic, the next they could be deployed to the arid deserts of the Middle East. Therefore, soldiers will need to be equipped with a weapon that'll be effective in any environment. The AGM-114 is designed to work in particularly harsh environmental conditions as it's built from corrosion-resistant materials and easily repaired. The weapons of World War III might also be equipped with smart bullets that can change direction in mid-air. This will ensure that soldiers aren't only equipped with the best guns, but the best bullets as well. Even if they slightly miss their target, the bullet will adjust and accomplish the mission. But even as an infantryman, the soldiers of World War III might need a little more power, which is why this next gun will be an ideal addition to any squad's arsenal. The AGM-25 is also known as the Punisher, and for a good reason. This is more than just a gun, it's a grenade launcher. The AGM-25 fires 25mm grenades that explode in midair near a target. This causes optimum damage and puts the fear of God in anyone who finds themselves on the receiving end of this weapon. The AGM-25 will be incredibly valuable in World War III when trying to take out enemy robots or tanks that just shrug off normal bullets. The grenades that the AGM-25 launches can be modified to contain high explosives that will allow infantry to quickly dispatch a remote-operated vehicle and move on to the next target. World War III will likely have minimal infantry-to-infantry combat. However, while repelling an invasion force or engaging in urban warfare, Weapons like the XM-25 will make all the difference. The grenades it fires are just as effective against enemy soldiers as they are against enemy robots. Then again, you can't destroy what you can't see. Invisibility technology will be a must-have for World War III. Companies like Adaptive have already made huge leaps in stealth technology. This tech doesn't necessarily make tanks and large craft invisible to the naked eye, but it does hide them from radar and night vision, which is incredibly important for any force trying to sneak up on an enemy. For many of the weapons that have been used during World War III, by the time the enemy sees them, it'll be too late. Even more so if the vehicles can get into an optimal position to sight and target the enemy while remaining hidden from detection. And although the cloaking technology being developed right now is mostly to keep things hidden from radar, there are some promising tech ideas that may lead to entire ships and tanks being made invisible to the naked eye. By bending the light that hits a vehicle, a combination of sophisticated lenses and cameras could render an entire military craft invisible. With all these high-tech options, you would think no single weapon could trump all the others. However, that is not the case. The single greatest weapon that will define World War III is strategic diplomacy. Through negotiations and peace talks, World War III might not only end before it destroys the planet, but it could be prevented altogether. Throughout human history, we've always been at war with one another. Perhaps the greatest weapon right now is the ability to talk to one another across the planet, to sit down and find common ground that unifies us all. Now watch World War III hour by hour, or check out why you wouldn't survive World War III.